Chapter 31. Chakra Chains of the Demonic Statue. The ghost's eyebrows lifted up his forehead in surprise at the shouted jutsu. That's a new one. He ran forward to the Deva path as the other paths spread out, pelting left and right as iron chains as thick as his arms exploded out of the ground and honed to his shadowy, blurry form. The blonde assassin had his head lowered and his arms flying behind him, his ninjato gripped firmly in his right hand. He was running fast enough to leave elusive afterimages. A red-tipped missile screamed in his direction, sprouted out formed the three-faced, six-armed, Azura Path's chest. The sharp chakra chains that were well adept at holding down tailed beasts, which Nagato had smartly attacked him with, came at him from behind, roughly 100 iron constructs that erupted from the ground, while a missile wailed towards him. Naruto grinned wickedly under the darkness covering his face and he quickened his already fast pace. The world turned sluggishly as the tip of the missile grazed his jounin vest. Intangibility. And harmlessly passed through him. Boom! The missile blew up against the chakra chains, dispelling only two of them but leaving the bulk of them scattered and somewhat disorganized. The blonde assassin pelted on, his white-soled black shinobi sandals blazing on the ground, skidding under a chunk of earth that had been lifted up by another blast from the Azura Path. Two tentacles from his back stabbed into a summon turtle, only drying a small patch of the underbelly of the massive, thrown animal. This forced the glasses-wearing phantom to stop in his tracks and spin on his feet, planting a solid straight kick in the same place his smoky tentacles had dried up with electricity. A resounding crack sounded after foot impacted shell and the turtle shot backwards. The Azura Path dropped down, seemingly from the blood-red heavens, and engaged the ghost in earth-shattering hand-to-hand, as the Preta, human and animal paths rocketed towards the multi-armed path as support. The ghost spun the ninjato in his right palm, deflecting a closely blasted laser beam from Azura Path's fingers, turned under a two-armed haymaker, returned with a knee to the back of the mechanical path but cursed with grit teeth as the path swiveled around one of its three heads completely, opening its back and firing a barrage of red laser's beams. The assassin pulled his sword arm away from the metal melting beams of light, shifted his head away from an axe blow coming from four arms and rolled underneath a knee that had attempted to rip his head off. He's gotten better at this. The bespectacled blonde swore in his head, gnashing his teeth underneath his mask. His shining white eyes adjusted as his widened optical sensory range acknowledged the three paths heading their way and the three paths keeping a wide berth from them. Devyahiko and Naraka, the former being Nagato's favorite path as well as the one that controlled attractive and repulsive forces, and the other being able to summon the kind of hell to heal battered or destroyed paths. He slashed his ninjato across a right hook, cleaving off the hand with the lethal blade and hopping aside as the sliced-off wrist exploded once it hit the ground. His tentacle D-back was now to the coming paths. Those same white eyes widened as the Deva path held up his right hand, palm open and facing him, and said, "Almighty push." Throwing him into the grinning embrace of the Azura Path, who wrapped his arm around the thrashing assassin and opened his chest once again. The ghost snapped his wrist, sealing up night terror, and muttered, as the lasers primed to burn a hole through his torso. Hide art, smoke release, acidic smokescreen. Poof! His body burst into thick black smoke once the lasers shot out of the Azura Path's chest, hastily covering the path's body and gathering back together behind the hulking, six-armed corpse. Not too long after, the Azura Paths toppled down onto his face. The path's Akatsuki robes were burnt to nothing, the skin shriveled up and dried, peeling off the bone and flaking onto the ground, turning to dust as they touched the cold-hardened grassy ground. The three paths heading to him paused and spread out. The human and Preta paths were the only ones advancing while the animal path stayed back, flipping through seals. The reformed smoke assassin opened his arms, shouting, "You think I'm some sort of kid?" He kicked the bones on the ground and the six metal arms, the black receivers and the copy of Nagato's Rinnegan that hadn't turned into dust. "You think you can use that crappy tactic again?" Nagato had used that move on Naruto when they were kids with mild success. It was why Naruto had created the acidic smokescreen jutsu. The soul-sucking path and the chakra-draining path bore down on the ghost. Knowing better than to touch the Preta and human paths or allow them to touch him, the blonde shinobi fired bolts of lightning from two of the tentacles on his back at it, purposely aiming to the ground, throwing up clumps of earth in the process. He stood over the fallen Azura Path's body, firing off shots of white light from the tentacles of his shoulders until he got what he was looking for. The wet, cold water on the grass withered and fire erupted. He focused most of the fire below the Preta path than the human counterpart, hence why the fire around the chakra-draining path was larger and hotter than the one with the soul-stealing path. The Preta path was surrounded with fire that was made up of less than 30% chakra, therefore they couldn't be put out if he simply drained it. Afterimages poured out from behind him as he faced the human path, his head down and his eyes narrowed with concentration as the path leaped through the fire with his forearms covering his face from the sweltering heat. It rolled beneath a straight punch to its face, front flipped over a bolt of lightning and ran around the subsequent shots, until Naruto flashed through 5 hand seals. Water release, Swamp Army Graveyard. The ground under the human path's feet softened with water and the path ground its teeth as it fought to stay above ground, even as sticky, muddy arms rose out of the ground and clambered to drag him into the muddy abyss, unaware of when the ghost flashed up before him, his right knee burning furiously and blasting open its head. Without missing a beat, the glasses-wearing leader back flipped away from the wildly grasping hands of the soul-sucking path, forcing his fingers into more hand seals when the Deva path spat out a Rinnegan technique at that very same time. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Almighty push. The ghost ripped off his half-mask and held up a half-ram under his jaw, exhaling what could only be described as a wall of white fire from his gnarly, serrated maw. The white fireball washed over the trapped path, burning it to absolutely nothing with the heat rivaled only by the sun. The gravity-controlling technique didn't make it quick enough to save the human path, though it smashed against the white fireball. Thum! White fire climbed higher and higher against an unseen gravitational force. Naruto felt a sweat roll down the side of his head and he joined his other fingers, forming a full ram and holding his half-mask with only his pinky finger. The Deva path grit his teeth under the strain, raising his other hand to support himself. Chakra flowing into the other paths through their implanted black receivers noticeably reduced at the focus on ensuring Deva and Naraka didn't turn into melted piles of flesh from the white flames, even as 2 of their own had already been annihilated. Naruto finally snapped his half-mask back over his face and ran lengthwise from the overwhelming gravitational pulse, bounding from place to place as the earth beneath their feet tore apart. The world was coming undone as the enraged paths roared after him. The Preta path, finally able to clear the fire as the light shower of rain reduced the fire, crossed its forearms as the ghost blasted sleep paralysis at him with his left gun fingers, sucking the jutsu of all its chakra and reducing its potency to nothing. A back fist from a gorilla twice Naruto's size slammed into his side, appearing in a plume of smoke close to his left. The blonde hissed as his bones throbbed painfully. His back slammed into the ground and he rolled on his side twice, righting himself again and throwing an earth-rocking hook kick to the Preta path, kicking off the path's guard as it drained a sliver of his chakra and flipping above the gorilla. Water release, the Preta path began, shoving right through the summoned animal. Crystalline water needle hell. The torrential rain hammering down on Naruto sharpened into Sanban and rained towards him, inadvertently impaling the gorilla. Those needles stabbed into Naruto's body from all sides, mercilessly digging deep into him. The 6 tentacles on his back windmilled madly, keeping them back until Hidden Art, lightning release, blink 1-2 step. The man, pushing through the agony of being perforated like a pincushion, ran to the Preta path. 2 steps later and he flicked into a single bolt of white lightning, traveling through the shower of needles coming down from the heavens and faster than normal human comprehension. The Preta path opened its right hand, ready to suck the jutsu of all its chakra and leave its user with nothing, though dragged its arm back when the blonde reformed before him with his ninjato in a reverse grip. The smoky blade cut through the path side, parting his upper body from his lower body. The ghost's tentacles spun faster and faster, deflecting millions of Sanban Hone to end their user's life, and extended outwards as Naruto pointed his right index finger to the thunderstorm brewing above them, slashing his finger downwards and pointing to the legs of the Preta path. The blood-red heavens bellowed in agony and a jagged bolt of lightning screamed down from a cluster of black clouds. The upper body of the Preta path flipped onto his belly and rolled to the legs, opening its arms as the bolt hit the ground, creating a sphere of chakra-draining air above it. The ghost flashed through 3 rapid hand seals, faster than all the paths could realize Naruto's plan and much faster than the Rinnegan mutated cheetahs could get to their target. Earth release, Earth spike. With the Preta path preoccupied with the electrical strike from above, and not having the mobility of being on its feet to defend against an attack from below, the single earth spike speedily broke out of the ground and ripped through the back of its head, shattering the skull and having its arms flop down weakly as the chakra receivers in its body fluctuated at the loss of its head. Krarak. The lightning from above slipped through the chakra-draining sphere and obliterated the upper and lower body of the headless Preta path. Without wasting any time to savor his success in taking out 3 of Nagato's paths, the ghost turned to hold Night Terror across his chest as one of the cheetahs snapped at his neck, unfortunately biting into the weapon and summarily drying up from having thousands of volts of electricity rushed into its body. Naruto gnashed his teeth with a curse as the water Sanban that had stabbed into his body reduced his mobility, not allowing him to fully avoid a clawed slash from the other cheetah at his back, ripping into his Jounin vest. The hail of water Senbon had stopped, but his body still bore the needles. He also certainly didn't give him the speed to raise an effective guard from a rhino as it rumbled towards him, lowering its head and staring with its beady Rinnegan eyes at its target. The man stepped aside, his muscles and his bones screaming at him from the abrupt movement, the Senbon digging into them and restraining motion all the more. The rhino, as it passed him with the speed of a vengeful train, impaled its cheetah comrade and stomped its massive feet in a mad bid to stop. Naruto, heaving for air as the needles pushed into his lungs and heart from that one move of stepping aside from death by being trampled underfoot, spat out blood and his left hand shook, weakly holding Night Terror. His glasses threatened to slip off his nose and his hands trembled too hard to push them back up, too stiff from the needles in the joints and muscles to move. The ghost chuckled darkly and churned his chakra in his gut. The tentacles on his back slashed through the rhino as it came back to impale Naruto, dispelling it and beginning the painstaking process of pulling out the Senbon from Naruto's body. Animal Path didn't stop bombarding Naruto with summoned animals, stampeding in their multitude without organization. The tentacles focused on the ghost's arms, zipping and snapping about his arms, leaving two tentacles that sprouted from Naruto's lower back fire off bolts of lightning from their white tips, dispelling as many as possible. Naruto hurried up his effort and forced his arms up into the ram hand seal, tearing flesh and muscles in the process. Kai! The volatile white and black chakra that had been gathering in his stomach blew outwards. And it was catastrophic. Thump! The needles blasted out of his body from the pulse of chakra, the earth groaned dolefully and depressed all around Naruto, and the stampeding animals were thrown away by the savage shockwave. The pulse of chakra reached far and wide, casting even the animal path off his feet and tossing him away, no matter how much chakra he used to fasten himself to the ground. Naruto lowered his body into a crouch, his jounin vest was shredded to pieces and his shirt had holes dotted over it, showing his bleeding purple-blue flesh where the needles had been blown out from. His right hand grazed the ground and his left hand crossed his ninjato behind him in a reverse grip, looking up at the Deva path and the Naraka path. He spoke in a whisper, a low sound that was scarcely heard in the warzone that was the battlefield, but the Deva path knew what was coming. White noise. The atmospheric nature chakra came down from the black clouded heavens and struck the nape of Naruto's neck, spreading its power into the man's body. Thick veins crawled from the corners of his eyes and reached his ears. At that moment, when Naruto's physical body shot up and the ghost soul form came at him at the speed of sound. Back in aim, Nagato abandoned caution and disconnected its chakra from the human, animal and Naraka paths, focusing all the power of the Rinnegan into the Deva path. His ringed eyes could see Naruto's soul form, just vaguely, and seeing it meant that he could touch and affect it, but at the very same time, seeing Naruto's soul form vastly differed from keeping up with it. Nagato needed to focus. A metal arm erupted from his lower left side and blocked a strike from Naruto's ninjato, creating a blinding flash of light on impact. The strikes and the blows came faster and faster, swifter and swifter, harder and harder, straining Nagato's eyes. He could hardly even see the vengeful spirit doggedly attacking him. He sacrificed an arm and grasped blade. Blue light shone from the catch and he quickly dragged in Naruto's chakra, using the blonde's chakra to fuel himself, though he paid for it in the form of a knee to his side, one that definitely reorganized the Deva path's mostly inactive internal organs. The ghost released Night Terror, grabbing it with his other hand and planting a foot in the path's chest, using a bolt of lightning from the sky to pushing off. He flipped backwards, briefly watching how the path sucked most of the chakra from the lightning attack, and he dove back in. The battle was too bright to look at, littered with flashing lights and sharp, cutting winds that tore down what few foliage was left in the earth. Naruto's soul form, the form he was directly controlling, amped up its speed drastically, moving and striking faster than the speed of sound and venturing into the speed of the light. The soul form became less defined as the world around it slowed down, till only a vague, semi-unseen outline remained, and yet it didn't slow down itself. The vengeful demon bellowed. "Rur-yo-i-a-rur." The air shattered like glass, tearing the fabric of space and time as the Naruto's body became dimmer and the movements became faster. The visible, jounin speed, Naruto, copying the past actions disintegrated into nothing, leaving the real Naruto, his soul form, linking back-to-back attacks within the span of half a second. The 6 tentacles on the soul form's back morphed into hands, and those hands closed into fists. A knee broke through the space between the ghost and the Deva path, almost as if it had teleported, and crushed the abdomen as soon as the path channeled the Azura path to mechanize its stomach. The faint spirit didn't stop, a back hand ripped aside an arm, a palm strike broke through a hastily raised guard and a head but smashed into the assembled forearms, while a tentacle arm sliced what remained of the metal arm into shreds, letting the ghost dig an unforgivable uppercut into the Deva path's chin. One so strong Nagato felt it. It hurt. The earth heaved and fell away as the aftermath of the uppercut broke open a section of the sky. Naruto grabbed the path's foot before it could fly away and whipped it down, ducking under 2 elbows and rolling underneath a grab for his shoulders, intending to drain chakra. He returned with a backflip over a metal tail swipe. Again Nagato channeled the Azura path, and he threw a handful of obsidian kunai, switching places with each projectile with his lightning release and landing a chain of brutal attacks with Night Terror, utilizing his normal arms and his 6 additional arms. Sporadic burst of light as Night Terror's single, red cutting edge clanged against the mechanical metal arms that had joined the Deva Path's normal arms. Nagato strengthened his arms with his Rinnegan. Under the onslaught of the roundabout bladed strikes, the ghostly figure before him slashed down with his right hand, releasing the blade and grabbing it with a tentacle arm from his lower right side, cutting to the side and grabbing it with another tentacle arm, slicing diagonally and snagging it with his right hand and continuing this chain of switching appendages to attack, doing it so fast that an outsider that could manage to keep up with the speed of the attacks would think Naruto was using more than 6 swords. A metal palm faced down and blocked a slash that would have opened his gut. The back of another hand deflected a slice that would have claimed its neck, coming down to join 3 other arms to block a cruel rising knee that caved in the metal arms but ultimately protected his heart. The ghost stepped back and exhaled tightly, suppressing his frustration. He breathed out thick black smoke through his clenched teeth. His soul form invisibly shimmered in the darkening light of the red sky and the black clouds. Nagato the Deva Path was keeping up with him, though just barely. The chakra Nagato was using to do just that, staying on the same speed as his former best friend, was monumental. The best comparison for how much chakra Nagato was using his Rinnegan to create not just a moon, but his own planet. The act of moving at such speeds for Naruto was like his chakra, his black and white, volatile, unstable, dangerous chakra, had been set on fire. It was bearable, and Naruto was used to it at this point in his life and with his mastery, but the same couldn't be said about Nagato. It was possible the effect was worse with the Rinnegan god. The ghost had a large chakra store inside and outside his body. Night Terror, coupled with being a blade that seemed to have been made especially for Naruto, was where Naruto stored his chakra outside of his body in case he ever needed it in the future. Every morning for the past 22 years, since Torian Uzumaki had gifted him the blade, the bespectacled blonde would push half of his chakra into the sword before he left for work, and at the end of the day, when he was preparing for bed, he would push in half of what chakra he had left into the ninjato. Given that Naruto had a vastly underestimated amount of chakra contained in his internal reserves, the first half at the beginning of the day was a staggering amount. Needless to say, the sword contained a lot of chakra. Naruto called down 10 separate bolts of electricity from the heavens, and Nagato controlled the Deva Path to spread its 6 arms and absorbed the chakra-based attacks, leaping away as a spike made to skewer him from the bottom. Not this time. Now come, he grunted, remember that it was almost the same way Naruto had taken out his chakra-absorbing path. The orange-haired path panted heavily, sucking in and pushing out as much air as his corpse lungs could accommodate. He then held his hands to Naruto's figure and yanked to himself. Universal pull. Naruto's feet left the ground and he flew to the last path. The fingers of Yahiko's corpse touched Naruto's temple as he got to him. Soul Eater. Oh. At the same time. 500 miles from the fire capital. Forest of Yamato. Sueki spotted Orochimaru patiently seated on the ground with his legs were crossed. His Akatsuki robe rustled as he rose onto his feet, beaming widely at the vampire. Took you long enough. The red-eyed woman looked up to the flying sheets of paper and shouted. Keep going. Conan, looking over the edge of the flying papers, nodded once and soared on to the fire capital. Tsum called down as they flew away. Give him hell. Sueki rolled her eyes. You know, you could have declined. Orochimaru said, pulling off his robe to show that he was in his shinobi clothes underneath, throwing the robe away and not caring much where it was. The vampire's eyes narrowed when he sensed more than one heart inside the grinning Sannin. 51, to be exact. So Akatsuki was after the Jiangu. She said mutely, frowning. For a brat, you sure are smart. Orochimaru answered patronizingly. Can you also guess why I chose you to be my opponent? The white-haired lady broke her expressionless mask with a sharp, wide smirk, showing her pin-like canines as they grew down from her upper lip. You want to die by my hands, of course. She tittered humorlessly. You're biting off more than you can chew, Orochimaru. I take it your teacher didn't teach you common sense. He scoffed. Well, it doesn't matter. Try your best not to die so easily, Ketsueki. The smirk gradually went down and her marble-smooth face cleared of all emotion. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh. 3 men, standing about 10 feet apart, blocked the path of dozens of dark country jounin teams, made up of black operatives and normal shinobi. Toby, his Sharingan sluggishly spinning in his right eye, in its 3-tomo stage and lazily leaning back on a tree, Haiden with his tri-pronged scythe on his back and a demented, bloodthirsty grin etched on his face, and finally Kisame, with Samahata gripped in his right hand and held above the ground. The purple-scaled sword was fully unfurled from its bandages and was now easily the same size as its wielder, and yet the grinning Sharkman didn't show any strain from holding up the weight. A long tongue escaped the serrated lips of the sword, shivering in anticipation. The 3 Akatsuki shinobi, S ranks in their own right, faced not less than 80 shinobi, standing in the way of where Naruto and Sueki had disappeared, coolly keeping their backs to the ground, shaking pops and air-rattling explosions coming from the place Naruto was battling the 6 paths of pain. Those shinobi, a small slice of Naruto's ninja force, were in fighting stances, some bore weapons and others had their fists raised and clenched tightly. One shinobi stood in front of the arrangement of men and women, gearing to bum rush the Akatsuki in order to get to their precious leader. Kushina Uzumaki, stubborn as the day she was born and refusing to stay in bed while the world was about to fall apart, was dressed in full shinobi wear, a blue, short-sleeved half-shirt with long-sleeved mesh armor underneath, dark shorts that barely passed her mid-thighs and dark blue tights with blue shinobi sandals. Her straight, bright red hair hung freely down her shoulders, held neatly together by the highlight wrapped around her forehead, though allowing 2 fang-like bangs to fall to her chin. She wore a jounin vest and had a large sealing scroll attached to her lower back, fastened in such a way it didn't hinder her motions if she wanted to draw her blade from over her shoulder. The katana Naruto, Sueki and her mother Tamaki Uzumaki, the Yuzukage had gifted her at her graduation, was strapped to her back. The woman's purple eyes swirled, flicking from each S rank far before her to the other. An invisible smirk flashed on her face at the short twinkle in Kisame's eyes. The woman wasn't in any visible stance, rather standing with a straight back and her feet flat on the ground. What 2 of the Akatsuki didn't know was that this was all for show. Those shinobi of darkness already had their orders. Toby, Haiden and Kisame had been ordered to direct those shinobi into the desert. The zero-tailed shark already had his orders, communicated to him by the smoke seed Samahata had swallowed 7 months ago. Their orders weren't to rescue their leader or to lend their support. Kisame laughed deeply and turned his head to the right, to Haiden, and said, as the mad priest unslung his scythe and prepared to tear through the shinobi in the insane frenzy he was known for. "Hey, priest!" he called. The aforementioned Jashin priest flicked his head to him and his eyes looked absolutely murderous. "What is it, shark piss? Can't you see the sacrifices before me? Don't you know Lord Jashin is waiting?" The immortal man's body teemed with excitement and he began salivating on the number of sacrifices he would make that day. "Spit it out, shark jizz. You want to know something?" Kisame continued calmly, maintaining the wide grin on his face and the close-eyed relax about him, though not spreading to his humming sword. What?" The shinobi, a little bit far from them but not too far to hear the priest's curses. They waited. The trees behind the 3 men rustled in the breeze, reacting to the shockwave of one of Pain's attacks, their cloaks flapped in the near-violent winds and Toby closed his hands into fists, keeping them at his sides. Kisame shrugged carelessly and said, "I never liked you." And with that, Samahata stretched impossibly, a mind of its own, and its mouth opened wide, snapping closed and swallowing Haiden's upper body whole, also eating a chunk of the scythe with him. This happened with the speed and precision vaguely similar to a cobra strike. It took a few dark shinobi unaware, though the loyal men and women of Darkness's ninja force didn't waver in their place or fearfully step back. The bodiless legs wobbled on their feet, before Samahata zipped back again, swallowing it whole along with a small chunk of earth. Inside the sword, Haiden was being squeezed and constricted, the unbearably sharp teeth that wound down the sentient sword's insides sheared skin from bone and broke down bone to mulch, weakening Haiden's constitution by sucking what chakra was inside the mad priest and using the accumulated chakra Samahata had stolen over the years to break down the victim's body. It was possible that Haiden would still be alive, even after such a thorough digestion, but it was highly unlikely that the man would be in any state to re-emerge. The Jashinist never had the chance to shout. Haiden's tri-pronged scythe clattered to the floor noiselessly. Toby leaped away from Kisame as Samahata finished swallowing the legs, doing due without Kisame moving his arms. The one-tailed beast chuckled at the wide-eyed horror in the teenage Uchiha's one eye. "I never liked you either." He took his time walking to the younger shinobi, mentally commanding Samahata to return to normal, though with its scales angrily twitching. A section of the dark shinobi rushed behind Kisame and advanced, while another flanked Toby from behind. A dark, enraged shadow passed over Kisame's face and he bore a clenched-teethed frown, snarling. You will regret insulting leader Naruto. He raised his left hand, his free hand, and flicked it into Dark Country's sign. Kurono. Half of the Fuinjutsu masters flanking Tobi and behind Kisame clapped their hands in unison, while the rest unslung the large sealing scrolls hanging from their lower back, unfurling them as they did so to reveal a complex chain of seals that had been drawn end to end instead of on top of the other, like they usually were. The seal masters, Kushina included, shouted. Fuinjutsu, sealing art, chakra storage purgatory seal. A solid blue wall of chakra shot up around them and a dome-like ceiling covering them, just as Tobi evolved his Sharingan and attempted to disappear. He couldn't. Naruto and his seal masters couldn't understand the concept of chakraless teleportation, like how Kisame had described to Sueki of the time the masked man tried to recruit him in the Kiri cemetery, or how Chizuru Nagatiko described how the Uchiha had appeared before her without warning on the day she was placed under Kato Amatsukami. But the bespectacled blonde and his capable people knew that said masked man would use that same jutsu to escape when the situation wasn't in his favor. They couldn't afford to let the Uchiha man escape. Who knows when he would resurface again or how strong he might be. No. He needed to be dealt with when they had the chance. This was their chance. In simple terms, the chakra storage seal purgatory was an expanded version of a storage seal commonly used to store items. This storage seal latched onto chakra signatures that the bearers of the scroll had surrounded and effectively sealed them away into a spatial dimension of its very own, different from their home dimension and separate from any other dimension. The determinant for the size was of how far away the scroll bearers were from each other, and in this case they were on a plane the same size as a training ground. On the outside, scroll bearers placed the scrolls on pedestals, together in the center, where the land that Kisame and Tobi stood on had formerly been, and they waited once again. The seal masters didn't understand the chakraless teleportation, but they did understand that all creatures under the heavens were bound to earth and bound to life by their chakra. There was no such thing as a person or an animal without even a sliver of chakra. The seal they had used latched themselves to Kisame and Tobi's chakra and sealed them away. 2 minutes of waiting and the storage seal didn't alert them of an escape. Success. They would only unseal the land and people inside the storage seal when the seals informed them that only the person with a massive store of water affinity chakra remained, else, they would simply burn the seals and damn the fire affinity Uchiha to the storage seal dimension. Back inside the seal, Kisame placed the large sword atop his shoulder and bent his knees, supporting Samehada's weight. Tobi had his Sharingan spinning and looking for any weak spots. He turned to Kisame and spat. I figured you'd be the one to betray us. He unsealed a short scythe attached to a chain, attached to a tanto from inside his sleeve, and settled into a fighting stance. You refuse to see the truth. Don't act like you're surprised, you knew this was coming. The other man sighed and steadily rumbled to his opponent. Let's get this over with. Oh. Konan swept Tsum up into her arms in a bridal carry, trying her best not to squish the Inuzuka's large belly, and she leaped off the flying cluster of paper as a clay bird kamikaze bombed it from below. Dozens of white wets of paper blew out from her back as the air trembled after the explosion and the closeness of the blast ruffled her and Tsum. Massive paper wings sprouted out from her back and she grit her teeth, souring as quickly as she could to the gates into the fire capital. They were so close. She tucked the wings close to her body, covering Tsum with most of the papers, and barrel rolled to the right, avoiding another suicidal clay bird. This one was followed closely by a flock of similar birds. Stay still, Daidara yelled, flying on a drill-beaked bird. He dug his hands into the clay pouches on his sides and the handmouths chomped on clay. Sasori, seated close beside the deranged bomber, rumbled. Get me to her. Working on it. He released a new flock of birds. This time they had spiders attached to their backs, constantly spooling explosive clay. Some of the spiders jumped off and surged through the air to Konan. Hang on a second. Konan murmured to the Inuzuka, who wrapped her arms around the other woman's neck and braced for impact. The purple-haired woman's stoic face didn't shift as the spiders landed on her back and exploded. A blizzard of paper spun on the drill-beak bird's back and Konan ran out with her head lowered, still holding Tsum bridal style. Daidara grinned madly, his demented eyes wide and excited. Sasori's Hiriko puppet shell skipped aside as the woman blazed by, her dark brown eyes on the IWA missing ninja, who slammed his right palm down on the back of the clay bird they were all on. Volleys of sharp feathers shot out of the back and impaled Tsum and Konan. Fucking easy, the bomber crowed proudly, about to turn the bird around to support Orochimaru. He almost didn't see when, as soon as the feathers impaled the two paper clones, Conan's body dispersed into confetti and the small pieces of paper latched onto the Sasori and his surprised teammate. They fizzled and Sasori didn't bother trying to take off the thousands of confetti on Hiriko. He kicked open the back of the puppet shell. Boom! Paper gathered in the sky, reforming Conan and Tsum. Holy shit! Tsum cried, her bones rattled from the blast. A plume of black smoke shrouded the blast zone in the sky and small sparks of fire rained down. Nothing is ever as it seems. Conan whispered for only Tsum to hear. Yes, she had created the confetti bombs from her body and shaped them into identical clones of her and Tsum, but she and the woman had also hidden under the clay bird until Daidara or Sasori predictably attacked. Avoiding the explosion was the hard part. She sacrificed thousands of paper tags to take the brunt of the blast, while she used her body to shield Tsum from the rest. Conan looked down to the Inuzuka, her eyebrows lightly furrowed. Are you okay? I'm fine, I'm good, she faltered. She usually wasn't this easily shaken up. Was it the hormones? Good. We're not done yet. She grunted as her wings batted away. A swarm of poison sunban shot up from below them. Some of the paper melted and she made it rain on the trees on the ground that Sasori and Daidara were using as perches to run after them. She grumbled, breaking character to calm Tsum down. These kids don't know when to give up. Tsum scoffed, rolling her eyes and tightening her hold on Conan. Kids? Yes, I'm much older than them. The purple angel peered down to Tsum and a brief sparkle of laughter passed over her emotionless eyes. I'm older than you too, you know. The pregnant dog woman still didn't believe her, not knowing that Conan was the same age as Naruto and Tsum had turned 22 not 2 weeks ago. Pfft, you're not older than me, Conan. A tickled laugh escaped the purple-haired lady's lips and she smiled a little brighter to the woman under her protection. Thank you, Tsum. Not understanding that she had just complimented her benefactor, Tsum shrugged. Okay, she dipped her fingers around Conan's neck and tapped the handle of the sheathed blade on Conan's back, Raijin no Ken, telling her. Do you want me to call Minato? Knowing the level 10 seal master Minato was, he had found a way to etch a Hyrule seal tag on the Nidame's lightning sword. Conan shook her head. These two are what we call small fry, the woman muttered under her breath, doing so with a straight face and tucking in her wings once again to avoid a volley of sunban. By now, the capital's defenses might have been alerted and they're closing in on us. I just need to get you to running distance of them and all you have to do is tell them your name and show them Raijin no Ken. Minato said that they would know who you are. Tsum nodded slowly, understanding that she was neither in the state to lend a hand nor could she risk Minato worrying about her by rebelling now of all times. Though she did ask. Minato and the Fire Lord are pretty close. Conan grunted, dispersing her lower body in time for more sunban to pass through her. The origami angel asked herself why Daidara wasn't attacking her as well. He might not have the clay to spare again after the long-distance bombs didn't serve him as well as it was supposed to. She shook her head and adjusted her bridle hold of Minato's pregnant girlfriend, coming out of her head before something avoidable could happen. Seems to be the case. Has he ever? She ground her teeth and swerved to the left, swishing right again. Iron sand made to snag them out of the sky. Sasori wasn't playing games anymore, it seemed. Said why they're so close? He helped with the rebellion when they were younger. Minato was Chunin, I think. Tsum answered quietly, unsure. He doesn't talk about her much though. He said they haven't spoken since he left Konoha. Sensing her apprehension, Conan said in a soothing voice, betraying the aerial acrobatics she was carefully tumbling through. He won't have us take you to her if he didn't trust her. I'm worried, is all. They descended down to the earth and the origami angel gently dropped Tsum onto her feet, pointing into the woods and in the general direction of the capital's sirens, ringing aloud at the sounds of combat coming from Conan and the two other S ranks. The purple-haired woman placed her other hand on Tsum's shoulder and kept a neutral expression, one to keep the hormonal Inuzuka from panicking. Run to the capital and don't look back. She unslung Raijin no Ken and handed it to Tsum, who collected it with both hands. The sirens of the fire capital changed pitch, signifying that their forces were heading out to investigate the threat. Don't forget. Tell them who you are and show them the sword. They weren't expecting Tsum but they won't turn her away. Minato's friendship with the Fire Lady, though understate and hidden before the Konoha bloodbath, was now made public after Minato's defection by the Fire Lord's own hand. It was Wakano's way of showing that no matter what happened, she would still consider Minato her close friend, and the same should be for him of her. The Fire Lady didn't know Tsum's affiliation with Minato but the Raijin no Ken was the only weapon Minato took from the vault, and with it being in possession of a pregnant lady, there won't be that many questions raised. The 7-month heavy woman clasped the sheathed blade in her arms and bobbed her head. Conan smiled lightly, for the briefest of moments, so quick that Tsum didn't know whether or not it happened. Go now. I'll cover you. Oh. Suikis narrowed her burning red eyes and snapped her right knee up, using her shin guard to kick aside a slash from the deadly Kusanagi blade, spinning on the same foot and planting the right foot on Orochimaru's hastily raised guard, covering his chest with his forearms as the vampire pivoted once again, feinting with her right foot aimed to his chest but ultimately smashing her fist into the scientist's face, strengthening her bones with her blood and easily cracking the Sannin's nose. KSSHHHHH. The white-haired vampire clenched her teeth as an earth spike almost impaled her, if not for her using her blood to strengthen her porcelain-white skin, only tearing the side of her jounen flak jacket. The non-mask-wearing BLAK commander cracked her elbow into the spike, smashing it to pieces, and whipped out a fistful of long, blood-filled senbon, spinning each of them in her fingers to deflect a volley of water bullets from Orochimaru's water mask, straight into the ground, moving her body with primal instinct as more earth spikes made to rip into her body. That water mask was a light blue snake with a small, flat, eyeless mask covering its face. There were 10 water affinity hearts inside the snake and the creature had slithered out of Orochimaru's elbow. The renegade Sannin smirked sharply, ignoring his bleeding nose, and he pelted back towards the legend-class Kunoichi. Her heart was the last ingredient that would cure his affliction. The vampire's immortality would do nicely. His back opened and black threads wiggled wildly. Kukukukuk. Sueki fell onto her back and tucked her knees into her chest, rolling back from a haymaker from the man that had speed slithered to her and ensuring her needles didn't prick her body, even though they couldn't. The man gave a feral hiss at his miss, but as the woman righted herself once again, she twisted around and threw all the medical needles in her hand and clasped her fingers into the rat hand seal. The needles whizzed to him and another snake slipped out from his left elbow. This one was deep red and wearing an equally eyeless mask to its water and earth counterparts, trying to get closer to the vampire, and its mouth cracked open as the Sannin called, at the same time as the homing senbon separated in the air. Fire release, multiple phoenix flame darts. Hidden art, vampire blood release, undead forest of cardiac arrest. The flame darts hit each blood senbon and those senbon fizzled into red mist that encroached onto Orochimaru as the white-haired vampire flicked her fingers into 2 other hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. The man inhaled and blew out, dispersing the blood mist that would undoubtedly mess up his immune system all over again, and he shifted his head aside from a 4-fingered stab for the nape of his neck, courtesy from Sueki. He spun around and swept the woman off her feet, though that one burst into blood mist and he doggedly blew it away, not caring that his breath had uprooted a clump of trees and bushes from the ground, taking with them animals that had made their home in the forest. A pillar of earth carried the man off the ground, away from more blood mist. He looked down and growled, baring his teeth as he saw that the world beneath him and a quarter of a mile around was filled with pulsing red mist, multiplying and spreading outwards, moving with the single-mindedness of a living organism. The more he blew, the more Sueki's blood replicated. The red blood cells would divide into 2, the white cells copied themselves and moved on, and the platelets meshed, formed bigger cells and cut itself down into smaller bits, growing with the addition of air. Could Orochimaru have bitten off more than he could chew? Possibly. The earth pillar keeping him above certain death cracked as the blood ate away at the bottom. The man pulled down his sleeves, making extra sure that they went to his wrists, and he pulled out a gas mask from a seal on his neck. He put it on and dived head first into the red mist that had formerly been a forest. He met Sueki at the bottom of the pillar, an excited grin on his face and his eyes wide with mania. I wasn't expecting this much of a fight, especially not from Naruto's brat. The non-mask-wearing BLAK commander crumpled into nothing, merging with the blood mist. The scientist's voice came out a bit muffled through the gas mask, but the vampire, wherever she was in this dense fog of redness, heard him loud and clear. Orochimaru turned about cautiously, staying wary of his surroundings. The blood mist couldn't pass through his pores, for Orochimaru wasn't above using his summoning contract to alter his body, though he was careful to not leave his eyes, nose, ears, nose and mouth open to allow the mist in, for if that happened, then the fight was over. Hence the gas mask. The blood-saturated forest was quiet. Orochimaru brought out something new from inside his sleeves. In both of his hands, he held a silver canister. It looked like a spray bottle with 2 short nozzles. Can you guess what this is? His eyes widened and his senses flared, forcing his body to instinctively move aside from a straight fist that surged for his throat. He pressed down on the top of each canister with his thumbs and dropped them, as Sueki, sporting 2-inch-long fangs and with her whole eye a chilling shade of red, stepped forward to follow through with a hook kick. SHHHHHHHH. Milky white mist hissed out of each of the nozzles and the vampire choked as she was hit in the face with the new mist. Purple-green veins crawled up her neck and blood leaked out of her ears. She clawed at her chest with her sharp claws, hacking for air as her lungs closed and her heart thudded noisily in her chest. Violent hives broke out on her hands and on her face. Her knees found the ground and her breathing became tight and strained, gasping for any morsel of air. Garlic. She grasped for control of her bloodline to reduce the effects of her extreme allergic reaction. Orochimaru snickered, enjoying her pain, and plunged the Kusanagi blade into Suiki's chest. Oh. Taijutsu isn't your talent, Deidara. Conan said and slapped up a blow to her face, catching his elbow and tucking it under her arm, tossing the mad bomber over her in a fluid judo flip. She cracked her foot into the side of the IWA missing ninja's head and was about to step on his throat, finishing the job, but she lifted her right hand up and her body disintegrated into paper as spike of iron impaled what was hoped to be her chest. The paper gathered back together and attached to the iron spike, creeping up the spike to the puppet at an impossible pace. Sasori, cursing harshly, had his Sandaime Kazekage puppet disconnect itself from that spike of sand and jumped away as, when the encroaching swarm of paper got to the end of the spike, Conan reformed at the tip and bounded to the puppet master, who was fleeing back and forcing the Kazekage puppet to watch his escape. Conan murmured under her breath, so quiet and so subtly Sasori didn't hear her or see her mouth move. Puppets have a glaring weakness. As she ninja ran to the iron sand-wielding puppet, who gathered more sand out of its mouth and was firing shots at her, she clapped her palms together at her chest and, when she got 15 feet from Sabaku no Tetsuyo, she pulled her palms apart. Between her hands were exactly 8 aggressively spinning paper shuriken, levitating in the air and in the control of the S-rank aim missing ninja. She thrust her hands forward and folded her fingers into the tiger seal, skidded on her knees under a wave of iron, flipped to dragon and ended in horse. The paper shuriken whirred through the air and swerving around each blast of iron, until they were too close to the Kazekage puppet. Ninja Arts, Origami Shrapnel Bomb. The 8 shuriken blew up, but not with the tidal wave of fire and blunt force like any normal bomb but with a sharp, hard thud and burst of targeted wind. The Suna missing ninja cursed again, his wooden fingers cramped as the Kazekage puppet refused to move. Not with the hard paper shards lodged in its primary, important joints. The same joints that could be located on normal human body and would be even as effective on a chakra string-controlled puppet body than a living being. Conan smashed the palm of her hand into the chest of the immobilized puppet and skipped off her feet, planting her right foot on the airborne puppet's forehead, leaping off and scattering into confetti when a clay spider landed on her back. Thump. Deidara spat, shaking the cobwebs from his head. The kick to his temple had dazed him more than he would like to admit. I'm still in this Out of the flames, 20 or so origami cranes fluttered out, their magnificent wings flapped noisily as the whole flock flew to Sasori in a single-minded frenzy. Oh! Shark summons filled Tobi's line of sight and summarily dive-bombed him. The Uchiha's Mangekyo spiraled in his sockets, working overtime to avoid getting shredded into ribbons from the sharks raining down on him and the sentient, squealing, purple-scaled sword that Kisame was swiping him with. He bent down and Samahata soared over his head. He ran into Kisame's guard and dug his fist into the sword master's abdomen, ignoring the crunch his fingers made from that one action and followed through with not less than a dozen more strikes to the dark ninja's rock-hard stomach. The shark man's eyes narrowed and he pushed out his stomach, reducing Tobi's punching space and introduced a firm Spartan kick to Tobi's masked face, which the Uchiha avoided by throwing his weight to his left and pushing his hands into the ground, narrowly missing the jaws of a shark summons. His feet landed on another dive-bombing shark summons and he back-flipped off it as well when the sea creature contorted its body, snapping at him. Tobi's acrobatic display impressed Kisame. Only a little. Tobi huffed and grunted. Enough of this. He crossed his forearms and a glowing red ribcage covered him, proving too strong for the sharks. A skull popped out of the top, one bearing a single horn on the left side of its head and its own Mangekyo pair of eyes, and a pair of arms followed suit, shooting out of the sides. The legs didn't form, though the ethereal Mangekyo creation spun around like a top and smashed its arms and fists into whatever was thrown at it, casting them to the walls of the cramped fighting arena. Tobi stopped the incomplete Susanoo spin and whipped its left fist straight forward, bashing the knuckles into Samahata's front. The chattering sword snapped at the fist and Kisame, holding the handle, pulled. The swordsman's muscles bulged and Samahata shortened to its normal length, stubbornly gnawing at the fist and refusing to let go as its user drew it back. There was an audible crack. Tobi's eyes bugged out as the Susanoo's arm dislocated. He reclaimed his senses and deconstructed the Susanoo, forming it again in the blink of an eye and sending a hail of blows to the now defensive dark shinobi. Finally, in the insane blizzard of blows from the skeletal chakra creation, Kisame found an infinitesimally small gap between each blow, a sort of space between attacks, and dragged Samahata back, replacing the scaled sword with his foot, mentally commanding Samahata to prop him up. He didn't take the full brunt of the blow, rather he shifted his foot and guided the fist straight into the ground, whipping Samehada around. The sword took the initiative and elongated itself and chomped down on the elbow of the avoided fist. Toby mumbled. "Oh no you don't." He dispelled the Susanoo as Samehada made to suck it of its chakra, reforming it immediately after, firmly holding it by its body with one clenched fist. Squee! The legendary sword shrieked and wiggled in the Susanoo's tight grip, frilling its scales and shredding manically to no avail. No matter how large it grew, no matter how hard it struggled, and no matter how violently it flailed, Toby's blue Susanoo skeleton held it. Kisame, unyielding in his grip and having his feet no longer touching the ground due to being lifted up along with his restrained sword, flipped through dozens of one-handed seals. Water release, 5 eating sharks. From the puddles of water scattered around the arena, 5 sharks blasted out and snapped down on different parts of the Susanoo. The momentum of their joint blow staggered the skeletal body, though Toby had other plans when he noticed Kisame prying the fingers of his Susanoo off Samehada. He looked straight at the hand holding Samehada, the one that Kisame was savagely ripping at the fingers. Amaterasu. The black fire spun out of his Sharingan and swallowed the space between its user and the target in an instant. Oh. Conan dully looked down at Sasori, her half-lidded, uninterested eyes registering the battered puppet master's attempts at crawling away. The wooden man's legs seemed to be missing. Dragging Daidara along her by the back of his shirt and steadily following Sasori, the origami angel frowned invisibly, looking down at Daidara's panting form. "You're 40 years too early to test me with explosives." She released her hold on the IWA missing ninja's shirt and along with that release, left behind a palm-sized sheet of paper that had one simple seal on it. Thump. Thud. The mad bomber's torso evaporated, leaving him as only a pair of arms, legs and a charred head. "Bombs don't just burn," the woman said airily, a ghost of a smile tickling her lips. He was too impatient to know that. Surrounding them, Conan and what was left of Sasori, were bits and pieces of puppets. Searching for anything to defend himself with, Sasori thrust his right palm to the woman and Conan moved her head aside, dodging the one Sanban the puppet master had left in his arsenal. The wooden man fell onto his back, finally accepting defeat. "How?" he asked, a very simple question. Conan graced the dying man with a small smirk and bent down on her knees, meeting Sasori's light brown eyes with her own dark brown orbs. "Your fighting styles just aren't suited against mine." She tapped his chest and hummed. "Those bombs in there won't work either." She might not have looked like it, but Conan was the Akatsuki's explosives expert. The kunoichi was an evasive fighter, capable of shifting her whole body into paper at the drop of a hat and reassembling back to normal at her convenience. Her inspiration for that one jutsu turning into paper and back again was the same person that could turn his body into untouchable smoke and back again. Naruto. Sadness floated into her eyes and she hummed again, spreading her fingers out on Sasori's wooden chest, looking for something that, when broken, would kill Sasori for sure. She tore open the Akatsuki robe over his torso, showing her what she wanted to see. The Suna missing ninja then said, "My heart seal, once it's inactive, my bombs automatically go off. Your paper ninjutsu won't help you. Have you forgotten? I don't need to be present to blow you up." She reached up onto her head and daintily brought down the origami rose that had been perched on her head, placing it on his heart seal. "If you want to prolong your suffering, then you're free to throw it away." She stood up and blurred to the fire capital. Half a mile away, the bomb went off. Oh! The sadistic scientist gave a hard twist on the handle of the grass cutter long sword and bent down, harshly grabbing Sueki by the back of her head, forcing her weak eyes to look into his own. Her cheeks were covered in rashes and her nose had turned from pale white to dark red. The vampire's arms were limp at her side and her eyelids fluttered with sleep. Her poisonous red blood mist slowly seeped into the earth and the forest returned to normal. Orochimaru took off his gas mask and brought his face near Sueki's, beaming gleefully into her face. He pushed Kusanagi further into her chest and the vampire coughed, blood seeped out of her lips. The toxins laced on the grass cutter long sword were wreaking havoc in her defenseless immune system. "Don't worry," he breathed out. "I didn't puncture your heart, just a major artery." His firm grip on the back of her head tempered and he gently ran his fingers down her soft white hair, which was splotched with a few drops of red. "It's disappointing how the Sakanomi branch family of the Chueinku clan are so vulnerable to garlic. Cliché, if I may say so." The Sakanomi branch family being the only subgroup under the Chueinku clan wasn't common knowledge, but the scientist had proven very resourceful in acquiring information, especially back when Dark Country was weakened by the Civil War. Orochimaru also knew that the Kuma branch family of the Chueinku clan were the last remaining branch family, after the eradication of the Sakanomi branch family of that same clan of Fuinjutsu users. Another branch family of Dark Country was the Shirori branch family of the Suzumabachi clan, that specialized in using termites, instead of wasps. Those three Kuma of Chueinku, Sakanomi of Chueinku and Shirori of Suzumabachi were the only branch families in darkness, though now that the Sakanomi was reduced to only Sueki, there were now only two clan branch families left. Before darkness had closed their borders to the world and opened them for only their allies, Orochimaru had been able to gather a staggering amount of information. That curiosity to know also led to his discovering of the Sakanomi clan's blood past allergy to garlic, in any form. He shook his head sadly. Such a powerful clan, brought down by such a mundane cooking ingredient. Sueki's hand slowly came up and grasped the blade, wrapping around it. The steel bit into her palms and they wept agonizingly with blood. She gasped, unable to yank the blade out of her body, and not able to turn away from him, for her body was that weak. I was the one that found out your clan's weakness. His face came closer and the red-eyed woman growled, not any different than an injured animal, facing him and meeting his twisted reptilian orbs without a sliver of fear. I laced the Sakanomi water reservoirs with garlic. I enjoyed cutting your family down. The vampire's breathing became heavier and the blade cut deeper into her palms, still weakly trying to pull the sword out before it could do any more damage. She didn't want to listen to what the scientist was saying. They squealed like pigs. He teamed pleasantly. I find that it's a good thing you and your parents didn't die. You won't be here to give me your heart if you had died back then, now would you? He wondered sarcastically. Her heart was spared from the blade but her body was at the mercy of the poisons filling her system and shutting her organs down. I doubt that Nagato brat can kill Naruto. That's good though, I want to be the one to rip his heart out of his chest dash. Stop talking, Ketsueki whispered, her eyes closed and her hands no longer futilely pulling the sword out of her chest. A small smirk broke out on her face, saying, "Your breath, it stinks." Kukukuku, he chuckled freely, bringing his face not 2 inches away from the beautiful vampire's puffy own, purposely saying with a breathy voice, "You are so much like Naruto, it's a shame." He ran his hand down the back of her head and said in a low, gentle voice, "Time to die. Any last words?" She nodded once, heaving for the little air that could enter her swollen lungs. "JJ, just 2. He stared at her, waiting with an eager smile. She found the strength to place a light hand on Orochimaru's pale cheek. SSSS. She closed her eyes again and muttered, calling for the last gasps of air in her allergy-constricted lungs. Summoning jutsu. Orochimaru's eyes widened with horror and his snake-like eyes flicked down to her hand, where Kusanagi had cut into her palms, and he realized that the blood hadn't been dripping down onto the ground but flowing backwards and leaking onto a summoning seal on the inside of her left forearm. Poof! A plume of smoke burst at the feet and out of the chakra smoke, a slimy, dark red and black salamander flew out and chomped down on Orochimaru's stomach. The man threw himself back and grabbed into the small creature. He staggered as the salamander levels of pain flowed into his body, taking over his system. The small life form was too small and too slimy for him to get a good hold on, but the amphibious animal didn't have any trouble using its tiny claws to hold himself to the man's stomach, pushing its head deeper and scampering into Orochimaru's stomach right before the man's petrified eyes. Salamander saliva was the universal cure for any poison, but those crafty creatures could switch cure to deadly poison at a slight thought. Hanzo the salamander was known for his specialty in poisons and venoms, and that reputation could be traced directly to his summoning contract. No poison could be compared to the one turning Orochimaru's insides into goo. The first thing to hit, as the head of that summons was now completely inside of Orochimaru's stomach, was paralysis. His body stiffened up like a board, in that uncomfortable position of staggering back while trying to pull out the carnivorous summons. Next to come was a swift, unmerciful blood thinner, which in turn affected his heart and that caused the small organ in his body to be unable to pump adequate amounts of blood to his brain. Dizziness and tiredness smashed into him with the weight of a runaway melon cart rumbling downhill. He toppled off his feet, sweating heavily from his forehead and armpits. Light popped in his vision. Next was muscle spasms. His fingers, arms, and legs quaked terribly, before a second later they tightened unbearably, not unlike the feeling of strings of a guitar tighten too much, so much so that it felt like a single pluck and the whole instrument would snap. After that, his brain deflated a little, leaking a sticky fluid that leaked into his eyes. He wept painful streams of blood. More blood leaked from his nose and his ears. He heard voiceless singing when his lungs collapsed, deflating like a balloon as Sueki's summons bit into the bottom corner of his left lung. The tips of his fingers and his toes became cold, then the nerve endings suddenly ignited with heat, skipping past a slow burn and entering a volcanic, meteoric bonfire. The inside of the base of his skull bubbled with heat. This happened in the space of long, tortuous 5 minutes. The Jiangu in his gut flailed and attempted to escape through Orochimaru's back but could only snake out a few strings before it weakened. The salamander wasted no time to eat it. The red and black salamander ate into Orochimaru's stomach, swallowing clumps of flesh blood and steadily making its way to the Jiangu. Meanwhile, Sueki grunted and fell onto her side, her hands wrapped around the blade that had been stabbed into her chest. Ugh! She coughed out blood, spattering on the ground. Heck! The salamander eating Orochimaru's soft tissue perked up and turned around, leaping out of the Sanin's ribcage. The small creature skittered to its summoner and its purple tongue lapped at Sueki's bloody lips. The BLAK commander shivered and licked her lips. She immediately threw up. A dark green sludge poured out of her ruby-red lips, sloshing onto the ground and staining her cheeks. G! 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 The salamander screeched, grabbing onto the handle of the Kusanagi in a hasty scramble and pulling. Though it was too small to do much, its feet clambered for purchase on the ground and gave its all. The woman righted herself and shakily got to her feet. Her hands once again gripped the sharp poisonous blade of the Kusanagi and she cried. Uff dash, she tore the sword out of her chest and panted for precious air, free from the poisonous blade. She threw it onto the ground, spitting out a mouthful of bile and blood onto the accursed blade. She grated, her anger festering under her raspy breath. I'll melt you later. The hives on her cheeks weren't included in the cure the salamander's saliva brought, but she could already feel her bloodline stabilize her system. She hadn't been able to calm down her allergies with her bloodline because Orochimaru had stabbed her with that poisonous blade, pumping her with a variety of toxins, poisons and venoms that could take down an adult elephant. Giving his first wife the salamander summons was never part of Naruto's plan. He merely wanted a capable ally with Sueki and Kushina in the occasion that he wasn't fast enough to get to them. In hindsight, it was a good idea. Sueki staunched the sword hole on her chest with her hand and stumbled to the Sannin, who was lying spread eagle on the ground and listlessly staring at the bright orange sun. His entrails were all over the place, either having bites on them or befouled by claw marks. She fell onto her knees next to his head and took a drop of blood from his leaking stomach. She licked the blood and the scientist's eyes flickered from the sun to her face. A long, slow, excruciating groan came from his lips at the realization of their switched positions. The small salamander climbed up her back and skittered onto her head, cocking its own head to the side, staring down at the half-alive man its summoner had brought back from the very brink of death. Sup, perv. She liked how the pain the renegade Sannin was in beamed out from his red, reptilian eyes. His tongue flopped uselessly in his mouth and he visibly paled at the sinister grin that grew on the normally stoic vampire's face. You said something about my family, squealing like pigs. The woman's eyes closed and they turned upwards, her face positively glowing with glee, scarily resembling how Orochimaru's former student would look before beginning a torture. Orochimaru of the Sannin shivered, right down to his twisted, tainted soul. Don't be too shy to squeal, okay? Oh. Dark country medics carried Kisame off into the country on a gurney. His body was wrapped in bandages and what little that could be seen his eyes and his mouth was charred black. 4th-degree burns. He was lucky to be alive. Samahata hadn't been so lucky. When the ninjas of the country had poured gallons of water onto the black fire to no avail, the seal masters sealed the fire away to be studied later. The purple-scaled sword had been burnt to a crisp. It was debatable whether or not it could be saved. Samahata had used Kisame's hold on its handle to throw him out of the way less than a half a second before the fire hit them, but the size of the fire overcame the effort to save its master's life. The black fire had burnt through the walls of the separate dimension as like paper to ordinary fire and the masked man had used that opening to escape. Their trackers had pursued but the masked man had disappeared in an invisible vortex, leaving no trace to follow. Kushina jogged beside her friend's stretcher as the medics hefted the large man into the safety and security of the country. They had already administered emergency field treatment as soon as they found him and soothed what burns they could with their medical ninjutsu. They were taking him to the clinic in the refugee camp to get him stable and in better shape before they could safely transport him to the North Regional Hospital situated in the northern region, when they were sure movement wouldn't adversely affect his burns. There wasn't much they could do to help Samahata except gently push chakra into the sword and place it on a separate, smaller stretcher. They did what they could. The sword wasn't even strong enough to frill out its scales to repel those foreign hands. Oh. Yahiko's corpse's fingers touched Naruto's temple as the ghost reached him. Soul Eater. That was the point, Naruto completely disappeared from his sight. The ghost had reached the pinnacle of his white noise technique that, if pushed further, he would venture into silent night. The technique he was currently using that allowed Naruto to enter soul form made it so that the faster he was, the less and less he was able to be seen. Opponents that were able to see him could touch him, but when he elevated in speed, he entered a whole new plane of awareness. He was a small step slower than the speed of light. The forehead the Deva path thought he had touched passed through his hand, and when he turned around, he saw no body. A kick connected with the side of his head and he whirled around, searching for the source. Then a blade cleanly cut through each of his arms, letting them drop uselessly onto the ground and continuing his unseen attacks, breaking the last path down. The black receivers on its nose and ears were pulled out, the receivers on its arms and torso were yanked out as well. The last thing Naruto did was stab his pointer and middle fingers into the path's Rinnegan orbs. That last connection to the crippled Kage all the way in aim blinked off and Nagato was all alone. Naruto's body became visible and he caught his orange-haired friend's corpse as it lifelessly flopped forward, lifting him onto his shoulder with a grunt. Up we go. Naruto's protective tentacles receded into his body and his eyes changed back to their normal shade of blue. The red sky seeped away into the black clouds and those as well crumpled into themselves, turning to vapor. The bespectacled blonde refused to allow the pain and chakra loss from the battle affect him, stepping forward as best as he could with somewhat firm feet and his eyes steeled with resolve as he patted the back of the dead body on his shoulder. It wasn't that he couldn't use acidic smokescreen to dissolve the Deva path. It was that he didn't want to turn his friend's dead body into paste, not even if Yahiko was the one attacking him. Naruto wasn't so heartless as to desecrate his late friend's body in such a way. Yahiko's burial was long overdue. Let's get you home, buddy. Naruto huffed, staggering from side to side as lights popped in the back of his eyes. He blinked numerous times and shook his head. The man found a sliver of chakra to fasten his feet onto the ground as he climbed over upturned rocks and trees, collateral damage from their colossal battle. The sight of him steadily clambering over rock faces and upward inclined clods of earth was similar to mountain climbing in one of hidden mountains, smaller, but jagged mountains. He wasn't in any hurry to go to aim. Nagato wasn't going anywhere. Getting to Amigakure took some time and plenty of effort. The rain pattered onto the blond man and he sighed with familiarity. The people of the village talked among themselves in hushed whispers, surrounding the ghost, yet giving him way to walk to the Kage's tower. Some took Yahiko's dead body off his hand and carried it behind Naruto, doing so out of respect for both Yahiko and Naruto, two of the 5 people that had liberated AIM from Hanzo the Salamander and the incursion of major hidden villages. Naruto looked around, at the wet faces that stared at him with a once dimmed light igniting again, one that had lost its shimmer of hope long ago but brightened at the return of their hero. The people placed their hands on Naruto, murmuring their greetings as he passed through them. The glasses-wearing man subtly nodded to each greeting, his half-mask set firmly on his face didn't and his hair soaked through with the village's heavy downpour. AIM was an industrial village, with tall, metal towers and steam-powered locomotives moving up and down, though life well and truly came back to the downtrodden village at Naruto's arrival, carrying another valued hero with him no less. For Naruto, the feeling was similar to when a father returned to his loving family after a very long journey. It made him happy. The sounds from the people became louder and there was palpable excitement running through the people. A buzz went through them and more people came and surrounded Naruto when they got the news of his return, reaching their hands to him for just a touch, believing in their hearts that Naruto was a deity and that such a humble, glancing touch will bless them. Young and old, shinobi and kunoichi. All welcomed Naruto, the ghost, back to AIM. Chapter 32. The gentle tap of rain on the roof and on the windows was the only sound that echoed through Nagato's room. The bespectacled blonde nudged the door open and flagged for the 2 AIM ninjas carrying Yahiko's corpse to stay back. He entered the room and closed the door behind him with a mute click. There was a king-sized bed dead center in the middle of the room. The room had a lavish purple carpet and light red wallpaper. There really wasn't much in the room aside from the bed. Nagato was never one for designing. Naruto padded into the room and stood by the bed. Lying on the bed, in the center and turned onto his left side, away from Naruto, was a rail-thin, pale white body. The person had his lower half covered in a heavy green and blue blanket and his upper half was shirtless, exposing the black receivers wedged in his ribcages, arms, and the hollows of his neck. His hair was grayish-red and shaggy, more so than Naruto's, almost as if a comb hadn't gone through it since Naruto last saw him. Naruto sighed tiredly and sat down onto the edge of the bed, exhaling with relief as his tired bones were finally allowed a moment of rest. The bed was soft and comfortable. Naruto could easily imagine himself spending the rest of this life sleeping on it. He shook his head. This wasn't the time for daydreaming. That man lying on the bed breathed in and out, doing so not so loudly as to be heard over the rain outside, and Naruto could see the small heave of air from the person's spiny side. Naruto furrowed his eyebrow and made to place his left Nagato's shoulder, but he stopped short, curling his fingers back hesitantly before he ultimately pulled his hand back and kept it by his sides on the bed. He sat further into the bed and fully turned around, keeping his back to the man lying on his side on the bed and facing the dreary, featureless dark wall. He perched his forearms on his thighs and bridged his fingers. Naruto finally spoke, breaking the silence. "Remember the time Konan stole sake from Jiraiya and dared you to drink the whole jug?" A smile tickled onto the corner of his eyes as he heard a short falter in the person's heavy breathing, almost like a faint chuckle. "You remember, don't you, Naga?" "Yeah, I think so. We were 11, right?" the man replied in a raspy voice. "You guys never let me forget." Naruto bobbed his head with a fond smile. "2 sips and you were already shit-faced." The blonde laughed lightly and briefly looked over his shoulder, at the red-gray-haired man lying on his side away from him. "You were chewing on your underwear and flirting with your sandals, as if they were twins." "Pa, not true." The masked shinobi chortled and shook his head at the memory. "You were always a lightweight, Naga. Jiraiya's sake was just too strong, that's all." Naruto scoffed. "That old pervert always bought cheap, watered-down sake. If you're looking for the strong stuff, you should have tried Tsunade's dash." The sickly Kage laughed, his shoulders trembling with humor. "Not unless you want me in a coma, Naru." "I?" The muttered, unsure of himself. He cleared his throat and tried again. "I'm angry with Konan, Naga." Nagato raised an eyebrow, his back still turned to Naruto, and Naruto's the same as well. "What did she do?" "She admitted that she was playing with me dash." The Kage cut him off. "We were kids, Naruto. You know what I mean." "Well, do you want to be angry with her?" "Konan is my friend. My best friend. Her, you and Sueki and my best friends, I don't want to be mad at any of you." Naruto's eyes dimmed and a hard frown crossed over his face. "To be honest, I don't trust you or Konan. Right now, I'm seriously contemplating whether or not to kill you." Nagato breathed in particularly heavily, saying, "I know you've heard this a lot from her, but, Naru, I'm sorry." He shook his head regrettably and tucked his hands under his head. "My whole life is one big screwed-up disappointment. This whole self-pity routine isn't working." The dark leader snapped, then he tapped his chin thoughtfully. "I've already heard it all from Konan." He motioned over his shoulder, to the bedridden man. "But go on, maybe you've got some new material." "I mess up everything I touch, and now, I messed up Yahiko's dream. Our dream. Why did you let that guy use you? Zetsu or Madara Uchiha?" Guessing that those were the names of the plant man and the masked man, respectively, Naruto shrugged. "Both of them. Truth is, I was tired of wars, of fighting, of watching good people die." His bed sheets and blanket rustled as he turned onto his back, lacing his fingers on his abdomen and still having his blanket cover his crippled lower body. A wild bang covered the right side of his face, and his thin, unhealthily pale face almost glowed in the dim lighting of his bedroom. Naruto didn't turn to look at his friend. I only wanted peace. For once, I only wanted peace. It doesn't make what you've done any better." Naruto spared a glance over his shoulder and pointedly said, "You listened to those strangers over us, your own friends. Me, Konan and Sueki kept telling you it was a bad idea. And I regret not listening." "Damn it, Nagato." Naruto spat. He pushed his glasses back up his nose and turned to look at his friend, snapping. "Look what happened to you. When was the last time you ate? When was the last time you were in the sun? When was the last time you looked in the mirror and asked yourself what the fucking hell you're turning into?" Nagato could only sigh. The superiority complex was a face he put on before the Akatsuki he had reformed, and now that they were no more he didn't bother with it anymore. The blonde released a tight breath, composing himself once more. "No sensible person wants war and no sane person wants to fight forever, Nagato. When we formed Akatsuki," Naruto said in a strong voice, firmly jabbing his pointer finger down onto the bedsheet, "the only purpose was to keep the peace in aim. We didn't give a goat's queef if everyone around us warred with themselves, as long as aim is safe and the people are happy." Naruto had used that same mentality with darkness. During the Third Great Shinobi War, Naruto had made sure that Dark Country was totally and completely uninvolved with the war. That non-involvement with the war extended outwards to Darkness's allies, Kiri, Suna, Uzushio and River, and those other 4 places had become safe spots away from the carnage of war. In the process of ensuring the protection of his country, Naruto had broadened his reach to his allies and spread Dark Country's influence to make it the continent's second wealthiest nation. That selfish mentality of looking after only his people and his allies was what had risen Dark Country to the top and increased Naruto's notoriety. Akatsuki is no more, Naruto. Nagato stated with honest finality. Konan has defected, you have your own thing going on, Sueki is living her life and Yahiko is dead. I am not even fit to be the Amikage, these people deserve better. No, you're not fit to be Kage. The glasses-wearing leader said harshly, before he scoffed. But unfortunately for you, you are Kage. He pointed away from the bed, to the window and at the millions of people of Amigakure no Sato. Those people love you, for reasons best known to them. You still have time to redeem yourself. You're not here to kill me? Not after I saw how much those people depend on you. I had a, how do I put it, moment of realization. There was a slight pause, until Nagato promised Naruto. I won't let you down, Naru. Not again. Don't think about me, Nagato. Think about your people. Let me think about mine. The redhead then cleared his throat and asked. What of Konan? She might still be with Tsum. The blonde shrugged carelessly and leaned back against the headboard. If she decides to come to my country, then I won't turn her away. It's all up to her. Would she ever forgive me? Again, it's up to her. Okay. I'll see if I can convince my people and my allies to set up shops in AIM. Naruto said with a half-smile to the Amikage. We can talk about passports, tourist accommodations, and joint shinobi training later. I'll just have to see how trustworthy AIM is before I can decide to sign an alliance. It might take years for that to happen though. Naruto. Nagato said, breaking the more experienced leader from his mini-rant. Madara Uchiha took my right eye. He brushed his bang away to show a hollow, black hole that wept with blood. Naruto whirled around to him with his eyes wide. What? I was too weak to fend him off. I mean, he motioned with his one eye to his pale, frail and thin, bedridden form. Look at me. Naruto perched his chin on his fingers, sitting in a thinking pose. That could only mean that Kisame didn't succeed. Didn't venture into how Naruto had a spy inside his ranks. Naruto then looked at his friend incredulously. How could you be so calm about this? You just lost an eye. He flapped his arms wildly, tugging at his spiky yellow hair. A Rinnegan eye. Naruto became frantic. To some batshit crazy guy that calls himself Madara Uchiha? It could be worse. Nagato answered coolly. Naruto had calmed down somewhat, rubbing circles onto the sides of his temple. And how, dear friend, can it get worse than that? A gradual grin cracked onto the crippled Kage's face and he pointedly said, as if to make the situation any better. He could have gotten both of my eyes. Naruto groaned and Nagato savored his best friend's frustration. Will you ever grow up? Dude, I'm 40. The Amikage said, huffing as he forced himself to sit up onto the headboard. If I haven't grown up now, I probably never will. Naruto sighed. Alright, of course, yes, I see. His left fist shot forward and his knuckles smashed clean against Nagato's face. The blonde rubbed his sore knuckles and shook the hand to regain circulation of blood, as Nagato held his now broken nose to hold back the fountain of blood pouring out, and laughed. Naruto shook his head, hiding his own smile. Dumbass. Naruto spat. He got off the bed and stretched his back, performing a few squats. Why do I feel so old? You look old too, the other man said, his voice buzzing slightly as he still held his nose together with his right hand. Nagato's only Rinnegan eye flicked up and down Naruto's form, taking him in for the first time in 23 years. There was a light dusting of wrinkles on the corners of Naruto's cerulean eyes and a few flecks of gray hairs on his bright yellow head. His jounen flak jacket and his clothes weren't torn too badly, only a few scratches and tears here and there but nothing unfixable. I don't know how I can help find that guy. All my paths. He trailed off, before his one purple ringed eyes lit up. I still have my Naraka and animal paths. Madara Uchiha has your other eye, so we have to assume that he has them too. Naruto ran a hand through his hair and sighed, doing so more times than he had in months. Just sit tight, I'll find that guy and get your eye back. The corner of his eyes quirked down and he looked about the room, his arms akimbo. Do you have a phone I can use? Oh. This is it, boss. An AIM ninja said, showing Naruto a phone booth outside of the Amikage's tower. It had a clear, see-through walls with bright yellow outlines. Naruto smiled to the shinobi that had directed him and said, "Thank you." He ducked into the phone booth and saw the kind of phone being used in AIM. It was an old-school kind of phone, the one with a circular, rotating dial. There was a slot to pay with coins, which seemed to be the only sophisticated thing about that phone. Most of the continent, darkness included, had moved on from this kind of telephone and evolved into telephones that were smaller, less clunky, and had dial pads. The rotating dial telephone before him was among the first 3 ever created, and the dial pad telephone was the 10th generation. Dark Country, of course, had phone booths and telephone towers spotted around the country, for those that needed a phone wherever they were. There was a newer, smaller, portable phone being made. Equinox Communications, the network provider for Dark Country, were in the process of creating what was going to be called a mobile phone. It was scheduled to come out next year. Naruto stared at the shinobi outside the phone booth, standing in the heavy downpour with rapt, wide eyes. He then realized himself and bowed hastily, fleeing and giving the man his space. Sure, the phone booth was soundproof, but there was such a thing as reading lips. Well, that was negated by Naruto's mask and his lack of having any lips to read, but still. He didn't want to use any of the phones in the Amakage Tower because he simply didn't trust that his conversation would be private. Naruto patted his pocket and retrieved his wallet, searching inside and groaning at himself when he couldn't find any coins but rather all notes, dark Ryu notes. His eyes brightened. Collect calls. He tucked his wallet into his back pocket and dipped his fingers into his jounin flak jacket, pulled out a palm-sized notepad and a pen, tucking the pen on his left ear and flipping through the notepad. A few page flips in and he found the numbers he was looking for, written in his hurried chicken scrawl of a handwriting on top of the other. He took out the phone and perched it on his shoulder, leaning his right ear to hold it in place as he lifted his other hand to the rotating dial before him. He faltered and did a short prayer. He didn't want to dial the wrong number, for if he did, then he would have to pay the phone bill. His fingers went through the motions of rotating the dial and murmuring the number he was dialing under his breath, before he paused and waited. Registering that no money had been paid into the phone booth, AIM's network operator assumed that it was a collect call. An expensive one, seeing as it was an international call. BRRRR 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 BR. Naruto. The masked man murmured when the network provider requested his name. He waited again as the other line clicked. Sensei? Sueki answered slowly, speaking from the landline in their home. She then perched a fist on her hip and said, her pale face as stoic as ever. Collect call? Really? She scolded him airily. I know you have the money, Naruto-sensei. I don't have any coins, Sue. He replied, before he asked her. Any injuries? Nothing that won't heal. She said, gently running her fingers onto his stitched-up wound on her left chest, from where Orochimaru had stabbed her. Her regeneration couldn't close the wound because it had been inflicted when she was having an allergic reaction, so she had to call a medic to tend to her once she got into the country. It was why she had fully unzipped her jounin vest, showing her long-sleeved, black shirt under, which had the cut on the chest. Oh, and I killed Orochimaru. I hope you don't mind. She said it so casually, Naruto felt a sweat drop slid down the side of his face. Is that so? Yup, I pushed Kusanagi up his dash. Ah, no, the blonde chuckled, amused that she wanted to give him the dirty details of Orochimaru's last moments on the phone. Save it till I get home. Where are you anyway? I'm in AIM. Her eyebrows shot up into her hairline. AIM, she leaned on the wall. So, you killed Nagato? Sadly, no, I couldn't bring myself to do it. He looked outside of the phone booth, to the torrential rain pelting down from the sky, to the steam-powered vehicles ambling up and down the road and the people that unknowingly passed him. Another problem's come up though. That masked man stole one of Nagato's Rinnegan. Sueki's eyes bugged out and he stood up straight. She tried not to yell, forcing a tight exclamation under her breath. That nutjob has a Rinnegan? Yup, and Nagato doesn't know where his is. Are you sure he isn't lying? Bah, you should know how much Nagato loves that Rinnegan. I'm pretty sure he's trying to use the one he has to find the other one. Okay, if you say so. The white-haired vampire swept her hair over her other shoulder and posed a new question to her husband. What do you want me to do? Orochimaru has a lab here and I'm hoping to find a blood sample for that masked man he calls himself, Madara Uchiha, by the way dash. Of course. I'll call a Kitsune scout to take it to you. Do what you can to track him but don't engage. At most, tag him but don't engage. Report back to me if you find him. Hi, Sensei. If I can't get a blood sample from the lab, I'll get some trace DNA samples from Nagato's eye and you partner up with Komodo Dragon to find the Rinnegan. Roger. What if he disappears again? Let me worry about that. All you have to do is find his last known location, I'll take it from there. He tapped his chin, asking. Where's Kushina? She's with Kisame, in the hospital. At the unasked question, the BLAK commander answered. Kisame has 4th-degree burns and Samahata took the worst of it. They're thinking of putting Samahata down dash. That's Kisame's decision. Sensei, the woman whispered hesitantly. The poor thing is suffering and Kisame is in a coma. He's stable but the doctors don't know when he's going to wake up. It's for Kisame to decide. Not any of us. Tell the doctors to do what they can for Samahata until Kisame wakes up, and if nothing has changed then give Kisame the option. The man made this order clearly and without room for argument. Understood? Hi, Naruto-sensei, anything for you. Naruto rubbed his creased forehead and sighed. Sue, I'm sorry. No, it's fine, she smiled a little. The sword is Kisame's first companion. It's not our place to put it down. Thanks for understanding. Until you send the samples, is there anything you want me to do? Send some of your people to check on Konan and Tsume in the fire capital. Make sure they're okay. The Dark Leader's student bobbed her head and made that note in her mind. Done. Anything else? Have you heard anything from Minato? Nothing. Sueki responded with a slight frown and a lightly creased forehead. The shinobi following Fugaku and his men have sent word back that the Uchiha have reached Clover Mountain, Minato's home, but nothing since then. I told the spies they could return. Naruto scratched his chin reflectively. That's odd. It is. The vampire agreed. Do you want me to send someone to Hidden Mountain to check on Minato? What do you think we should do, Sueki? Naruto threw the question back to his wife and his BLAK commander. For Tsume's sake, I think we should get some people to check on Minato. Being a former member of Akatsuki, Ketsueki Sakanomi was well aware of the line that shouldn't be crossed. Mothers, pregnant women and children are not to be used or tampered with in any way. Tsume was about to be a mother and Minato, from what they could gather, was a responsible man and was fully committed to looking after his pregnant girlfriend, not in the least bit having the intention of fleeing. Sueki could respect that. Naruto could respect that. Konan respected that about Minato most of all. You're right. Naruto conceded. If there's anything we can do to help, we will. Sueki felt a ghost of a smile float over her face. I'll give the order. Talk to you later, Suhi-san, and was about to cut the call. Sensei, wait a minute. After you send the samples, what are you going to be up to? I'm tired of Madara Uchiha somehow always having the upper with that Dojutsu of his. Quite frankly, it's getting out of hand and I regret not doing something final about it long ago. The bespectacled blonde paused for a short moment, looking out at the vehicles tramping up and down the streets of Amigakure. I'll be heading to Konoha to find out as much Sharingan secrets as I can. From the Uchiha clan, his wife finished, and Naruto nodded. From the Uchiha clan. I doubt they'll just hand over their secrets. I'll find a way to weasel what I want from out of them. If you need my help busting heads open, you know how to get me. Meaning, the Supreme Commander of BLAK seal on Naruto's right upper arm. Naruto then closed his eyes and chirped. Kiss for good luck? The woman on the other end giggled, not even trying to hide her affectionately wide smile. She playfully tapped her chin and hummed. I don't feel like it. Kiss yourself, wise guy. Ah, better yet, come and get it. You're tempting me, Sue, the man grumbled darkly. Goosebumps rippled over her body at her husband's feral tone. She readied her body, just in case the front door was kicked open and her man came running in to claim her. If you come now, I'm pretty sure I can get Kushina to come home. She swallowed thickly and her fangs slowly descended down from her upper lip and her blood-red eyes shrank into small dots. She licked her lips at the subtle growl she heard on the other end of the line. How about this, Naruto began, pushing his glasses up with the hand he held his notepad and tucking the phone's receiver closer to his ear, proposing. When all of this is behind us, me, you and Kushina go on a holiday. Anywhere you want. No holds barred. The vampire's answer was shrill and immediate. Deal. See you later, Sue, and he cut the call before his white-haired wife could seduce him any more than she already had. It took him a moment to calm himself down. Next, he dialed another set of numbers and the line buzzed again. There was a click and Naruto said his name for Ames operator. Half a minute later, there was another click on the other end of the line as his male office assistant accepted to take the charges for the collect call on behalf of his leader. I hope you don't mind, Shinsuke. I don't have any coins on me, just notes. Not at all, my lord Naruto. The office assistant bowed respectfully as he dropped his pen onto the document he was reading and sat up behind his desk. His leader was speaking to him, his attention should be entirely on what his leader was saying. The female office assistant across from him perked up as she heard her fellow office worker refer to the person on the other line with that revered title. She also dropped what she was doing and listened in. Put me on speaker. Naruto said, and Shinsuke, Naruto's loyal male office assistant, pressed a button on his desk's landline and put the receiver down onto the table. Asuka, can you hear me? The woman named Asuka, Naruto's other office assistant, nearly jumped in her seat as her boss called her by name. Yes sir, Lord Naruto. Loud and clear. Naruto scratched the top of his head, saying, I need you both to do a few things for me, while I'm out of the country. Asuka was the first to speak. Anything you want, Lord Naruto. I'm not sure when I'll be back, so listen carefully. First, Shinsuke, talking to the male assistant. Have a Kitsune scout come to aim to retrieve something from me. Write that down. The man dutifully did so. Asuka, you go and tell Dr. Yuma Nakamura to help look after Kisame. Also tell him to do what he can to help Samahata. Yuma can invite any specialist he thinks can make a difference. It was the woman's turn to scribble down her leader's order into a hardback notebook. Suna was the likely place a medical specialist for such degree of burns could come from. Dark country doctors could only handle up to 3rd degree, where there was still a few salvageable flesh and salvageable bones. They, as in dark doctors, could sustain the victim's life if 4th degree burns ever happened, but not to the extent of being able to heal the damage. Fortunately, Darkness and Suna already had an agreement in place for the exchange of medical knowledge and providing medical assistance if or when needed. It also helped how much on good terms the two nations were and how the roads between them made traveling faster. The specialist would be in Darkness within the next few hours. Sueki is going to send out some ninjas to Fire Country. Shinsuke, I want you to buy a new landline and give it to that team. They are to hand it over to Konan when they get to the Fire Capital, so we can communicate better with her and Sum. Understand me so far? The two assistants bowed. Yes, sir. Asuka, put Makoto Gato and Nanako Hogo, clan heads and the Northern and Southern Defense Corp directors, on notice that there may be attack from the masked man any moment from now. Tell them it's a Class D threat. They'll know what to do. The two DC directors were going to mobilize their forces, pulling a great chunk of their Defense Corp officers out of the reserves list and placing them around and inside the country, encompassing all the lands under Dark Country control, which included the refugee camp and their water space. They would inform the Dark Sand Joint Task Force, the ones that protected the Suna farm, of the threat, and they too would prepare themselves accordingly. Class D level threats were threats directed to home soil that were on the same level as an attack from a tailed beast. Or, in simpler terms, it was an attack from a person bearing the Rinnegan or a tailed beast, not a Jinchuriki. The country would be put on red alert, though this wouldn't reach the citizens' awareness. Not when the barrier seals were buffed up or when the seal covering the whole country became a little bit more visible as it became tougher. There were going to be more patrols from the Defense Corps, and with the blizzard constantly looming over the thoughts of every shinobi of the country, they were going to employ higher-ranked, normal, ninjas meaning chunin, special jounin, and jounin to be more vigilant. People coming into and leaving the country won't necessarily be stopped and searched more than they normally were. Shinsuke, Naruto called the attention of the male assistant. Ginkgo Suzumabachi, clan head and the director of the Shinobi Academy, should also know about the Class D alert. This was informed the man that more than the usual number of DC officers were going to come with carriages and coaches at the end of the school day to accompany the students back to their homes, as close as they can get them to their parents and guardians. The Suzumabachi man would also tell his civilian academy counterpart of this declaration by their country's leader. The Shinobi and Civilian Academy in the capital were the only learning institutions in the country, not forgetting kindergartens and nurseries. The students came from all over the country, whether they were from the western, eastern, southern or northern region, or even from the capital. Commuting from their homes so far away was a small challenge. They had to wake up early and hit the road at exactly the right time to beat the bell. Carriages and coaches drawn by horses were faster than walking. That'll be all. Consider it done, my lord Naruto. Shinsuke muttered as he put the finishing touches to his notes. We'll get to it immediately. Thank you for your hard work, you guys. Oh. Some minutes later. A random back alley. Hey there, lil guy, hey there, lil guy. Naruto chirped as he rubbed the back of the small kitsune's ear, relishing in the hyperactive yipping from the animal and the way its 5 fluffy tails wagged, despite being a bit damp from the rain. The man cooed, on his right knee and both of his hands fluffing the fox's head. Are you here for the message? Yip yip. You're here for the message, huh? It barked, hopping on its feet and nuzzling its head into Naruto's attentive hands. The kitsune scout that Naruto was so distractedly petting was a snow-white creature, and the tips of its 5 tails were pitch black. Its eyes were a luminous shade of orange and its small claws, its ears and its nose were black, like the ends of its tails. The fox wore a black and white vest with a large dark country symbol stamped on the back and on the right chest. Kitsune were direct descendants of the Kyubi no Kitsune, though they were less powered than the great beast and more friendly with humans. They were small, energetic, and playful. Though with that gaily character, they were smarter than they looked and they were capable of communicating among themselves in low, near-silent calls. Naruto had met with the head of the Kitsune Den in the dark forest and established an understanding with the creature, doing so through hand gestures and understandable body language, seeing as there was no real translator for Kitsune sounds. The foxes weren't going to be used as pets or servants, and they were given free though still limited reign to go about the country, not blocked by the fence in front of the night forest and yet wouldn't be led into classified areas. The fox cubs and a few older foxes were getting too hyperactive for the oldest fox to manage, so Naruto proposed the country's shinobi utilize them as messengers. The dark leader brought out a medium-sized scroll from inside his own vest and sealed it into the dark country symbol on the back of the fox's vest, petting the fox and laughing pleasantly as the animal pawed at his hand, nibbling his pointer finger. Kitsune quite enjoyed this kind of treatment, even though it made them look like pets. The tall, blonde man before him was friendly to him and so he was friendly right back to the blonde man, who, from what he could understand, was a very important person in darkness. The fox balanced on its hind legs again, wagging its 5 tails. Yip yip. Hurry now. Naruto ushered the fox and the white kitsune hesitantly ran back to darkness, though not before licking the palm of Naruto's hand. Oddly enough, it reminded Naruto of Suki Kurama, the holder of mania and possibly the weirdest person Naruto has ever met. That title went back and forth between Suki and Sueki. Naruto closed his eyes and chuckled at that thought. Sueki and Kushina had their oddities, personality-wise, and Naruto was the kind of man that capitalized on these oddities every single day of his life. Sure, he had a few quirks, he wasn't perfect, after all, but Naruto was nothing to them, if not a tease. Reorienting his thoughts, Naruto placed a foot on the wall before him and he proceeded to walk up the wall, supported by his chakra. He had been unable to find any blood belonging to Madara Uchiha in Orochimaru's lab and so he had resorted to swabbing Nagato's eye for trace prints or samples, whether it was an infinitesimally small cloth fiber or tiny flax of skin. When he was done doing that, Nagato surprised him. Naruto wondered how he didn't notice that Nagato's other Rinnegan eye was missing. The Amakage blindly touched the bedside table and shakily retrieved a cylinder filled with a thick, yellowish-brown liquid. Floating inside the liquid was his other Rinnegan. The masked shinobi sighed and sealed the gathered samples into a scroll, tucking it into his pocket and crossing his arms. What are you up to? The eyeless redhead bowed his head and turned to the sound of Naruto's voice, raising the cylinder and saying, "Take it." Naruto's answer was a curt, "No. I don't deserve to hold it dash. No. This is my punishment." Nagato finally exclaimed, angry. "You might have forgiven me but I cannot forgive myself." The blonde remained silent, his arms crossed and the corners of his eyes curved down in a deep frown. "These eyes, I don't know why I have them, but I have wasted their abilities for the better part of my life. I desecrated Yahiko's body, I divided us and I brought an end to the Akatsuki, the one thing the 5 of us built up from scratch. The allure of power overcame me and I thought I was a god, unbeatable and infallible. Are you aware of your position?" The blind man scoffed and placed the cylinder down, close to Naruto. "I am a cripple. I know. You will no longer have power. The Amakage would be defenseless. I trust my people. Why are you giving it to me? Wait a little longer and I'll try to convince Konan to come back to get it. Because, Naru, you have had the power and the authority before any of us, and you never once used it to impose your will on others. Our people followed you before they followed us. You are the leader of Dark Country, arguably the most influential and the strongest country in the world, yet you haven't annexed or invaded. People tell ghost stories. Stories of how you yourself are death incarnate." Nagato shook his head and pursed his lips, clenching the blanket covering his mangled legs. You are proof that absolute power doesn't corrupt absolutely." "I'm not so innocent, Nagato." "No one is innocent, Naruto." He sightlessly patted the top of the cylinder and smiled briefly. "Yet, I trust you most of all to not let this eye stain you." He sat back on the headboard of his bed and placed his hands on his laps. "Now referring not to only one eye but to both of them," he said. "Do whatever you want with them." Naruto had sealed the Rinnegan eye into the storage seal at the butt of his ninjato, one he hadn't ever used until today. The Nagato he knew treasured his eyes, to the extent that their circle of friends stopped joking about the redhead lending them his eyes. For the Amakage to hand over his eyes to Naruto, as penance for breaking their little family up and tearing down the house they had all built, it meant that Nagato was truly apologetic for what he had done and wished to make amends, probably by ruling his people the way he should have. Getting to the top of the building, Naruto was given a fairly good vantage point to look at the place he had spent his earlier parts of his life. AIM had grown, more than what he remembered. Though Naruto and his parents had moved to a small town in the outskirts of the country, close to the peak of the war in Amagakure, they could still clearly see the industrialized nature of the village hidden in the rain. The steam engines were a new addition and the metal and glass skyscrapers were more now than when Naruto was a child. The people dressed sophisticatedly and carried umbrellas to ward off the rain from their clothes. AIM, similar to Darkness, was a secretive nation that hadn't allowed foreigners inside since the end of the Second War. Naruto wasn't very sure how the people had gone by and made money. He didn't know their economic strength and he didn't know the level of strength of their shinobi. But clearly from what he was seeing, they were doing well for themselves. Nagato had not abandoned his village while he was leader of Akatsuki, only that he had given most of the power to his council to do what they see fit. The results would have been catastrophic like Konoha if not for how much they feared their Kage like they feared Kami. Jumping from roof to roof, Naruto made his way out of rain and towards Leaf. Oh! Ducking behind a bush close to the Uchiha compound, the ghost hastily covered his mouth as he sneezed. Silencing himself as soon as it rose up his throat. His crystal blue eyes looked over his cover, his hand still over his mouth, and he exhaled in relief when the two Uchiha Chunin in front of the clan compound's gate continued their murmuring conversation. This isn't the time. He warned himself under his breath, removing his hands and pressing them onto the ground, purposely digging his fingers into the soil and humming quietly. The gatekeepers had their Sharingan activated and even if they didn't, there was a whole clan of Sharingan users that would see any blip of chakra approaching or leaping into their clan compound, and when that happened the alarms would go off without delay. There weren't that many sensors among the Uchiha, but their eyes compensated for this gap. The reason his chakra presence hadn't been seen was that he had squeezed his chakra into the size of a ping-pong ball, compacted not leaking even a shred of chakra out of his body. The excess chakra in his body was pulled back into his coils, leaving him with the bare minimum to move with the ignorable presence of an insect from the forest. Only people that had intimate knowledge of their chakra coil and chakra network could do this successful and still be in control of their bodies. For someone like Naruto that had a reservoir of chakra that equaled Kushina's in size, not disregarding additional chakra from being the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, it had taken him years to master the skill of erasing his presence from the planet. His chakra footprints were essentially non-existent. Naruto's eyes spotted subtle seals on the walls of the compound, and correctly recognized them as detection seals. Chakra or no chakra, once he touched them or managed to clear the 15-foot walls in one good leap, the seal would detect him and make the clan aware of his presence. Now Naruto was a sensor, so he wouldn't know if anyone was on the other side of the wall. What Naruto did have were natural sensory organs heightened by training, not exactly to the extent that he would equate himself with an Inuzuka clan member and not nearly close to Komodo dragon's taste sensor ability, but he could find a way around being blind with his ears and his nose. He was also a level 6 seal master, one that could neutralize the detection seals on the walls of the clan compound once he was able to get his hands on them, though what he could see on the walls was that once his brush and ink made contact with the wall, the alarm would go off, meaning he had to apply the negation seal quickly. That was something Naruto could do. It still didn't answer how he could confidently make sure he cleared the wall and not land on top of any Uchiha on the other side, for the nearest building to the wall was approximately 10 meters away, a distance he could make in his chakraless state but would be spotted soaring through the sky by almost anyone with a good pair of eyes, not to talk of Sharingan eyes. He looked to the sky. It was a few minutes after 1 in the afternoon. Can't wait for nightfall. He mumbled. The longer Madara Uchiha remained alive, the longer he couldn't let his guard down. He didn't have the luxury of waiting. He crept around the wall, away from the front and only entrance into the compound and moved to the right. He looked up and his eyes widened as he saw a falcon circling above his patch of the forest. The man lowered himself close to the ground and pressed himself close to a tree, keeping his chakra coil insect small and ignorable. The beady-eyed bird summoned stared down at where he had seen large movement. He waited. Caw! The falcon flapped its wings and flew away. Naruto hummed and lifted himself up a little, maintaining his crouch. He shot forward, skimming around the walls while still in the surrounding forest. He stopped when he saw a thin smoke stack coming from a house inside the compound. Naturally, the house wasn't close to the wall but a fair distance into the walled-off area. Now, being the holder of the rare lightning water-formed smoke release, Naruto could turn his body into smoke and make his way into closed-off areas, unlike firewater-formed smoke release holders from his clan, the Kamuri clan, who could only turn parts of their bodies at a time. Shifting into his smoke form took concentration but was well worth the effort, as he could seep himself through cracks in the wall, closed doors, and non-airtight windows. Basically anything that air could get through, Naruto could also get through. Things like stone walls weren't impossible as long as he found a fissure or hole somewhere in the structure that went all the way inside. Soil and trees though were things Naruto couldn't pass through. The smokestack showed an opportunity for Naruto to sneak into the compound undetected. He mentally measured how high the smoke was above him, took into account the wind change and wisely not forgetting that the detection seal would notify the clan once his smoke form had entered the compound through the smokestack. Naruto lilted from side to side, thinking of how to go about it. The smoke was dozens of feet above him and was dispersing. Naruto's eyes sparkled behind his glasses and he picked up a freshly fallen leaf on the ground. He looked around for a brief moment before he unsealed a brush and a small pot of ink from the back of his left hand. No Uchiha had seen him and no alarms were going off. Good. He drew a time negation seal on the leaf that would shut down the detection seals on the side of the wall Naruto was facing for 5 seconds before it would turn to dust. Leaves touching the walls were common, so the seals were able to differentiate between leaves, small branches, soil particles and rocks without lighting up with alarm, hence his decision to use a leaf instead of sealing paper. The ink of the leaf would be ignored, though if Naruto charged the seal on the leaf with chakra it would take the wall a short moment to find out. Naruto had accounted for this in his plan, as once the leaf touched the wall, the seal would activate, turning off the detection seals for 5 seconds and giving him a window of entry through the smokestack. Naruto snuck close to the wall, a foot away, and he held up his right hand eye level, palm facing up and the leaf on top. He held his breath. He was silent. He was still. He waited. The wind rustled through the woods and the leaf left his hand. Naruto was already in his smoke form as soon as the leaf lifted off his hand and flew to the wall, thinning his cells out to match the dispersing smoke from the smokestack. The leaf slapped on the wall and the detection seals went down. Rushing through the smokestack was not unlike to swimming through thick syrup head first and propelling himself with his legs, though he had no legs at that moment. Naruto stopped short of the chimney and flowed down to the ground, spreading his whole body out into a thin, almost invisible stream of smoke that gathered on the ground in a reptilian coil, swirling and rising up as more and more of Naruto seeped down the side of the building, until Naruto was complete again. He promptly squeezed his chakra coils again and reduced his presence once again. Naruto stayed in the shadows, flicking his eyes about and making his way into the Uchiha clan compound. Clan heads' houses could usually be found in the center of the compound or at the far end, and in the case of the Uchiha clan, the clan head's residence was in the middle. The house was wedged between 2 other houses on a row of houses, and it was only differentiated from the others by the golden plaque that read clan head's residence and the noticeable fact that it was 4 stories tall, 3 times as wide as the normal houses around it. The house had air vents at the back end and a chimney at the top that was working overtime to warm up the large house. Naruto took the air vents and ended up in the basement, surrounded by big boilers and what Naruto could identify as a petrol-powered generator. It took him a while of searching and evading before he found the clan head's private library. Oh. There wasn't anything in the library that Naruto didn't already know when it came to the Sharingan. Able to copy jutsu, as long as they weren't Kekai Genkai jutsu, capable of creating sturdy, detailed illusions on victims once eye contact had been made, and highly proficient in accurately predicting the probability of an attack, counter or defense by watching muscle movement and the way the target cycled their chakra in the body. Though for the last one, he didn't know that the more Tomo the user had, the more skilled the user and more specialized the Sharingan. The limit to Tomo was 3, and to get activate the Sharingan for the first time needed a monumental amount of emotion, usually anger. Naruto didn't care for that. What he cared for was the subtle whisper of the 2 elevated levels of the Sharingan that the texts he was reading about. They didn't say the names, but the more they ghosted over the topic of the evolution of the Sharingan after the 3 Tomo stage, the more Naruto's interest was piqued. The man's eyes flickered through another ancient tome. He wore a pair of plastic gloves on his hands, so as to leave behind no prints, and he was purposefully keeping in the shadows in case of surveillance cameras he couldn't see. He pushed the tome back into where he had gotten it and pulled out another one, rolling it open and running his hands down the neatly written script. He paused on one particular sentence. Indra found a way to use his highly evolved eyes to create fire that scorched as hot as the sun and that burned as black as midnight, lasting for 7 days and 7 nights without dimming or dying. Naruto's frowned at the single word continuing under the sentence. Amaterasu. Indra, from all Naruto had gathered before, was the very first recognized person with the Sharingan, and thus he was the Uchiha clan's forefather. Amaterasu sounded like something that could cause 4th-degree burns, answering what had charred Kisame into a coma, though the tome didn't clue on how to cure a person that had been burned by Amaterasu. It simply said that it was an instant-kill Sharingan jutsu. The black fire appeared where the Sharingan person was looking, as long as it was within a 30-meter radius. Another line got Naruto curious. Paying homage to the goddess of the moon, Indra crafted an illusion that tortured Mana the Conqueror for 24 hours, while in reality it was less than a second. The pain did not show on Mana's body, but his mind was so broken by the imaginary torment he was unable to speak and unable to move. Tsukuyomi. That one gave Naruto chills. Tsukuyomi was the ultimate Sharingan genjutsu. While there was a slim chance of breaking free with normal Sharingan illusions, releasing oneself from Tsukuyomi was impossible, not unless the Sharingan holder felt pity. Also, in place of torture, the person using the jutsu can interrogate the victim, like when Madara Uchiha had interrogated Chizuru Nagatico. The name of the author of the tome Naruto was reading had been rubbed off by age, but the person was undoubtedly an ancient Uchiha that had been ordered to record Uchiha's history. There were clues of another jutsu for the unnamed evolutions of the Sharingan, but nothing definite, only a broken sentence. Ultimate defense, skeletal projection, cannot be shattered. The important parts had either been rubbed off or were blanked out by hand. Naruto cursed and shook his head. The author had written based on what he had seen from Indra Uchiha, so every Sharingan jutsu was powerful and unbreakable. There was no comparison with other Uchiha, only comparing it with ninjutsu against those evolved Sharingan jutsus. I've gotten what I need. Information. The Uchiha Naruto had met on the battlefield all didn't display any of the named jutsus, but they were similar to what some of Naruto's people had encountered, Kisame with Amaterasu and Chizuru Nagatico with Tsukuyomi. The last, mysterious ultimate defense was truly new to him. There was also nothing written about any undetectable teleportation. A tiny breath gasped at the doorway. Naruto froze. He slowly turned around and faced the 3-year-old boy standing there, 10 feet away and holding a large teddy bear. The boy's large, reflective black eyes were wide and he was trembling with fear. "How'd you get there, kid?" the blond man asked, subtly pushing the tome back in its place on the bookshelf and taking a hesitant step back. The only explainable reason for the little boy getting the door open before Naruto could hear him was that Naruto was too immersed in his mind. He wasn't so on guard, then. Naruto darted away as soon as the boy opened his mouth to scream. "Mommy! Oh!" At that same moment, Obito knew his limits. Naruto was a person he couldn't hope to overcome, not on his own. Not even with his left Rinnegan eye and his right Sharingan eye. He didn't want to do this. He despised himself for doing this. The dual Jujutsu-bearing teen shot a glance to the other teen next to him, a silver-haired boy that had barely escaped aim as Naruto was entering the rainy village and was swept up by the orange mask-wearing male. "Summon him." Kabuto meshed his fingers together and flipped through roughly 100 sets of hand seals. He was facing a coffin with the corpse of a faceless aim shinobi locked inside. Impure world resurrection. The coffin banged open by itself, against Kabuto's mental command. A pair of evil red Sharingan glowed from the dark recesses of the standing casket. The sparse light of the cave hidden in the Valley of End refused to touch his face, almost as if it was afraid of the resurrected corpse. The person was in a red shinobi-altered samurai uniform, complete with shoulder plates, forearm guards, shin guards, and a segmented red chest plate with a black long-sleeved shirt underneath and deep red combat pants with black sandals. Kabuto ground his teeth as Madara's fingers twitched. Obito took a single step back. Madara had his arms crossed and his powerful eyes stared deep into the dual Jujutsu in Obito's eyes. The atmosphere in the cave was turgid, too thick to be breathed in. Kabuto choked on what could enter his lungs and he clenched his fist tightly as the noise from his throat echoed through the densely silent cave. Madara's eyes flicked to him. Kabuto tried not to audibly sigh in relief as the corpse looked back at Obito. The first question the undead legend asked was one Obito had been dreading since he made the decision to have Kabuto resurrect his former benefactor. "Where is Zetsu?" Obito swallowed thickly and his heart rankled in his chest. "Dead." "Akatsuki." "Dead." The Shodame's face that rose up from Madara's chest, covered by the metal plates of his armor, opened its ghostly maw and soundlessly moaned. The bearer of the most powerful Sharingan eyes in the world only frowned, holding down his snarl and pushing the anger into his hands, closing them with a heart-stopping crack. "Who?" The man paused, his lips twitched and he clenched his teeth, evolving his eyes to the Sharingan's highest stage. Who is at fault? Somewhere in Obito's mind, he was shrank back again at the killer intent pulsating from the coffin, filling the area with Madara's potent, paralyzing hate. The rectangular box containing the undead shinobi shattered and blew apart outwards when Madara flared his putrid rage again. The two younger ninjas had to lean forward and attach themselves to the ground as chakra washed over them, forming cracks along the walls and destabilizing the god tree behind him. Obito had never faced Naruto one-on-one, neither had Kabuto, but they both assumed this was the same effect the killer intent of the ghost had on their victims before they met their demise. It was the killer intent that had given Orochimaru an incurable lung disease. The one that rooted people into the ground, forcing their bodies to betray their brains, which screams and wailed at them to move, even only a little, before they fell back into the hollow oblivion of death at Naruto's hands. The one that physically gripped the hearts of his targets and squeezed it of their life and vitality, reducing it to a pitifully thumping organ that turned into a ticking time bomb that counted down, to the very millisecond, the exact moment the person would embrace the darkness. Darkness. Ghost stories these days, especially the ones that involved the ghost fighting against an opponent or on the battlefield, always seemed to be exaggerated. They weren't. Deep down in Obito's soul, he knew that no storyteller could ever replicate Naruto's battle prowess. That was why he resurrected the only known person that could nullify Naruto's raw power and his unfiltered speed. Madara Uchiha, a legend-class shinobi that was rumored to be on the same plane of existence as Naruto, the ghost. A shinobi that had lost his humanity long ago, sacrificing his mind and body to his ninja arts and perfecting his skills to a fine, sharp point. Madara didn't appreciate the delay. Obito grunted as his knees hit the ground. Kabuto flopped onto his face and Orochimaru's former assistant's arms roared at him to push up against the intangible weight on his back. "Speak, boy." The younger Uchiha gulped in air and said, his voice was small but the chakra storm brewing inside the cave subsided as Madara comprehended the person's name. "Naruto." He repeated under his breath and his expression hardened. Naruto. There were many Narutos on the planet, and yet only one face came to Madara Uchiha's mind. A wicked grin grew on his face and a deep rumbling chuckle thrummed through his chest. Where is he? For that, Obito genuinely didn't know. Just about 3 hours ago, the connection to the other Rinnegan was cut and basically disappeared off the face of the earth. The only logical explanation was that it had been destroyed. He wasn't aware that it was sealed in the butt of Naruto's chakra-draining and rumored soul-sucking ninjato, Night Terror. The mechanics of the sword were known only to Naruto, but at that stage it essentially had its own chakra network. It had a small field around it where it constantly siphoned chakra into and around itself, thereby masking it and its holder's presence by lapping the chakra around it over themselves. It sounded complicated, and it was. At the end of the day, the sword had some semblance of awareness for its environment, though not enough to be the slightest bit semi-sentient but more than enough for it to be an extension of its holder, Naruto. So once the Rinnegan was introduced into the seal on the end of the semi-sentient sword, Night Terror threw several layers of nature chakra from the soil, trees and animals over itself to mask the Rinnegan in its storage seal. While at the same time spreading the power of the gods through its fledgling chakra network to thin out its existence by weaving it through the chakra already sealed inside it, which were mostly Naruto's and any unfortunate soul that was cut by the blade. When asked if his sword could steal souls as well as drain chakra, Naruto's only answer was a darkly hearty laugh. No one knew the truth. And did it really matter? Night Terror was an S-rank weapon, raised to that status by its very first holder. Future holders of Naruto's fabled ninjato would find out that they could only scratch at the surface of the mind-bending things the sword could accomplish, not unless the blade gave them authority to bear it. For now, at that moment, Obito didn't know. No one knew. But the younger Uchiha proposed an idea. "I know how to lure him out." Oh. 5 minutes later. Marvelous Mr. Monsoon's Magic Emporium. Western Region. A dark-skinned woman in her mid-20s with a gleaming pair of eyes and bright yellow hair that freely fell down her shoulders to her shoulders, waved a magician's wand over a black top hat and tapped the rim twice. And the rabbit comes out like this. Suki's oat, enraptured as the Kamuri woman pulled out a snow-white bunny from the hat, but Kushina Uzumaki only rolled her eyes alongside Shirmara Kuma, not impressed. "I still say there's a storage seal in there," the Uzumaki scoffed and ran her hands down a small section of robes, multicolored pieces of cloth that were expected to draw the attention of the crowds away from the magician's hands. The woman that was known in Blak as Phoenix huffed, affronted. "I just showed you that there wasn't a storage seal in the hat." She pushed the rabbit back inside and shoved the hat in Kushina's face. See? See? The holder of Mania clapped, pleased. "Who taught you that trick?" "Kuru." Also known as Komodo Dragon. The blonde Kamuri black operative smirked proudly. "He gave me a few pointers." Kushina slapped the hat away from her face. "Invisible ink." "Gah! Can't you just be amazed like a normal person?" the dark-skinned woman exclaimed, throwing her hands up in frustration. Suki turned to Kushina and cocked her head to the side, her innocent brown orbs wide with the same question as her newly friend magician friend. Kushina shrugged. "I'm a skeptic, Nina. That's how I was raised." "What's your excused, unmasked operative Phoenix, now called Nina?" asked their boxer friend. "I grew up around seal masters and magicians. You can't blame me if I'm not impressed." "I think," Suki opened her mouth and said, "that neither of you know how to have fun." Kushina gasped and placed a hand on her chest. I'll have you know I do know how to have fun. I don't believe you. The Kurama crossed her arms. Lord Naruto is a fun guy, I'm pretty sure you didn't take your boringness from him. The two other women, Nina the Phoenix and Shimara the Boxer, rolled their eyes. Kushina's best friend directed Kushina's attention to an assortment or magical wands, one of which had a bouquet of flowers that could pop out at the end. Nina took Suki's hand and looked at the obliviously innocent girl. Suki, honey, that was rude. What? I'm just being honest. Listening to Naruto, especially when he joked that she was a loser that had no friends, Suki managed to contact Shimara and asked her if they could hang out and do girl stuff. She didn't know that the aforementioned girl stuff involved perusing products in a popular magic shop with Naruto's wife and a powerful Kamuri woman, who just so happened to be deep into magic. The three ninjas just so happened to be temporarily enlisted by the Defense Corp and posted to the street the magic shop was on. Shimara and Nina still had their commitments with BLAK, and that came before being unofficial DC officers, but when it came to protecting their country, there really wasn't a difference in the two dark country military organizations. It wasn't that Suki didn't like the few magic tricks Nina showed her, a few simple card tricks and crafty sleights of hand. Quite honestly, she was enthralled by it all. It was that she was envious of Kushina's position as Naruto's wife. Second wife of two, but who cared? The little human contact she had not taught her how to properly hide her envy. Nina's eyes lit up and she grabbed Kushina's hand as well, dragging her and Suki, and by association Shimara, down more aisles and to the end of the shop, where there were numerous large contraptions. Nina almost fell on her face roughly 4 times on the way there, tripping on her feet and having to be supported by the civilian Kurama or the ninja Uzumaki. The clumsy Kamuri didn't relent, and even someone as carefree as Suki or as emotional as Kushina could see how hard Nina was working to prevent the two of them from butting heads. How about I show you guys something I've been working on dash? Bwaya, 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 bwaya. Not wasting a single second, Kushina lifted Suki onto her shoulder and bolted out of the store. Shimara and Nina followed behind her with their heads lowered and their eyes narrowed, dark. Alarms didn't normally blare in darkness, not ones that the civilians would be aware of, as that would create panic and might end up causing hysteria. Silent alarms. That was what was used for threats that the country could handle, against public knowledge. Loud, public alarms went off only when the attack was in full view. Leaving the shop, the sky above the capital, east of the western region, was bathed in blackness. Kushina spat out a foul curse, one so terrible that Suki, on the Uzumaki's shoulder, closed her eyes and plugged her ears in embarrassment. Black flames. The black flames covered the sky of all of the dark capital, melting the seal barrier and falling down. The three kunoichi all had their orders given to them beforehand. When they reached an intersection, Nina flew left and Shimara flew right, sliding their masks onto their face in sync and joining their comrades in calming the people down and directing them to safe, heavily protected bunkers on their streets. Kushina pelted hard on the gravel road, blazing at an angry pace to the capital. Suki squealed as Kushina took off from the ground. Shadow Clone Jutsu, a plume of smoke shrouded the purple eyes. Uzumaki and Suki gasped as she was dropped, falling into the arms of the summoned Shadow Clone, which landed on the ground and took a hard right, the closest regional bunker that wouldn't have that many Kurama, wisely recalling how a simple touch on the mania holder would release the beast. The Seal Masters saw the red head take off from the ground in one good jump and they spread themselves out in the dark capital. Kushina held up her palm to the sky, where the black flames began a shower of devastation aimed at turning the whole capital into ash. She was dangerously close to the fire, close enough to feel blisters pop up on her leading arm and on her forehead, internally warring with Jinchuriki healing ability. The Kyuubi jailer roared, as a chakra chain drew a seal on her leading palm and the seal shone with life. Fire sealing method. The screaming civilians watched as half of the flames pouring down on them was violently sucked into Kushina's palm. Reaching the peak of her jump, Kushina lifted up her forearms to cover her face, but a solid punch connected with her cheek before she could guard her face and she shot down to the ground in an explosion of light. Kushina crash-landed in Mito's grassland, smashing down on her upper back. The Uzumaki, jarred from having her jaw nearly torn off her face, used the angle and momentum of the fall to use her hands to push off the ground, narrowly dodging a descending axe kick that subsequently formed a crater in the ground. The redhead panted as she righted herself, keeping her right eye closed and exhaling air through clenched teeth. The woman yanked out her katana from over her shoulder and lowered herself into a kenjutsu stance, hacking out a glob of bloody spit from her mouth. Kokuo, the five-tailed horse, galloped to the woman holding his older sibling, miles away and yet able to clearly see the events that had occurred. Madara swept his hands to the side, blowing away the dust around him, and Obito appeared in an invisible vortex of air. "Do it," the undead Uchiha barked, eyeing the defiant Uzumaki with his sluggishly spinning eternal Mangekyo orbs. Obito held out his right hand, closed in a fist, and slowly opened it. The Rinnegan jutsu left his lips and he threw what was in his hand high into the sky. The strength of his arm made the throw boom like a cannon. Planetary devastation. For when Nagato had both of his Rinnegan eyes and his Senju blood intact, he could create his very own planet that was about the same size as the Earth and more than a few heavenly satellites. Bearing only one Rinnegan eye and part of Hashirama's chakra, the Rinnegan jutsu was not as large as Nagato's. That didn't mean it wasn't monstrous to behold. Clumps of rock and earth cracked out of the ground, damaging the grassland dedicated to Naruto's late sister, and thudded over the black sphere that pulled everything towards it, utilizing strong attractive forces to rip the ground apart and drag it in. The ground beneath Kokuo lifted up and flew to the growing satellite. The tailed horse cracked open its maw and a ball of chakra gathered there. It began firing sporadic shots of tailed beast chakra at the sphere in the sky, destabilizing it with each blast, until the miniature tailed beast balls broke through to the center of the mass in the sky and interrupted the pulling energy of the core. Kokuo slammed up into the rock in the sky, just as it lost power and the rocks and earth forming it fell apart and began raining down. The horse dug its tails into the rocks and released another ball of Bijou chakra, giving him a path to leap out of and bound from falling rock to falling rock, continuing its mad gallop for the two Uchiha that intended to set darkness on fire. Not on his watch. Obito, seeing his jutsu nullified by the fifth most powerful tailed beast, crafted 10 more and threw them in random directions. Defense Corps officers were rounding up the people and taking them to safety, to safe zones reinforced to stay in the ground despite the attractive forces yanking their world apart. Tall buildings tore out of the ground, homes and offices, playgrounds and libraries, flew up with the ground and slammed into the black core in the sky, enlarging at an alarming pace. Madara, not seeing what his protege had done and the destruction being wrought, engaged the flame-haired woman in a deadly dance of fists and steel. Kushina crossed her katana over her chest, blocking a straight fist, and her knee burned upwards to Madara's gut, though the Uchiha slapped the knee down and back-handed the other knee away, throwing Kushina off balance and making to jam a fist into the back of her head, but the woman twisted around with the momentum of the back fist to her knee and batted the blow to her head upwards with the flat side of her katana. Kyubi chakra coated her right fist and it tunneled mercilessly to Madara's unprotected gut. The undead Uchiha tucked his stomach in and moved aside, snapping a low kick that connected with Kushina's ankle and lifting that leg, snapping it into the side of the woman's head. The redhead followed through with a one-handed cartwheel, gripping her blade with her other hand, and then golden chakra chains exploded out of the ground and honed for Madara. The Kyubi Jinchuriki ran her left forearm guard under her nose and her blood smeared on the guard. A bruise was forming on her cheek. Madara slipped away from chain after chain, before he grabbed Obito by the back of his neck and said, "Return to the cave, before that vampire and the lizard kill that snake. Eliminate them." The dual Dujitsu-bearing teen dutifully left in a Kamui, to where Kabuto was fleeing from Sueki and Karu, also known as Komodo Dragon, through the network of caves beneath the Valley of End. Kokuo became frantic. He had been able to take apart 2 more planetary devastations, but the remaining 8 were doing real damage really fast. The shinobi of the country were coordinating themselves and protecting the civilians. The more powerful among them were stampeding towards Mito's grassland, to where Kushina was squaring off against Madara Uchiha. The half of the Chunin that stayed back, Defense Corp, BLAK, and normal ninjas rushed to specified buildings around the country and mounted complex-looking contraptions. Chakra cannons. Inventions created for the purpose of bringing down aerial threats, flying, floating, levitating or otherwise. The ninjas manning those terrifying weapons made of metal and capable of bringing down monsters the same size as Bijou, aimed upwards into the sky, at the growing satellites eating away at their precious country, and they fired. Thump. The beast didn't know whether or not to continue taking apart the satellites, which became harder and thicker as they accumulated more and more debris, or to aid Kushina in the almost one-sided battle. If reinforcements arrived in time, it didn't mean they would stand a chance against the undead legend. Kokuo snorted out thick steam from his nose, frustrated. Falling down from the sky, after ripping apart his third satellite, the 5-tailed beast realized one way he could equal the score. A legend-class shinobi by the name of Naruto. The ghost. The seal on his chest glowed black and his front hooves landed softly on the ground. Summoning jutsu. For 2 seconds, the dark country knew silence. There was a palpable pressure in the air, a chilling shift in the wind. Then Naruto returned to dark country, a mass of blackness around him and a hard look in his cerulean eyes. He didn't look happy. Chapter 33. The question of how Madara Uchiha, the real Madara Uchiha, was alive never even crossed Naruto's mind. He saw his country being bombarded. He saw cannons bring down meteors. He saw his shinobi create a perimeter around Mito's grassland. He saw Madara gear up to drive a fist into Kushina's face, to crush her nose and bounce her brain in her head. He moved, surging forward in a spurt of white lightning and instantaneous speed, and it was Madara who found a fist jammed into his face, a right hook so jarring his jaw shifted out of its joint with a blood-chilling click. Kushina's one open eye widened at her husband's appearance, nearly thrown back by the wind and the lightning blasting around Naruto's form as he watched with morbid satisfaction when Madara's reincarnated corpse get thrown backwards. His back slid on the ground and he turned over onto his feet, screeching back a few feet. The spiky-haired Uchiha grabbed his misaligned jaw and snapped it back in place, wearing a hard frown. The man that had done that to him, flashing before him in an explosion of chakra that temporarily blinded him, stood up straight and leaned back in a relaxed pose, but his sky-blue orbs narrowed as his head tilted to the side, almost as if he didn't understand how Madara was still able to stand. The blonde leader mutely jerked his head to the side and Kushina, with grated teeth, stepped back and took her leave to the perimeter outside of the grassland. She knew when not to complain. "You're as fast as they say." The mad Uchiha complimented with a dark smirk, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun faster. The lightning on Naruto's form cooled down and receded into his body. The glasses-wearing man hummed and cocked his head to the other side and answered. "That wasn't fast. I'll show you fast." As soon as he said that, he was gone. Madara lifted his right forearm and guarded against a jab to his neck, but his eyes bugged out when all he guarded against was an afterimage. Meanwhile the real Naruto had dealt him real damage to his jaw from another side, spinning around the undead Uchiha and delivering a liver jab and spiraling again before Madara and digging 3 hard fists into the Uchiha's plated abdomen, all within the space of a quarter of a second. He wasn't done. Naruto smacked away another guard with the back of his left hand, driving a right jab into Madara's chin, returning again with a left elbow across Madara's face, a body shot with his right hand and a savage knee into the Uchiha's side that cracked through at least 3 ribs. The Sharingan user swung a fist and the ghost ducked the blow, delivering 5 decisive punches into Madara's gut and rising up with a base palm strike to Madara's chin. The reincarnated legend lifted off the ground after the blow, feeling his gnashed teeth rankle violently in his mouth and the aftereffects of the previous attacks wreck his undead body. Naruto flattened his feet in the ground and hunched forward, merging his fingers together and burning through 4 hand signs. Snake Dragon Bird Tiger. Hidden Art, Smoke Release, King Cobra. Smoke permeated through the pores of his back and shoulders, flowing through his shirt and jounin vest and rising out of him, forming a slender, white-eyed snake made wholly of Naruto's lightning water-formed smoke. The large serpent hissed and his hood flared open, showing the dark country symbol on the back of his hood and the 8-foot-long fangs that leaked with a liquid version of Naruto's chakra. It rose up high into the air, reaching about 30 feet high, and its head blurred down and snapped at the still airborne Uchiha, biting down hard on Madara's armor and sinking its teeth into flesh. The Uchiha and the snake smashed into the ground with a resounding thud. Billows of smoke and dust blew around from the impact and Naruto squinted his eyes, carefully watching for signs of life in the shallow crater he had formed with his last jutsu. The blonde's eyes bugged out as a hand snapped out of the crater and gripped the edge, proceeding to pull out the rest of the Uchiha. Completely unscathed, besides for the 2 teeth holes on his chest and stomach. Madara calmly brushed off his shoulder. Was that supposed to hurt? I barely felt that. He reached a hand behind him and yanked a kunai out of a holster on his lower back, spinning the small blade in his palm before holding it in a reverse grip, lowering himself in what anyone could identify as a movement in preparation to run towards a target, keeping the blade hand away from his body and his left hand curled into a one-hand ram seal close to his chin. "Tell me if you feel this." His right foot shuffled back a little and he muttered. "Storm release, earthly floodgates." Whoosh! He leaped forward and Naruto was forced to squint his eyes behind his glasses at the explosion of wind, water and lightning booming from Madara, leaning his neck back and grunting as Madara's kunai sliced through the stomach of his jounin vest, tearing through the material and the shirt underneath and nicking his stomach. Naruto's knee shot up to Madara's wrist and the older shinobi yanked his hand back, shifting to his right from a straight punch and slammed his palm in Naruto's chest. Oof! The leader of Dark Country toppled backwards, grating his teeth as the added wind ripped his chakra-attached feet from the earth. He rolled twice before he got back to his feet, settled in a slightly low crouch. Madara stood there, taking his time to retract his formerly thrown palm and starting at the blonde with a near-invisible smirk. "You are not the only one that can combine water and lightning, boy." Madara's red orb slowly turned and he lowered his kunai holding hand, noticing the way Naruto's volatile black-white chakra was easing the throbbing pain of the palm strike to the chest he had formerly delivered. The Uchiha hid his impressed smirk when Naruto didn't visibly show any pain, for any lesser man would be reeling on the floor in a pool of his own blood at the loss of his heart. The black-haired man still had his pride, though. While I acknowledge that you are fast, it is nothing I haven't killed before. That's my line. Naruto hissed under his breath. Storm release was vastly different from smoke release, the only similarity being that both were made from clashing water and lightning together. Naruto hadn't encountered anyone that could use storm release, only weaponizing water by electrifying it, but what little he had seen told him that it did exactly as the name implied. Though wind wasn't a major factor, it created brute gusts of wind, massive waves of water and visceral lightning. Coupled with Madara's Indra-inherited chakra, it was a terrifying combination. Naruto felt it. Excitement. Pure, unfiltered excitement. A twisted grin threatened to overcome his face and his jagged, gnarly teeth clenched. Madara, seeing through his eternal Mangekyo eyes, was taken aback by the small burst that came from Naruto's heart and the micro-expressions on the blonde's face that gave away his eagerness. The leader of darkness was delving into a situation that he was almost completely blind in, seeing as Madara probably had abilities no one had ever seen or could fully comprehend. That excitement, that body-tingling eagerness took Naruto's mind back to when he was a child again, when he was just learning about his body, his mind, and his chakra, and facing shinobi he had no information of and were reputed to be unbeatable. Like when he was a chakraless prisoner of the Snow Country maximum security prison, pitted against King and his gang. Madara, not knowing the thoughts of the silent blonde, shared that emotion. The peril of being in such a situation made the Uchiha grin demonically, matching Naruto's now blaringly obvious dark simper. The two didn't speak, not for 5 seconds, allowing the sonic booms of the chakra cannons shooting at the levitating balls of destruction hovering over darkness, bringing them down to the earth, where the shinobi of darkness would try to seal away the falling debris before they could impact the earth. Civilians clambered to the windows peering out of their semi-underground bunkers and watched shinobi and kunoichi of their country bound off the ground, ricochet off structures and fly into the air, sealing falling debris into long scrolls before neatly landing on another structure. The atmosphere around the two legend-class ninjas became turgid. If it was even possible, the air became more charged. The wind hastened. The earth trembled. Madara chose that time to not hold back. Naruto rose up off the ground and held his palms together, as shadows gathered over his face and his glasses reflected his electric blue eyes. White noise. Oh. A few miles from Clover Mountain. Hidden Mountain. Black operative Fox of Team 22 cast a grim look around him, a sinking feeling settled in his gut and his teammates also felt an equal amount of dread at the scene around them. The Fox mask-wearing deputy captain of the team cleared his throat and murmured, "This doesn't look good." In various positions of distress, terror and instinctual retreat on that empty, barren road to Clover Mountain were exactly 20 rock statues. They weren't all jumbled up in one place but rather more than half were in a tactical escape formation, one used to flee from a mine detected at the last second or a bomb that was bound to explode in any moment. The rest were toppled onto their side and curled up into fearful balls, their faces twisted in both horror and dismay. Peering at one statue, Black Operative Rabbit, one statue that was broken at the waist, the legs rooted on the floor in a retreating position while the torso laid in near ruin on the ground, noticed that the frozen kunoichi had a 2-tomo Sharingan. The other members of their tracking team identified the others, those with their eyes open at least, as Uchiha with Sharingan varying from 2-tomo to 3-tomo, none any less than that. Bending down low and carefully watching the body positioning of each statue, they seemed to be running anywhere but forward, and from the shallow depression in the ground it would seem that the cause of them being turned into statues had originated from the front of their group, probably a person in the position of leader. A female ninja wearing the chipmunk mask and her comrade, a male ninja wearing the monkey mask, confirmed that there was only one person missing in the horrific display. Fugaku Uchiha. Investigating further, members of BLAK Team 22 Fox, Rabbit, Chipmunk and Monkey discovered that the few near the front of the fleeing band of statues had a few odd deformities, specifically reptilian deformities. One had half of his face turned scaly, though still a dull grayish statue dash, another had his right arm shifted completely into what was now a stone snake, another had snake-like eyes that were wide with agony, and another, one curled up on her side, was simply a mass of frozen snakes from the waist down, her mouth gaping open and wailing in eternally silent pain. Pain. That seemed to be the main theme among this grotesque display. Needless to say, these 20 statues were in a world of pain before they met their untimely demise. Who was to say they were even dead? Frozen forever and immortalized as statues, they could still very well be alive, eternally cursed to stare back at a world they would never ever participate in again. Or they could be dead. No one would ever know for sure. For now, feeling no pulse and sensing no life from the 20 Uchiha, the 4 BLAK operatives presumed they were all dead. Captain Rabbit gave a short, quick sign to her deputy captain, Fox, and the man took out a fairly large camera and began taking pictures of the scene around them, of the 20 Uchiha, so that they could add it to the report they would submit to Naruto, their master. To some, they might have looked artistic in a grisly, grotesque way. In the future, the 20 Uchiha would serve as a major tourist attraction for Hidden Mountain. It rubbed them the wrong way that there were no fires coming from Clover Mountain and no riotous noises either. Rabbit-senpai, NE. Monkey called as he ambled to the shallow crater at the front of the rock formation. He placed his hand at the bottom of the crater and his other hand on his thigh, humming reflectively. I think I know what did this, NE. Monkey was among a small, select group of people within BLAK that older, veteran operatives playfully dubbed true Kohai, meaning they were the youngest and a bit less experienced than those that had been in service from the very beginning, like Rabbit, Fox and Chipmunk. Monkey was so new to BLAK that he didn't get to name his mask but rather inherited it from a retiring shinobi from another team, incidentally by his own choice. Nonetheless, whether or not Monkey was a day old in BLAK or even 10 years old in BLAK, the junior shinobi had already gone through rigorous drills to be a member of the elite shinobi of Dark Country, passing the boot camp in the Kurama clan BLAK recruitment camp, thereby qualifying and passing the regional recruitment and training camp and finally making his way into the main BLAK training camp, which he passed with flying colors before becoming a full-fledged member of Dark Country's finest ninjas. To be able to do that alone without breaking or giving up needed an unwavering spirit, strength that came from one's very own soul and, most important of all, loyalty to the leader of darkness. Monkey had all of that in spades, and his loyalty came from being in the same general vicinity as his unquestioned leader when the man was liberating his clan from Konoha. He might not be as strong as Onion or as smart as Carrot, and he might have a verbal tic NE, but Monkey would go to hell, dine with Yami and come back, if it would please his leader. The other members of Team 22 gathered around the young Kurama as he picked up clues with his fingers from the shallow depression. What are you getting? Rabbit asked. The touch sensor confirmed what they were all thinking. Nature chakra from Snake Summons. Chipmunk bobbed her head and frowned thoughtfully, then looking up at her squad captain, stammering. Do we our report BA back in now? Rabbit's response was immediate. No. Our mission is to find Minato Namikaze and assist him if he is in dire need of assistance. Fox hummed. Hi, Commander Fox gave us this mission herself, and she says it's a direct order from Lord Naruto. We cannot return unless we have exhausted all aspects of this assignment. The deceptively effeminate-looking deputy captain threw a look to his captain, turning his head to the path towards Clover Mountain. Rabbit-senpai, I believe Monkey can lead us to Fugaku. He lifted a sleek eyebrow under his mask, addressing his Kohai. Can't you? Monkey punched down his blush at being directly spoken to by Fox, focusing more on the nature chakra speckled around the small crater. I can, NE. Good idea, Fox. Wherever Minato is, Fugaku would certainly be close by. For the Namikaze was the Uchiha's target from the very beginning. Monkey, take point, we proceed to Clover Mountain. The small-chested captain then shared the focus among her squad mates. Fox, you and Monkey would follow that lead. Chipmunk, you'll gather information from the people, see if they know anything. Suikior Commander Bat insisted that they didn't need to keep a low profile. I will check on Minato Namikaze and Tsume Inuzuka's home at the top of the mountain. There might be clues. Chipmunk spoke up feebly, shrinking into herself as her teammates faced her. She stashed the camera Fox handed to her into her black and gray, BLAK standard issue camo backpack. What if Mr. Namikaze I is there? Monkey gingerly took off his shinobi footwear, which were pitch-black combat sandals, as Rabbit answered the gentlewoman. Then we see if he's okay, tell him that Tsume Inuzuka is safe and with the fire daimyo and report back to Lord Leader. Nah, Monkey piped up, standing onto his feet and wiggling his bare toes, feeling for the nature chakra but not dragging it into his body, rather letting it flow underneath the soles of his feet, for if the chakra entered him then he would share the same fate as the 20 Uchiha statues. The other BLAK operatives gave him their attention. So we all agree that we don't care what happened to Fugaku, right? Agreed, they answered simultaneously, hiding their smirks and their jeering smiles under their strictly professional appearances. We don't have time to waste. Captain Rabbit said. Let's go. Hi, senpai. Oh. Under the Valley of End. Fire country. Two shadow-swaddled shinobi blazed down a long pathway that branched off to the right and left at the end, and they both took the right path, flipping dexterously over a rusted bear trap and skidding under a plume of toxic mist that puffed out from both sides of the wall a few feet from the failed bear trap. Their masks, a bat and a Komodo dragon, pushed away the poison from their wearers' lungs, not even allowing a sliver of the misty attack to seep through the sides or through the eye holes. Several meters away from them and panting from running nonstop for what felt like an hour, Kabuto dove into a trapdoor to his left and Komodo hissed lightly under his breath as he and his superior stopped before the jammed-shut door. They hadn't seen the person that had leaped into the door and was now burning a path as far away from them, through the network of caves and caverns under the Valley of End, but the two shinobi were sensors of a different kind. Komodo was a taste sensor and Bat, being a Sakanomi and a pure blood vampire, was a life sensor, which meant that she could sense blood or life-sustaining liquids for miles around, no matter how hard the person being tracked cooled down their blood and slowed down their heart rate. Slippery little shite. The long-tongued shinobi muttered quietly, making sure to do so away from the hearing of his team captain, who just so happened to be the commander of BLAK. His battle-hardened emotionless facade didn't shatter at his frustration at their evasive target, and Sueki purposely ignored Komodo breaking composure, even if it was for the slightest of moments. Komodo clicked off the lower half of his lizard mask, just about under his upper lip and on both sides of his chin, and his 7-foot-long tongue snaked out of his mouth and it extended down to his chest, curling upwards and tasting the air. The man's unhingeable jaw creaked a little and Bat busily began opening the solid iron trapdoor, her masked face firmly devoid of expression. "Senpai," KD called and the woman gently placed her closed right fist on the door, standing back till the trapdoor was at arm's length. She drew her arm back and hummed, affirming that she had heard him, and slowly placed the same fist on the door, testing the sturdiness once more by pushing her fists into the cold door. Traps ahead. The tip and sides of his extendable tongue wiggled briefly in the direction of the door. Flashbangs and ropes. He doesn't intend to bring the whole mountain down on us. Bat mumbled and let her fist fly full force. The door blasted inwards, folding into itself like muddy paper and KD slipped in front of his captain, throwing his own fists to the side and crushing the spring coil release rope traps, closing his eyes at the flashbangs. This place is huge, it'll take another hour for him to get to the other side and escape. "Hi, Senpai." While on missions with her, the member of Team 12 referred to the captain of Team 11 as Senpai instead of Commander, because that was part of procedure. It accorded to Bat the amount of respect she was entitled out on the field to while still keeping her higher position largely a secret on the rare occasion an enemy shinobi heard them. It was exactly like not saluting to a superior in command on the battlefield. Quite frankly, it was an honor for Komodo to be on a solo mission with his idol, Bat. The fact that silence wasn't important in this present mission gave him the opportunity to speak to the vampire as much as he wanted, though with the same reserved respect the white-haired lady deserved, so as not to annoy her. "Home base is under attack," he reported as his BLAK tattoo thrummed with a short Morse code message. "I'm aware," Bat answered as she surged past the man towards Kabuto's retreating form. "Our orders are to remain here and kill the masked man, and eradicate any signs of him from this general area." This general area, meaning the Valley of End. "That means this person we're chasing dies?" KD asked as he pelted behind his superior. No two ways about it. Their feet instinctively took them towards Kabuto. "We're only an order away from heading to Konoha?" KD tried not to shiver and the hollow honesty of the commander's voice, telling him that she meant every word when she said that she would and could slaughter everything that lived and breathed in Konoha and burn the village down to the ground if it meant that all signs of the masked man was destroyed. All it took was a single, uttered word from Naruto and Bat would obey without question. "Bat-senpai, this person smells like Orochimaru." "He isn't Orochimaru," Bat confirmed, no falter in her step. "I skewered him on his own sword, the Kusanagi, peeled off his skin bit by bit and kept his heart and brain alive as I fed his internal organs to my salamander summons. Then when I couldn't keep him alive any longer, I burnt him down to the bone, including his jiangu, and I gave his remains to Panda to scatter in the ocean. I assure you that Orochimaru is dead." "Sorry I asked." KD swallowed and Bat chuckled airily, sparing the man running behind her a look, one that showed the lizard man the brief glimmer of laughter in his superior's dark red orbs. "What if the masked man disappears with our target? Then we chase them. They cannot escape from us." With KD's tongue and Bat's bloodline, there wasn't anywhere Madara Uchiha could hide that they wouldn't find. They had their orders. Madara Uchiha was to die, end of question. The person they were chasing was merely a means to an end. For they knew the person they were running towards, though not by name, Naruto had unknowingly sent the person's DNA among the package he sent to Suiki through the Kitsune Scout, gathered from the laboratory in the Amikage's tower. Bat's deputy captain, Wasp, who was also her second-in-command in BLAK, had taken over for her until her return, coordinating the Dark Country sub-organization in their defensive efforts against the present threat as well as maintaining order among the other black operatives. The Black Ops weren't going to work in front of the civilians, that was reserved for normal ninjas, DC officers and police officers, but they didn't do any less than anyone else. Their existence was to be less pronounced by direly important, that was the basic tenet Naruto had put forward before he created the hidden sub-organization. Ninjas generally didn't have any honor, they weren't above stabbing a person in the back, attacking one's family to get to their target or fleeing, abandoning comrades to their fate, but something told Obito that if he ran away and hid Kabuto from detection, every single day would be of him constantly looking behind him, for Bat and KD. Then there was the snake he was charged to protect. The two dark ninjas already had his scent, so there was no rest or escaping them. There were no more usable corpses to resurrect support. They were gaining on Kabuto, and fast. The younger Uchiha only had a single Rinnegan eye, so he couldn't summon the King of Hell to fully restore the real Madara Uchiha. Obito chose not to run anymore. His Rinnegan glowed ominously and his Sharingan darkened as he stood in the way of the approaching shinobi, just around a corner and within their sensory range. Kabuto flew past him and Obito didn't even glance at him. Water release, water wall encampment jutsu. What could only be described as a typhoon of warped out of his Rinnegan eye and smashed against the corner, crashing and clamoring noisily on a warpath to the two black operatives. Bat flagged behind him and yelled over the din of the oncoming tidal wave of water. After me. KD ran behind her and Bat flashed through a few hand seals. Water release, underwater torpedo drill. The vampire exhaled her own volley of water through her mask, this one coming out in a straight line. Her fingers formed and held the dragon seal and the end of the line of water slammed into the aggressive wall of water a short distance from her and KD, frilling open like an umbrella and spinning savagely, creating a tunneling path of water that boiled as it grinded against the defending drill of water. The two never stopped running forward. Suiki stopped exhaling water as she detected a pulse of air coming to them. Komodo pointed to the right, straight into the wall. On your right? He skirted around her, under the line of water from her mouth that led the drill through the attacking cavern flood of water, and, as the summoned mole broke out of the wall, he sent over a skull-crunching punch to its forehead, dispelling it and leaping into hole the animal had burrowed, leaving Bat to divert the water drill to her left, into another wall of rock just in time to dodge the fatally repulsive force smashing behind the wall of water. TCH, the Uchiha ground, annoyed that his almighty push had been evaded, though he had to limit the Rinnegan jutsu to not expand outwards but rather keep within the cavern walls. His senses flared and he held his palm out to his right, sucking the chakra out of the water drill that blasted out from the wall but holding his breath as a fog made entirely out of blood washed over him. His first instinct was to go for another almighty push, though he didn't, for if he did then their hideout would be destroyed and Kabuto might be crushed with it, leading the real Madara Uchiha to be dispelled before he could finish crushing Dark Country. In the dense fog, he constructed a solid ribcage and jumped out, containing the red mist inside the ribcage. Amaterasu. The red mist recoiled from the fire and reformed the stoic, unfazed legend-class Kunoichi. A bead of sweat rolled down the back of her neck as she thought, staring from the bonfire of blackness that burned hotter than any fire she had ever encountered, giving her no room to move. This must be the fire that burnt Kisame. The fire grew inside the Susanoo ribcage. He gleefully watched as the ghost's first student pushed further and further back from the swelteringly hot flames, fully aware that the long-tongued black operative was biding his time, hiding in the hole that had been formed by the formerly alive Rinnegan mole summons. Hold. His superior ordered through a Morse code message. Hold. What are you gonna to do now, hag? Obito yelled at the trapped woman. You've got nowhere to go. He didn't realize something. The ominous silence from the BLAK commander and the cool air about her as she huddled into the last remaining corner of the ribcage, feeling the sleeves of her uniform scorch off and blisters grow along her arms. Now. All KD had to do was leap out of the mole hole, diverting Obito's attention. Then, in one smooth motion, the blood mist that clung to his hair gathered together and formed liquid blood. Discovering his mistake as the blood shot down his temple, Obito made to drain the chakra. It was too late. The blood flowed into his nose in a gasp of horrified air and Obito choked. The blood of the woman infamously called the Vampire Empress went straight to his head, permeating into his brain and tagging along with the unfortunate Uchiha's blood as his heart pumped the life-sustaining liquid around its body, replicating and multiplying, outnumbering Obito's in only a handful of seconds and seeping into the Uchiha's organs, skeletal system, muscles and skin tissue. There really wasn't any hope for him anymore. Free of the Susanoo, Bat became a puppet master of ill intent. Obito, with his own hand and against his will, slid a lethally sharp kunai across his throat and Komodo came up behind him, stabbing him in the side of the head with one short obsidian blade and in his lower back with another. The last thing Obito Uchiha saw, in his last few microseconds of coherence, as shadows fogged his mind and his eyes dimmed with heavy, inescapable sleep, were a pair of blood-red orbs that emotionlessly watched him topple onto his side. Once his body hit the floor, his soul fell out of his body and into the void, and those cold red eyes silently looked on as he plummeted into the icy hot depths of death. The single chakra receiver pierced into his lower right abdomen deactivated. His right eternal Mangekyo eye ground to a stop and dimmed to a dull, coal black while the Rinnegan reflection genjutsu, the same one Nagato had used on the corpses of his former 6 paths of pain, crumbled, revealing it to be a plain black eye underneath. The lesser-powered, false image of the Rinnegan Madara had bestowed on the living path deactivated. Oh! White noise was a sage art. Sage art crafted from atmospheric nature chakra, which was basically nature chakra that was present in extremely high altitudes. Naruto did this by sending up a single bolt of lightning from the nape of his neck and into the sky, shooting higher than the clouds where it would absorb the denser nature chakra and release some of Naruto's own chakra to form thunderclouds and create lightning storms. This wouldn't have been the case for anyone else, but Naruto was partly privileged to be able to create his own thunderstorms due to the chaotic nature of his chakra, another part being that he had 2 bloodlines, lightning release and smoke release dash. The rest was simply mastery in motion. He knew what to do and how to do it. Atmospheric nature chakra was heavier than the nature chakra under the clouds, that is the usual nature chakra, and even at that the usual nature chakra couldn't simply be tampered with, for the consequence of abusing it would result in the victim being turned to stone. The only probable loophole in this was that people with well-established summoning contracts like Toad, Slug and Snake could tap into this dangerous source of chakra to amplify their abilities close to, if not the same as, that of a kami. Needless to say, the nature chakra high above the clouds would do unthinkable things to a person that wasn't careful. It wasn't that no one knew of the existence of atmospheric nature chakra, it was that no sane person wanted to mess with it. Luckily for Naruto, his sanity wasn't so dependable. Naruto was the first person in the world to be able to harness nature chakra without the help of a summons, or his summons. Besides Hashirama Senju, that is. People only knew that white noise equaled death. A little nature chakra would go a long way, and Naruto's bolt of lightning didn't gather a little. Far from it. Madara's face became grim as lightning crackled through the sky, flashing through the black storm clouds and bending his knees, lowering his stance a little bit closer to the ground to maintain his balance as thunder roared through the sky, rocking the earth. Naruto stood up with a slight bow, his shaggy blonde shading his bespectacled orbs. The nature chakra-laden bolt came back down and struck Naruto's neck, coating his chakra coils with it and mixing it into his own chakra reserves, spreading it to every nook and cranny of his body. Naruto had meditated for a whole year in a holy temple at the top of Yamasaki Mountain in Demon Country during the period of time he was on his personal training. He was about 14 then, and at that altitude, it was a constant war just to breathe. The monks refused to teach him how to properly breathe at the top of that mountain, though they did bring him down from the mountain if he ever passed out. The monks there were capable of dragging the high-density nature chakra into their bodies, but solely as a way they prayed to their kami, by meditating at the summit of the mountain. They had taken oaths to never weaponize their ability, as well as a pledge to not spread the knowledge to anyone, not unless that person in turn took that oath. The blonde teen, at that time, had managed to steal a scroll that taught him how to breathe from his gut. After getting past how to breathe at the peak of the mountain without blacking out, the next thing was dragging atmospheric nature chakra into his body without evaporating into the air. It wasn't nearly as easy as it sounded, and the mental training had been grueling, and most days he would lose feeling of his face or his extremities would disperse into air. Mastering atmospheric nature chakra gave Naruto the feeling of the weightlessness of air, while at the same time making him feel stronger than obsidian steel, the strongest material on the planet. The training had paid off in the form of the creation of not one but 2 of Naruto's personal techniques. White Noise and Silent Night. Though the latter was far more powerful than the former. Naruto's eyes flicked up and Madara grinned wildly as Naruto's eyes flared white with potent energy, beaming from behind his glasses and further making his darkened face more foreboding. His white orbs became large and haunted. Manic. A web of veins crept out from the corners of Naruto's massive, amplified eyes, reaching his ears. This change in Naruto's body and the change in the weather took only about 2 seconds, but it still raised a question in the minds of the dark ninjas watching hundreds of miles away, at the edge of Mito's grassland. Why wasn't Madara attacking? I want you at your best. The Uchiha snapped, his grin threatening to take over his face. Emboldened by the ghost's silence, he shouted with his arms open. Make this worth my time. Naruto was indeed a worthy threat, Madara unabashedly acknowledged, but he wasn't a Hashirama Senju kind of threat. The black clouds that cracked with white lightning covered only Mito's grassland, at Naruto's mental command. Naruto exhaled a small plume of thick black smoke from his clenched teeth. He then proceeded to walk forward, beginning at a leisurely pace and this time leaving behind no solid body afterimage but rather a semi-unseen wraith that vaguely resembled him. Madara trekked to the blonde with that same pace, increasing his step as the phantom in turn quickened to a steady jog, and speeding up to a hard jog before the two men blazed together in the middle of the field in an explosion of dust and wind. Fighting Naruto, Madara came to find out something particularly difficult. It wasn't Naruto's raw speed, though that too was a challenge, and it wasn't that he couldn't see Naruto, for Madara could barely catch a glimpse at his translucent opponent and thereby was able to touch him. Blocking and countering, as Naruto in turn blocked and countered. It was Naruto's unpredictability. The Uchiha didn't know when he entered the defensive. Naruto knew 12 fighting styles, and he had fully mastered 7 of them, the rest being up to if not a little bit over Jounin level of proficiency. Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was finding it harder by the millisecond to pin down which style his opponent was using, for the ancient Uchiha spotted exactly 12 styles with each snap and smack of Naruto's limbs, creating a tidal wave of afterimages and swarming his evolved Jujutsu with a crowd of probabilities that his brain frantically grinded down to discern which probability he should follow. Madara's eyes burned in his sockets. The Naruto before him, though nearly invisible, couldn't escape his powerful Sharingan, but being able to see him didn't equal being able to keep up with him. He stepped back and used his right shin to guard a low kick to his knee, hopping onto his other foot as Naruto switched into a high kick with his other leg, shielding his face with his forearms as a straight blow tore in the direction of his nose, lowering them to each of his sides as the ghost targeted his ribs with body shots. The Uchiha leaned back as far as his back allowed, barely dodging a spinning hook kick and sweeping to his right, escaping a Spartan kick that carried along with it a blast of white electricity, creating an air shockwave of epic proportions. Thump! Dropping his leg and spinning with the momentum of that front kick, Naruto delivered a hook kick aimed at Madara's temple, which the Uchiha ducked, shifting his head back from an elbow to his temple again and flickering to Naruto's other side to avoid a solid, 5-fingered palm strike that resulted in a massive column of the earth being uprooted. Thump! The Dark Leader pulled his palm back as Madara came at him with a knee to his attacking elbow, having to fall back into a crab as a volley of dark flames furled out of Madara's lips at a followed-up attack to his upper body. Naruto pushed up onto a handstand and clanged the soles of his sandals against a pair of chained scythes Madara had materialized into his hands, cycling his feet and walking backwards on his hands to keep his balance while blocking the lethal bladed strikes with his feet. He relaxed his right arm and fell onto his side, tucking into a roll as a frustrated Madara slammed a heel kick down on him, as if he had fallen down from the heavens with the intent of splitting him in half. He righted himself and flattened his feet on the ground, lowering his stance and holding up his palms, the right being in front and straight and the left being behind and closer to his gut, and the Uchiha unfailingly came at him, his blood roaring to take Naruto down a peg. Any dark ninja that managed to look directly at their leaders fight against the undead Uchiha without going blind would say that it was as if 2 fireworks, one white and black and the other dark red and black, were popping and thudding on the ground, flashing and smashing at the center of the field. That is, if the thunderclouds above head weren't shaking the very foundation of the earth. The blinding lights increased as Madara became enraged, ruffled by the cool-headed emotionlessness Naruto was maintaining and having his pride prodded that another shinobi other than Hashirama and who just so happened to be centuries younger than him was fending him off so effectively. Madara was confident in his combat skills. Tried and tested, his only foil was Hashirama. He didn't take too kindly on Naruto's capabilities as a shinobi. Each motion and every movement of Naruto's body and white noise made the ghost dimmer and harder to detect, forcing Madara's Sharingan to grind faster to spot even a sliver of the blonde's presence. Not that it was an easy fight for Naruto either. The Uchiha tunneled a blow to his left cheek but he batted it aside with his right hand, slapping down a knee to his abdomen with both of his hands and guarding his neck with his left forearm when Madara made to jam a finger into his jugular. The two men entered a fevered sequence of strikes and blocks, one that no outsider could possibly even follow. Until finally, Naruto's cells and his chakra reached past the speed of sound, a whisper close to the speed of light. Madara's eyes bugged out when his roundhouse kick wafted through the phantom's head and the returning front kick thudded into his chest. Boom! The ghost didn't let up. As Madara screeched to a halt not 2 feet away from his former position and his stomach roaring in agony from the last atmospheric nature-powered blow, the invisible creature attacked again, this time with a higher front kick, one that planted Naruto's foot squarely under his chin, followed closely by a grab for his airborne shoulders, angrily yanking him back to earth to meet a knee strike to his chin. Madara's back arced with the flow of the knee, avoiding as a jagged shard of lightning screamed down at him from the heavens. A line cracked on his face. Madara came to a realization. He had to take this seriously. Undead or not, the blond man before him was tossing him around like a child. The Hashirama cells surging through his body healed his wounds and a frown crossed over Naruto's face. You are not Hashirama. The reincarnated Uchiha spat hatefully, his pride almost overcoming his intellect. A painful grin shot up on his face and his eyes pulsed with insanity. You are better. His Sharingan whirled, blindly so, and Naruto no longer became invisible. The thunderstorm rumbled and a Kamui above Madara's head swallowed a bolt that had made to strike him. Naruto warily clenched his fists and his blazing white orbs flicked about the Uchiha from behind his glasses. Your abilities are a waste on you. I can sense the power you hold back. Madara chuckled deeply as Naruto ran to him. Before his eyes Naruto was running at high Chunin speed but in real time the ghost was cutting the distance in less than a nanosecond. The world distorted as gravity fought to remain in place when Naruto cut through the very fabric of existence with his swift feet. Yet it was nothing for the ghost of the Uchiha clan. Absolutely nothing. That ability to shape space and time. Reality as we know it. His grin broadened and his eyes laughingly curved upwards. You may not have Senju blood running through you, like Nagato. And you may not have inherited Indra's chakra, like Madara. But you are indeed, something I have never seen before. No longer needing to feed a sliver of the Rinnegan's power into the chakra receiver in Obito's presently dead body, Madara Uchiha's left eye evolved, revealing it to be his Rinnegan. He took a step forward, erasing the distance between himself and the slower shinobi, and crushed Naruto's face with his right forearm, jostling his brain in his skull. He went low and dug his fist into Naruto's diaphragm, rose up and cracked his left elbow across Naruto's cheek and ended his sequence of light speed attacks with a solid knee into Naruto's stomach, blasting Naruto clear off his feet. The ghost crash landed and skidded on his back thrice, before he rolled with the motion and came up to his feet, digging his fingers into the ground to slow himself down. These eyes of mine surpass even you, Naruto. Standing back, Madara checked the Rinnegan reflection genjutsu he had put over Obito's 3-tomo Sharingan left eye, the one Kabuto had implanted for him. He pushed a little of the Rinnegan's power into the boy, through the chakra receivers and the Uchiha team marveled at the increase in the ocular perception of his left eye, not like when he had the original but much better than his own Sharingan. He looked to Madara and the man's Rinnegan visibly devolved into an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The ghost, Obito began. He is not as weak as you think. I will have to see that for myself. He held out his right hand and Kabuto placed a petri dish in it. Inside was a flack of skin. The undead Uchiha turned and forced the god tree to absorb Hashirama Senju's tissue. The area he had placed the DNA sample contorted and with a groan, the Shodame Hokage walked out of the tree, unclothed. The mindless copy dropped onto his knees, weak from just being born, and Madara wasted no time absorbing the clone into himself. Hashirama's Senjutsu chakra put up a fight but quelled itself when it recognized the DNA Madara already had inside himself, the one that formed the pale face on his left chest as an end result. Madara didn't want to admit it. Naruto made him pause. My apologies, Naruto. I have not been taking you seriously. Madara said, honest, as the skin around his eyes darkened. The vegetation of the almost destroyed grassland reacted to him entering sage mode, rigidly rising out of the ground and swaying at the torrential waves of chakra he was exuding. Madara's Rinnegan pulsed, glowing evilly, and he closed his Mangekyo eye. Allow me to honor this battle by not holding back. His hands blazed through a sequence of 2-hand seals and Naruto, still able to see at speeds no normal man should ever be able to, recognized the last seal. His own fingers flashed through a single hand sign. Fire release, great fireball annihilation. Water release, tears of the Kraken. The surging wall of water smashed into the approaching wall of fire, and it was chaotic. Scalding heat flew about unhindered, scarily similar to the 5 tails boil release, and the battleground festered under the heat. The grass dried and the resulting hot wind effortlessly blew it away as dust, the soil hardened and turned black, feeling like cement beneath their feet but acting like silt as the 2 powerful shinobi used their chakra to find purchase on the ground but were ever so slowly pushed back by the sheer power in their opposing jutsus. Naruto's eyes flicked up and a bolt of electricity roared down from the black clouds. A shadow clone melted out of Madara's back and flicked through seals. Sage Arts, Storm Release Lightning Fang. He pointed his palms at the approaching bolt of lightning and fired off his own bolt of lightning. Earth's gravity reacted to that by doubling for half a second. Crack. From Hidden Mountain to Kumogakure, from Wave Country to Iron Country. The whole continent rippled with brief seismic shifts, earthquakes that loosened up the foundation of the planet. Seemingly not as affected by being 2 times their own body weight, the men cut off their attacks and Madara flew to Naruto, his feet no longer touching the ground and a broad, maniacally excited grin etched on his face. The clone seeped into the earth and Naruto's white eyes saw the clone swish under the ground in his direction. The ghost crossed his forearms and bent his knees at a 90-degree angle, before his fist crashed into the ground. Earth and Fire Release, Combination Jutsu, Volcanic Swamp of the Nether Realm. The earth in a 5-mile radius of him, far away from his shinobi yet within the area Madara and his clone were found in, bubbled and rose up to form an active volcano, with Naruto standing in the middle on a slab of solidified rock not affected by the lava. Testament to Naruto's chakra control and the volatility of his chakra, the lava was not red. It was black. The volcano Naruto had formed was roughly 100 meters high and 5 miles wide, and it erupted. Residents of Hidden Chill, hundreds of miles northeast of the continent and further past Kumogakure, could see the volcano erupt white lava and panic ensued. The same could be said about the rest of the continent. Madara's clone leaped out of the ground in time, before it turned into lava, and the 2 shinobi flew high into the air, away from the eruption of molten magma that chased them into the sky, but the real Madara soared down and around the eruption, avoiding being burnt alive. The clone wasn't so lucky, as it flew up into the clouds and was summarily roasted into dispersing by Naruto's storm clouds. Naruto, standing inside the volcano with his sleeves singed off by the fire, removed his right fist from the ground and shifted the fingers of both of his hands into the dragon seal. The lava abruptly stopped erupting and continued in its path into the clouds. Volcanic hailstorm. The lava above the clouds broke up and came down, falling down to the earth in the form of spears. They were numerous enough to blot out the sun. Something even his storm clouds could not fully do. It looked like the end of the world. Madara, flying in the air, cackled with glee as the white hellfire came shooting down on him. His Rinnegan eye pulsated again and the spears broke up into dust as he used a barely uttered yin-yang release jutsu, one that negated all ninjutsu. Naruto gnashed his teeth and cursed, leaping out of the volcano he had created. Nagato had not been able to scatter that ninjutsu, not with that much ease. Madara blinked down to the ghost and slammed his foot squarely into the blonde's hastily formed forearm guard. Naruto suppressed the feeling of his bones being broken, patching them up with the atmospheric nature chakra in his body, and he sidestepped a straight kick that could have taken off his head, bent under a right hook and rolled to the side, away from a savage uppercut. The 2 men appeared and disappeared in various, random places around the battlefield, their arms and legs constantly in motion, attacking and guarding. The fevered pitch of the battle sliced through the veils of reality. Spots of blackness tore open and closed with each leap around the ground the 2 combating men took, fraying the fabric of space and time with their fight. Naruto slapped a punch to his right with his palm, batting another to the other side, smacked a knee back down to the ground and tunneled a fiery, chakra-coated blow right onto Madara's chest. The clone dispersed after the strike and the real Madara materialized before Naruto, close to the partially smoky area his clone had been dispelled on, cracking a roundhouse kick into the side of Naruto's head. A memory ran into Naruto's head. Naruto's bare feet softly patted down on the ground, trying to be hasty and stealthy at the same time as he snuck into the small camp. The 7-year-old appreciated the rain for masking his footsteps but cursed in his head as his feet nearly slipped. The camp he was entering had only a tent and a stone throw away was a fire that burned under the shade of wall that leaned dangerously close to the ground. Next to the fire was a pot of what Naruto could only hope was food. Food. His stomach grumbled traitorously. A mere week ago his world had fallen apart. His parents stepped on an active mine, and his friends had been unable to grasp the full gravity of how their childhood had gone up in flames. Tears welled up in Naruto's eyes as he recalled how his parents ran behind them as Iron Country samurai, IWA shinobi and Kumo shinobi turned their once peaceful town into a war zone. Yahiko had been staying with them, when his uncle had gone off to fight the war in the center of AIM, alongside Hanzo the salamander. The mine had gone off and Naruto didn't dare look back at what had become of his parents. He hid Yahiko and found Konan some hours later, hugging her mother's decapitated head. Sueki had been found blankly holding a hand. The rest of the person's body was crushed under what used to be the Sakanomi household. He dragged them away and carried them, Konan on his back and Sueki clinging to his middle. He didn't dare look back. He didn't dare remember. He had been the single provider for his friends, feeding them, clothing them and protecting them, as they were too unresponsive to do anything for themselves. Awake but unresponsive. Nagato's eyes had changed somehow, from brown to purple with concentric rings, and Naruto didn't know how. He was only staved off from worrying too much when it seemed that his first friend wasn't blind. Naruto could only hope they would pull out of their depression soon. Naruto rubbed out his tears with the back of his hand and plodded to the pot. He opened his lips and cheered quietly as he saw a whole chicken breast and thick chicken broth inside. Who is that? Naruto froze, already lifting up the pot by the two handles. It's the sides. He slowly looked up to the other side of the dangerously leaning wall and he swallowed when he saw a pile of rags and clothing move about, sitting up weakly. I know you're there. Who are you? The person didn't sound afraid, Naruto noted to himself, and as the clothes on the person's head fell down, Naruto also noted that the person was old. The person had white hair, attained from old age, and his face was wrinkly. His white hair was spiky and seemed to be extremely long, possibly reaching his waist if he was to stand up. The way the person's head was slightly turned to the right and how the person's eyes were covered in bandages, Naruto also realized that the person was blind. I asked you a question, boy. The man said low, intimidatingly, and the recently orphaned child trembled. I'm sorry, old man. He turned and fled with the pot of food, and Madara Uchiha allowed him to go. Naruto shook his head of the cobwebs, pushing out of the dreamlike memory by willpower alone, and he blocked a punch to his neck with his forearms. The blow pushed him back, giving him space to look at Madara. Really look at him. Naruto's eyes widened. You. Madara never forgot the boy's chakra signature. Water and lightning affinity, the latter of which was potent enough to be a bloodline, while still not taking back how the child's combined chakra felt uncontrollable, not out of negative emotions at that. His sensory ability saw Naruto's chakra as a warbling, sputtering mass of black and white. It was the same as the boy that had been hanging around the redhead child he identified as having Senju blood, Nagato. It was when he had been reincarnated that he found out the child's name. Naruto. How are you alive? Naruto whispered to himself. Yet another memory struck him. Mortality is the bane of humanity. Orochimaru told his student, a now 10-year-old Naruto, as the masked child stood next to the scientist. But Orochi-sensei, the blonde boy objected, staring at the Nagato, Konan and Yahiko having target practice, using either normal kunai Yahiko and Nagato or a paper kunai Konan dash. Naruto flicked his cerulean eyes up to his tall teacher, then back to his friends. Suiki was walking up a tree behind Naruto. She made it a quarter of the way up before she tumbled to the ground, just able to get her feet under her to avoid falling on her behind. Her teacher spared her a look and a quick, encouraging thumb up to reinvigorate her as she performed the chakra control exercise. I don't want to live forever. I want to die someday, preferably of natural causes. The snake sage chuckled at his student's words. Many people don't share your thoughts, Naruto. I assume you want immortality. Some form of it, at least. Stay away from Suiki, okay? He glared at Orochimaru and the man hissed out a laugh, raising his hands in surrender. Kukukuk. Keep both of your eyes on her. Naruto didn't like how his teacher didn't promise to leave his student alone. Tobirama Senju. He looked to Naruto with a raised eyebrow. You know who he is, don't you? Konoha's Nidaime Hokage. Correct. He patted Naruto's head and the boy shook the hand off with a mildly annoyed flick of his head. Orochimaru continued. He created a jutsu that can raise the dead, but it isn't perfect. The masked preteen was skeptical, and he displayed it with a single raised eyebrow. Raise the dead? It isn't perfected. Orochimaru repeated. And it isn't resurrection, per se, rather it is more like reincarnation. That jutsu isn't to preserve youth but to bring the dead back to life, though at the cost of being tied to obey the summoner. That, child, is why Tobirama's jutsu isn't perfect. So, you want to perfect that dead dude's resurrection jutsu? Naruto summarized. It is one of my projects, yes. Why are you telling me this? You know damn well I don't care. Don't think that I'm going to resurrect you if you die. Even if, say, Suiki was to die and you know this jutsu, you can bring her back for however long you want. If she's dead, she's dead. I will not disturb her rest. Naruto directed his narrowed eyes to the snake sage. Right now though, I'll make sure she doesn't die. Orochimaru chuckled again. When you get older, those thoughts will change. You are yet still a child. Not anymore. Naruto stopped being a child when he took up the role of guardian for his friends. Orochimaru was a private person, though he made it clear that he wanted to impose his beliefs and opinions on the seemingly impressionable child he was teaching. That Sannin wanted Naruto's loyalty, and after years of trying and failing to garner some sort of dedication from the future ghost, he lost interest and left. Naruto wasn't going to bring him back to life or even continue his research on the event of his untimely demise. Reincarnation. That was the closest, logical conclusion Naruto reached to answer why the ancient man he had stolen from all those years ago was alive and younger than before some 33 years later. Unfortunately, Naruto didn't press Orochimaru for how to negate the reincarnation jutsu, and the blonde didn't know any reliable Fuin jutsu that would successfully seal Madara his EMS and his Rinnegan without the undead Uchiha breaking out somehow. Thinking on his feet and brainstorming ways to kill a corpse, Naruto called down a long bolt of electricity, one that was partially still in the ground while almost nearing the ground. The ghost blazed up the jagged white arc of electricity and leaped off at the top, to where Madara had been hovering. 3 more blasts of lightning served as his footholds as he tore through the sky towards the Uchiha, mere seconds after leaving the ground and seemingly in the blink of an eye for the spectating dark ninjas, before a single bolt slammed into Naruto's back, propelling him forward at breakneck speed. Naruto felt 2 things. He felt the sound barrier crack and he felt his shoulder tackle Madara's middle. The 2 men came down to the earth, not unlike a meteor. Gum! Those dark ninjas behind the barrier around Mito's grassland erected 5 more layers, and the explosion of pressure and wind shattered all of them, and so they used their wherewithal to craft more and more barriers, unrelenting as each one crashed into nothing, layering them one behind the other until the pressure let up ever. The barriers that remained, 20 in total, bulged and stretched, containing as much of the shredding wind and the burning heat caused by the impact on the ground. There was silence. Stifling silence. No one spoke. A few closed their eyes and prayed. Kushina swallowed and her purple orbs squinted, looking through the 20-layered barrier seals, though the fog of dust and the falling clods of earth. Their hearts fell as chakra that didn't belong to their leader roared through 15 of the 20 barriers. A giant, humanoid construct made out of ethereal blue chakra rose up out of the crater. The chakra construct very nearly reached the very clouds of lightning that had long since been threatening its summoner, though the white lightning now couldn't affect it now. It wielded a massive sword and a pair of blue wings flapped on its back, aiding it as it leaped out of the deep hole. Jai! A black salamander with red and yellow splotchy markings with beady red eyes, one so big that it reached the blue giant's lower abdomen, squealed to the heavens, rearing back on its hind legs and dropping back down to all fours with a resounding thud. It snapped its treacherously serrated jaws, banging its somewhat long tail on the earth. Standing on the salamander chief's summoned slimy head was Naruto, holding his throbbing left shoulder and breathing haggardly through his plain black half-mask. Madara wore a proud smirk, hovering in the chest region of his Susanoo. Most of his red armor had been blown off his body and the long-sleeved undershirt too had half-shredded, leaving him bare-chested on his right side and clothed on his left. He tore off his shirt without so much as a thought, and the Shodame Hokage's face on his left chest opened its mouth, moaning soundlessly. The Uchiha didn't want to admit that the ghost's deft shoulder tackle had snapped his spine and obliterated 2 of his lower ribs, and Hashirama's sage chakra was still in the process of fixing it while he hovered in the Susanoo's chest. It annoyed him, for he too had been putting active effort into ending the ghost's life. He looked over the salamander summons and the summoner standing on it at the crowds of shinobi that lined the edges of the grassland, several thousand meters away. The Uchiha hummed at the bubbling volcano that the blonde had created with his chakra and the broken earth. Black lava leaked from the mouth of the volcano and a few fissures in the ground festered with heat, forming small geysers of scathingly hot, light red vapor. The effect of both Madara and Naruto's potent chakra clashing was visibly affecting the ecosystem. The soil was leached of its plant-sustaining nutrients, the bodies of unfortunate animals that had made the area their home if they had not fled on time were crushed by slabs of rock, seeping their blood into the earth, which in turn was part of the reason the geysers were light red, and the air density within the general area was heavier and more poisonous, so much so that life, plant or animal, could no longer be sustained in the area anymore. Mito's grassland couldn't be called Mito's grassland anymore. It was now called Mito's wasteland. One glaring thing he noticed Naruto was doing was that he strictly kept the decimation of their battle within Mito's wasteland. The barrier seals were performing their function, but it was actually their leader that was drawing the battle from them the best he could, dividing his attention. Not that Naruto hadn't been trying to lure Madara out of darkness. Their fight had started a mere stone throw away from the shinobi at the border of Mito's wasteland, and now Naruto had been able to take Madara some 1,000 meters away from them. Though forcing the fight out of darkness altogether was a difficult affair. Mito's wasteland was near the Dark Capital, and the Dark Capital was in the heart of Dark Country, which was the very center of country. Madara had shown that he could match his speed and pace with Naruto, and the Uchiha would admit that he had fallen for the now blatant misdirection techniques his bespectacled opponent had been using to take the fight away from his ninjas, but anything other than teleportation wouldn't work on the crazed Uchiha. An idea came to Madara. Divide Naruto's attention even more, strain his reach. Being leader was his ultimate weakness. His hands and the hands of his fully formed Susanoo clapped together and moved through 3 hand seals. Ramsnakebird. Extinction. Meteors as far as the eye could see were pulled in by Madara's superior gravity manipulation from out of space. These monumentally large rocks, roughly 10 or so in total, hung in the air above darkness. Naruto ground his teeth as he saw those meteors poised to crush his country to dust. Chakra cannons from around the country boomed relentlessly, firing cannon after cannon at the heavenly bodies but not making much progress in denting the space rocks. So this is your plan? Naruto mumbled darkly, the hand supporting his shoulder clenched hard at the shoulder strap of his flak jacket. The chief salamander looked up as well, growling in a deeply and slamming its tail in the ground. Naruto lowered his stance and placed his free hand on the top of the chief summon's head, calming the beast down somewhat, and he muttered for only the salamander to hear. I have an idea. Gyyyee. 3 seconds should be enough. Naruto answered to his summons and to himself as Madara's blue Susanoo rumbled towards them. Hold him back for 3 seconds. The ghost fastened his feet to the slimy head of his summons as the great salamander craned open its mouth and released a thick jet of a clear blue liquid, one that the attacking Uchiha blocked with a materialized chakra shield. The poison streaming out of the salamander's mouth was specifically made to break down chakra, and it was slowly eating away at the chakra shield. Madara created 4 shadow clones, each one saturated with his Indra-inherited chakra, and those clones surrounded the ghost and his salamander summons, materializing their own fully formed Susanoos, which ambled to their targets with single-minded determination, drawing their ethereal blades and focusing their Sharingan right eyes downwards. Thom. The summons expelled poisonous mist from its pores, as well as its mouth, and the clones exhaled gales of wind from their mouths. Chakra cannons exploded in the background. The meteors drew near, gathering speed and pushing hard against the country's dome-like seal barrier. The 4 Susanoos got closer to them. Naruto clapped his hands together, meshed them and flipped through 2 seals, 2 less than when he was 17 and used the technique for the first time. Tiger Ram. Silent Night. Chapter 34. Naruto bowed his head. Blackness bathed his body and his clothes, easily mistaken for smoke, leaving only his paper-pale upper face. His spiky hair rose up and changed to white lightning, crackling dangerously as the veins coming from the corners of his white eyes smoothed over and disappeared. White outlined the soles of his sandals, his palms, and the line tattoos running down both of his arms to the tips of his fingers. He looked like midnight incarnate. Spiny lightning broke out of his back, spanning over 20 feet wide and were gradually covered by leathery-like smoke, though still showing the lightning skeletons of his demonic wings. A seal drew itself on his left chest, over his heart, and it glowed an ominous red, thrumming. The seal read hard. Pulsing. 2 more of those seals appeared on the palms of his hands, this time reading hands in the same ultra-complex stack of seals as the one on Naruto's heart. The last change Naruto's body underwent, one that hadn't been present when he was a teenager, was a pair of gray horns cracked out of his temple, curving upwards till they were 2 feet long. A strange quiet came over Mito's wasteland. A chilling silence. Madara's shadow clones backtracked, even the real one, and readied themselves. The white-eyed demon shuffled his right leg back a little, emotionlessly staring up at his undead opponent, at the gleeful expression on the Uchiha's face, and he muttered, speaking to his summons in a voice not unlike a breezy whisper. Take the one behind me. Referring to the fully powered Madara clone and its Susanoo, the summons couldn't squeal any louder, pleased with the order. Meanwhile, Naruto flapped his wings twice and his feet barely lifted of the summon's back before he simply blipped out of existence. Madara blinked frantically, searching for the ghost, until he found the lightning-haired leader hovering hundreds of miles above him, roughly in the middle of the assembled meteors. The words came to him, as if they had been in his mind for decades. He opened his arms and the red seals on his palms burned harshly, smoking. Anti-chakra, black hole. Those meteors that spotted the sky, pressing down hard on Dark Country's barrier seals with the intention of crushing the country into oblivion, warped and were sucked towards the flying demon's palms, changing size to that of a pebble as Naruto brought his palms closer together. The frantically whirring black pebble of all 15 of the meteors that spun between Naruto's hands shivered and a vacuum sucked them into the seal on Naruto's chest. The whole continent seemed to both sigh in relief and tremble in horror at what had happened. One moment, they saw extinction hanging over darkness and a colossal shockwave of dust on impact that would no doubt wipe out most of the continent, and the next moment was a black dot in the heavens that gathered the massive rocks together and sealed it into himself with the ease of a god. Madara grit his teeth and his grin became painful, staring up at Naruto. He was sure Dark Country's supreme leader had turned into a demon. The white-haired demon's eyes never wavered as he mentally decided not to seal his undead opponent into the void of his black hole, for Madara's Sharingan and Rinnegan could end up being too troublesome to contain. Naruto dove down and he vanished once again, so quick that Madara couldn't possibly keep track of him, and when he reappeared again, Naruto was inside the Uchiha Susanoo. The ghost was too close to be dodged. The white-haired thing's wings clapped closed, bending around its target, and then all the air left Madara's lungs as a pair of feet were planted onto his chest, slamming him mercilessly into the lightning veins of the wings covering him, bursting out of the ensnaring wings and breaking out through the back of his ethereal blue Susanoo, shattering the chakra construct like glass. Like smashing through an electrified fence made out of barbed obsidian iron while sopping wet, Madara's very soul curled inwards like an electrocuted insect. Every nerve ending, every cell and every single drop of chakra in his body screamed in pure agony. The Uchiha didn't even have the time to orient himself on the speed boost his formerly blonde opponent had undergone before being brutally electrocuted and crash-landing into the ground, digging a deep depression with his back. Leaping out of the pit, Madara's open Rinnegan eye widened as he saw his demonic opponent shoot through each clone with his body and, as if they were being teleported with a Kamui, they turned within themselves and flew into the red spiral seal on Naruto's chest, leaving only the clone his summons was chomping on. The ghost of the Uchiha clan wondered, in that moment, whether or not he was now outclassed. Before his Rinnegan eye, he saw an invisible vacuum of chakra swirl around and into the red seal on Naruto's chest, eternally sucking in life from the environment and drag in anything that was within 5 feet of the black demon. The red seals on Naruto's palms, though bearing smaller vortexes into the void of space inside of Naruto, served to squeeze the clone Susanoo's into a funnel and directed it into the swirl on Naruto's heart, the very center of Naruto's chakra coils. Naruto was a black hole. The void. But that was just a small portion of what the demonically winged, lightning-haired hair had become. The speed he displayed was 5 times white noise, far faster than the speed of light, and the worst part was that there was no expulsion of chakra for when Naruto used that deadly speed, for the blonde merely vanished from sight and the next moment, he had peppered Madara's body with 50 swift blows to the torso, starting with punches to the black-haired man's lower abdomen and rising up to his chest, ripping a flaming uppercut into the Uchiha's neck, one that very nearly tore his head clear. Off his shoulders, rearing back and rushing back to Madara with a knee to his abdomen, cracked a fist across Madara's face, spinning around the dazed Uchiha and delivering a sharp liver jab. He bounced his knuckles on the back of Madara's head, drove his elbow into the nape of the undead shinobi's neck, pivoted around the Sharingan user and finished it off with 4-fingered jab to his neck, jamming his fingers into the Uchiha's throat. There was no falter in his steps. Naruto was leagues ahead of his opponent. Madara's Rinnegan was virtually unable to keep track of the speed demon after the knee to his gut. He saw a sea of white-eyed, lightning-haired demons surround him and his body was too slow, too sluggish, to even lift a finger in self-defense. The leader of darkness backtracked a step, his feet hardly touching the ground and his wings flapping a gale of toxic air, before he returned with a Spartan kick to Madara's chin, lifting him clear off his feet and soaring over the volcano Naruto had previously fashioned from his chakra. Gum! For 5 seconds, Madara Uchiha forgot where he was. The Uchiha crash-landed with a hard thud, feeling more of his undead bones snap and crack from the previous sequence of blows. Jagged lines formed on his chin and his neck, from where Naruto had kicked him, and his Rinnegan wavered violently from being in the same proximity of the anti-chakra being man. He ground his teeth and his Rinnegan glowed with power, levitating off the ground and lifting off into the sky towards the darkness-swaddled, lightning-haired demon. I am not beaten. With the sky blocked by the evil black storm clouds and the sounds of thunder shaking the earth, Naruto rolled his left wrist and Night Terror materialized in his red-ringed palm, closing his hand to grip the handle of the blade and spinning it on his palm once. Naruto pointed his ninjato down to Madara. Electricity hummed as the anti-chakra user tore through the air, down to Madara with his ninjato burning angrily in his hand. The Rinnegan holder drew his dual-chained scythes and the two men clashed in a mighty shower of sparks and fire. Madara came upon a realization, just about the same time he understood he was desperately on the defensive. He was beaten. Oh. Somewhere under the valley of End. Kabuto Yakushi wasn't an Uchiha. Far from it, actually. The silver-haired medic had not been born with the innate superiority complex of the Uchiha clan that came from them bearing their Sharingan eyes. He wasn't so consciously naive as to think that by birthright he was far superior to any person on the planet, not like Obito and very much not like Madara. Kabuto was smart. At least, that was what he liked to think. Against his two pursuers, Kabuto fled, running and not turning back, so much so that it almost felt like his heels were touching the back of his head. That was what made him smart. He positively identified one of the two ninjas doggedly chasing him, from a quick glance over his shoulder as the two of them entered the secret underground cave, as he had already began running away. He caught her blaringly white hair and her deep, chilling red eyes. Orochimaru had written about the woman in one of his journals, a separate one from the one about Naruto. Ketsueki Sakanomi was the product of two pureblood Sakanomi. She was from the Sakanomi branch family of the Chueinku clan, one of the 7 clans of Dark Country, and a majority of who were able to use their clan-based Kekai Genkai, the Demon Ink bloodline. She had complete mastery of her vampire blood bloodline, a ninjutsu specialist that was also well versed in hand-to-hand and the use of weaponized medical needles of varying lengths, and finally she was the student of Orochimaru's former student, Naruto. The last part alone was enough to dissuade any future aggressor, for Naruto was already a remarkably powerful shinobi. Blood, the vampire empress, as she was infamously called, was deathly loyal to her teacher, and on numerous occasions Orochimaru had observed, from afar, that Ketsueki's devotion to Naruto was so strong he suspected it was a severe mental condition. For the second person, the one that was using his long tongue to follow him, Kabuto had no idea, but needless to say, any person that accompanied Bat on a mission was also capable in their own right. Run. It was all Kabuto could do. A stray question floated into his head. Is he going to run forever? Run until Madara defeated Naruto? But when was that going to happen? Within his heart, Kabuto honestly didn't believe Madara Uchiha was able to defeat the man that led Dark Country, Naruto. Naruto was the bogeyman. The phantom that stalked the night, haunting those unfortunate enough to cross its path. The person parents warned their children of to keep them in line, scaring them into thinking the blue-eyed monster lurked under their beds, or hid in their wardrobes, ever patient and ever waiting for sweet nightfall to steal the souls of bad children. During his time in the orphanage, Kabuto had been exposed to these ghost stories, and even though learning under Orochimaru had dispersed some of those made-up stories, the silver-haired teen was still rightly afraid of the ghost. Quite frankly, Naruto cut a more intimidating image than Madara. Not that Kabuto could ever say that to Madara's face, or to Madara's back, or within a 50-mile radius of Madara Uchiha. His legs were burning and his lungs were on fire, heaving for precious air as he pelted full tilt down another corridor and turned into a corner, barely dodging a hail of blood senbon aimed at his back, ones that honed after him as if they had a single-minded goal of skewering him. Until the medic leaped through another trap door, slamming the door shut behind him and feeling a short sliver of relief as the blood senbon clinked against the metal door, racing away yet again. His pursuers, one wearing the bat mask and the other a lizard mask, might have already guessed where he was hoping to escape to, from the direction in which he was running. Grass country. Orochimaru had a lab there he could use, hunker down and hide or utilize the excess corpses in the cold storage there to raise more shinobi to his side. Yes. Only a few more miles. I can make it. Kabuto repeated this in his head, uttering his mantra with half of his focus while the other half went to escaping the Valley of End. His stamina was failing him. Oh. Clover Mountain. Hidden Mountain. Seated on a log in front of his and Tsum's house, Minato cast a solemn eye down at his right hand, when he began losing feeling in it. The tips of his ring finger and pinky were a deep shade of gray, solidified and stony, just like his feet and his knees. The bearded blonde sighed and closed his eyes. Fugaku roared. A ghastly bellow of demented rage as he ran to Clover Mountain, where the person he was looking for was seated at the front gate. He saw the repulsion on Minato's face. Fugaku was less man and more snake, his lower body was more or less the same, besides his black pants being tattered at the knees and his shoes no more than shreds of material on his clawed feet, while his whole upper body was a writhing, wiggling mass of black-scaled, red-eyed snakes. The former Uchiha clan head looked to have come straight out of a horror story. The snakes, too many to count, all opened their maws and wailed in unison, a sound that was a startling mix of agony, sadness, and fury. Minato gripped the single Hiroshin kunai in his hand tighter and his expressionless mask cracked a little to show his horror at the creature his former friend had become. "This is your fault, Minato," Fugaku said in a warbling voice. The multitude of snakes that made up his upper body hissed, their tones different but the words the same. "This is all your fault. I didn't do this to you, Fugaku," Minato said, the fingers of his free hand twitching. "You did this to yourself." The Uchiha's feet stumbled forward a step and the snakes cried, as if they had not heard what Minato had said. "You've taken everything from me. My wife. My child. My friends. My clan. Minato was even sure if it was really Fugaku that was speaking anymore, or if it was a darker reflection of the Uchiha had taken over while the man's soul was lost to the Grim Reaper. What Minato did know for certain was that Fugaku was suffering from nature chakra possession, and from the looks of the thousands of red-eyed snakes the Uchiha had for an upper body, it was nature chakra from snake summons. Though instead of outright turning into a reptilian statue, he turned into a demented snake monster that infected anyone and anything around it with unstable nature chakra, turning them into stone. The traveling circus ringmaster that had warned him of the incoming Uchiha group said there were about 20 of them, and now only Fugaku stood before him. Minato could hazard a guess on the fate of those that followed Uchiha Fugaku. Leaving Fugaku as he was would affect the people of Clover Mountain, and protecting them was the sole reason Minato stayed behind instead of going to the fire capital with his expecting girlfriend. The people had done nothing to him, they didn't deserve to be brought into his own problems. Saiko, the girl that had been helping him sell firewood for him, and her family didn't deserve to be brought into his problems. Maybe having a relatively normal life made him soft. Yuwu. The snake man's pain-riddled bellow cut into Minato's mind and the bearded Namikaze shook his head. You must be in pain. I'll put you out of your misery. The trap seal beneath Fugaku released a blizzard of ropes that bound the snake creature and another seal, a complex one that had been drawn under the trap seal, forcefully dragged in Fugaku's chakra. Unfortunately, Minato didn't anticipate that his old friend would come at him riddled with volatile snake summons nature chakra, so the chakra-drained seal only took the Uchiha's chakra and not the nature chakra. This made the snake creature even more feral, convincing Minato that the Fugaku was now long gone. The collection of nature chakra inside of Fugaku's body became more uncontrollable. The snake man fell down onto his front and thrashed violently, shaking and roaring madly. Yuvu-uha. A tidal wave of nature chakra rushed out of Fugaku, threatening to overrun Clover Mountain. It washed over Minato, then both Fugaku and Minato disappeared in a yellow flash. Minato had kicked Fugaku into his and Tsum's house and hastily raised a barrier around. The nature chakra bomb went off with a heavy thud and nothing more. The windows of his and Tsum's house had been shattered and the wooden house inflated somewhat at the immense pressure of nature chakra pushing out, as well as the immense dome of chakra that contained it. Minato had gotten far away from the barrier and in a way that distance saved him. But apparently not enough, as the fingers of his right hand to his knuckles turned to stone, creeping up at a notably sluggish pace. Minato's head dipped. So this is how I go out, huh? He could flash all the way to the fire capital and spend his last moments with his girlfriend, but he didn't want to put Tsum into that kind of pain. He also didn't know if his girlfriend, and by connection their unborn child, would get infected from him. Minato wasn't a sage, nor did he have the toad summons anymore. Moments after the Konoha bloodbath, the toads struck his name out of their summoning contract. Even if he did still have the summoning contract, he didn't know sage mode like Jiraiya. Two people, one person wearing a rabbit mask and the other a fox mask, marched before him and the latter person, a noticeably feminine person with a slender build, knelt before him on one knee and peered up into Minato's eyes. Fox turned to his team captain. He's still alive. Minato slowly raised his head and the man wearing the fox mask got back to his feet and Rabbit lifted an eyebrow from under her mask. She stated, plainly. Nature chakra poisoning, your right hand and your legs were closer to Fugaku. The blonde lumberjack scoffed a little and scratched his cheek with his non-statue hand. I can see that. Monkey and Chipmunk were walking around Minato and Tsum's humble cottage, still covered in the barrier. Chipmunk was taking pictures and Monkey was checking for life inside the house, while still not prodding the barrier. I am Captain Rabbit and this is Deputy Captain Fox. The effeminate fox-masked shinobi nodded to Minato when Rabbit gestured to him. And we were charged to come and ensure your safety by Lord Naruto of Dark Country. Tsum Inuzuka and Konan are safely in Fire Country with the Fire Daimyo, Lady Wakono. There is no more Akatsuki. Nice to meet you. Minato rumbled, briefly looking down as half of the back of his hand turned to stone. I'm sorry, it seems this mission is a failure. The seal master turned lumberjack then smiled wanly, a regretful look in his eyes. Tell your master that he has my eternal thanks, for keeping Tsum safe. Thank Konan too, if you can. I don't know what I did to make her help me but she will always have my thanks. Being professionals, Rabbit and Fox didn't show their remorse for not getting to Minato faster. Fox bobbed his head. They'll know. They watched as the lumberjack's right hand turned to stone. The two high-ranked ninjas didn't know what to do. Minato Namikaze was turning into a statue. They were at least glad he wasn't in pain. To Minato, there wasn't any real pain, more like the existential, out-of-body sensation of gradually losing functionality of his extremities, starting from the tips of the fingers of his right hand and the toes of both his feet and reaching his wrist and just under his knees. It was the knowledge that soon he would find out whether death by nature chakra poisoning would result in an eternity of being petrified or if there was actual death at the end, the agonizingly slow build-up to his stony solidification. Minato chuckled to himself, a quiet, mysterious sound that piqued Rabbit's interest. He made dying seem so boring. There was no cure to nature chakra poisoning, and quite honestly he was glad to be able to have some coherent thought and consciousness before his inevitable demise. Most people were washed over with the deadly natural chakra, dunked in a galaxy of pain and torment before they turned to stone not more than 5 seconds later. Minato was fortunate to not have that fate. Probably because he used to have the toad summoning contract, albeit without the benefit of being a sage. His regret was that he didn't have any paper to write his last words to his dear girlfriend, Tsume, telling her that he loved her more than she could ever know and that he carried the guilt of dying to the very end, unable to be a truly honorable man and stay to raise their child. He would tell her that if he was privileged to ever meet her again in heaven or in the next life, he would treasure every waking moment in his existence, every single second he had with her, and capture every single moment in his mind. Minato closed his eyes, recalling his happily pregnant girlfriend's sunny smile, and he smiled as well under his thick, grizzly yellow beard. She was the one that gave him stability and sanity. He was happy she was safe, with Konan and with Wakono. Knowing that his girlfriend and his child would have the best life made Minato content. Monkey jogged up to them, saying, "Do you mind if I check for something?" Minato furrowed his eyebrows and Monkey showed the older man his hands. "I'm a touch sensor, like you." Minato's wan smile went up a little. "That's nice. In my whole life, you're the only other one I've met." Monkey allowed some shock come to his eyes. "Really?" "Yes. Touch sensors are very rare." Rabbit coughed into her fist, preventing the 2 touch sensors from entering a full-blown conversation on their rare ability. "What did you want to check, Monkey?" "Oh yeah." Monkey tentatively asked Minato permission to touch his stony right hand and his human right elbow. The true Kohai hummed and closed his eyes, something that made Minato chuckle, for he remembered when he was much younger and had to concentrate extremely hard as well. The people that Naruto had sent wore animal masks, just like Konoha's ANBU. So, making a rough guess, these people were members of a suborganization of Dark Country's elite ninjas. Monkey sounded like he was still in his teenage years, but Darkness, though a hermit nation, was renowned to have highly experienced shinobi, no matter the rank. Darkness had its own benchmarks for being an elite shinobi, and Minato was perfectly fine with not knowing. Monkey could be 14, but that didn't take anything away from him being an elite shinobi. The nature chakra is spreading. He saw from his 3 superiors Rabbit, Fox and Minato that his statement couldn't get any more obvious, so he clarified with a sweat drop. "It's possible that he won't get turned into a statue if..." He trailed off, and the first person to get what he was saying was Minato. Monkey took his hands off Minato's right hand and right elbow, quickly saying, "I don't want you to think this is just about the mission dash. Leader Naruto ordered us to make sure you are alive and safe." Fox interrupted, before Monkey could blurt out Darkness's high mission success rate, for that wasn't important at that moment. "At the end of the day, the decision is up to you." They heard the faint clicks of Chipmunk taking pictures in the background. Rabbit spoke up. "Speaking informally," she said. "We were briefed about you before we went on this mission. We all have families back home that we would do anything for, and you, Mr. Minato. I don't want to sound forceful and I don't want to make it seem like you don't have any other option, but so that you make it back to Tsume and your child, you would have to amputate now before it becomes too late." Amputation. Minato mulled it over in his head. Cutting the problem areas off before they spread even more. It wasn't ever going to be an easy decision, not for a man like him. Minato Namikaze was the yellow flash. He shook his head. He was a lowly lumberjack. He was Tsume Inuzuka's boyfriend. He was going to be a father. "I hear, Suna is the world leader in medical technology." Minato proposed, readying his mind. "Do you think I'll have to wait long to get their prosthetics?" Having a Kamuri clan head husband that benefited greatly from Suna's prosthetics, Rabbit promised. "They have the best technology." Azura Kamuri clan head had lost his legs from the knee down during the Civil War, when the royal clan chopped them off so that he wouldn't run away while they killed his parents before him. Darkness's alliance with Suna brought about a rapid exchange of ideas, among which was well-made artificial limbs. There was a sizable discount for former shinobi, of which Minato wouldn't have a problem. Fox said, hesitant. "I know having them would never replace what you lost dash." Minato smiled brighter. "I get to see my girl and I get to be here for when my child is born. Given my predicament, that's more than I can ever ask for." He held up his stony right hand and Rabbit whipped out her tanto from over her shoulder, about to slice off the hand. Then they all turned when they heard a burst of wind come towards Clover Mountain from Darkness, followed closely by a sporadic crackle of lightning and tremor causing thunder. There were more black thunder clouds in the air, directly over a particular area over darkness, and from where the 5 ninjas were, the clouds looked almost like a soccer ball sized of blackness on a grimly orange sky, threaded with white electricity. I was wondering what happened to those meteors. Goosebumps rippled up Minato's arms. Must be Naruto? Oh. In a sense, Silent Night was a technique that gave Naruto absolute control over space and time. He could instantaneously remove the distance between himself and his target by simply erasing that space, making it seem like he had either run to his destination or he teleported there, but in reality he merely cancelled the distance altogether. Though that in on itself would pose as a problem, since cancelling the distance between himself and his target would actually reduce the size of the universe, or in an even worst-case scenario it would result in the creation in large tears in reality. Which essentially meant black hole smack dab on the Earth. So to prevent the collapse of the universe and to ensure Earth wasn't sucked into a black hole, Naruto recreated and replaced the distance he had erased behind him, thereby completing the image of him teleporting or running the distance. Any person or anything caught in the erasing process was quickly and easily recreated and replaced a split second later, even if it was a person. It would look like Naruto was using a yin-yang release jutsu, but Silent Night was more than that. Much more. Unleashing the full capacity of this single technique could mean erasing up to half of the universe in the blink of an eye, and if Naruto didn't take care he could also accidentally erase half of the universes in the multiverse. Silent Night could manipulate space and time, which would affect reality altogether. To enter this technique, Naruto simultaneously did 6 things no normal man should do, health-wise and ability-wise. First and the closest thing to normal for humanity was that Naruto vibrated his cells and his chakra at 2 times the speed of light. For speedsters like him, vibrating one's own existence at the speed of light was difficult, the speed of sound being the highest most could reach without dying. Vibrating his cells reduced drag and air resistance, and the reduced air resistance made him faster. Second, he mixed his black-white chakra with atmospheric nature chakra, something he did when he used his white noise technique. For Naruto, who had trained long and hard to master both his chakra and high-altitude chakra, it wasn't too dangerous, no matter how long he used it. Third, he reversed the flow of the mixed chakra. This was the beginning of the inhuman part. Human chakra, or basically chakra from living things, even trees and the sort, were made to move forward along their coils and out of their reserves. Only forward. Never backwards. It wasn't that there was any unspoken shinobi law that proclaimed no chakra to roll backwards, rather it was a law of nature, specifically human nature. It was physically and mentally impossible. Yet for someone like Naruto, impossible was merely a weak suggestion. He had spent months meditating in an underwater cave at the bottom of the ocean, mastering his chakra. This was after he had created the white noise technique. Naruto gave himself the challenge of reversing the flow of his chakra, and he did this by breaking down his chakra pathways bit by bit, inch by inch, and mending them back together in such a way that allowed him to maintain the normal flow of his chakra while still giving him room to reverse it. But just reversing the flow would accumulate chakra in the center of his chakra coil, enlarging his body mass, and would result in him bursting like a bubble. The young him decided to reverse his chakra because he assumed using a higher form than white noise would burn a lot of his chakra, and he was right. What he didn't know was that flipping around the flow of his chakra also sucked in the chakra of the environment, as well as nearby living creatures, humans and animals alike, contributing to the weight gain and resulting bloody explosion. He also didn't know but that process of shattering his chakra coils and refashioning it contributed to why the color of his chakra changed from a peaceful shade of blue to a lethal tint white-black. Young Naruto kept the reversal of his chakra aside for only dire situations. The 5th non-recommended thing Naruto did was that he used an advanced breathing technique on the ground, instead of using it at the peak of the highest mountain, where it was supposed to be used. Gut breathing was meant to capture tiny trickles of oxygen, prevent the brain from shutting down from lack of air, as well as slow down the heart, accustoming and strengthening the body against the deficient air. On the ground, there was plenty of breathable air, therefore gut breathing would result in too much air in the system too quickly and the lungs would burst like overinflated balloons in little to no time at all. Naruto did gut breathing on the ground when he was using white noise, as he needed to breathe from his gut due to his chakra being mixed with nature chakra from high in the sky, recreating the feeling of climbing up a steep mountain with no tools and no guide. The 6th ill-advised thing Naruto did was that he combined all of these things together. It was why Yuma Nakamura, the leader's family doctor, hailed Naruto as being the pinnacle of human achievement. Reversing his black-white, nature chakra mixed chakra created something called anti-chakra. It was still widely unknown what exactly anti-chakra was, as it had never been seen nor in-depthly studied before, only assumed and theorized about by scientists. In simple words, anti-chakra was present in the void of space. In fact, anti-chakra was space itself. Black holes, entire solar systems, stars, asteroids, meteors, and even the millions of other universes aside from his own. Naruto was hyper-aware of all of this and more. The lightning-haired demon had a galaxy in the center of his chakra coils, where the chakra reversal dumped outside chakra as well as items he sent there, like Madara's extinction meteors and the Uchiha's shadow clones. This galaxy was separate from the one he was presently in, and at the same time it was the same size, expanding at the same rate, and is due to the influx of more chakra by the second. The two-hand vortex seals on his palms and the heart vortex seal on his heart came about on their own. The ones on his palms served to absorb life and chakra from the outside world and neatly assimilate them into Naruto's body, his bones, organs and muscles while the heart vortex seal absorbed life and chakra, animate and inanimate objects, and sealed them into the galaxy in the center of Naruto's chakra coil. They had been present when Naruto was 17, but not to this extent. Naruto was hyper-aware of his own existence, more so than any human was allowed to be, and the first time he used Silent Night exposed the blonde to the sheer size and magnitude of the universe, the presence of other universes as well as the existence of other creatures that shared the same power as him. From the very beginning, Naruto knew everything and told no one. For if the Rinnegan could fall into the wrong hands, then what was to say Silent Night couldn't? True to Naruto's doctor's words, there were downsides to that technique. Vibrating his cells at light speed require an intense amount of brain activity, self-awareness, and hyper-awareness. The strain was able to tear a mind apart and end all brain function, which was why Naruto limited himself to a mere whisper under the speed of light. That was still dangerous, but Naruto's brain was well adept in handling that kind of pressure. Reversing the flow of his mixed chakra also ate away at his body, particularly at any external soft tissue, that is hair, skin, and muscle. There was also the possibility of Naruto dropping dead when he ended the technique. Naruto was resigned to die. He couldn't see the future, but he was certain it wasn't going to end well for him. Somehow they found their feet on the ground. Madara's left eye, his Rinnegan, thrummed strongly as more and more solid afterimages flooded around him, waiting through each one to counter or block the real Naruto. The Uchiha guided a blow away from his face with the chain of his dual scythes, wise enough to not outright use his already battered arm to fully block it, and he shifted aside from a liver jab from the other hand, shifting back to the other side as Naruto followed the motion of his immediate last attack into an earth-shattering spinning elbow. The elbow was narrowly missed and the lightning spinedy wings slammed into the chest of a fully formed Susanoo, caving it in. The Dark Leader phased out from in front of the chest and appeared inside again, erasing and replacing the space immediately, following through with a palm thrust to the Uchiha's face, which the man ducked, rising up with an uppercut to Naruto's chin. Madara's eyes bugged out as his fist wafted through the ghost's head, and yet the power he had put into the uppercut lifted his feet off the ground a little, allowing the speed demon more than enough time to cross his forearms, load his chakra up his shoulders and through his arms, drag his arm back and then release a catastrophic straight punch into Madara's sternum. Madara exploded out of his Susanoo in a crack of light, and the people of darkness had to cover their eyes at the terrible glare from afar. The undead Uchiha crashed into the ground. His back skipped on the ground thrice before the rolled onto his feet. Only for Naruto's knee to dig into his face. The lightning-haired ghost flickered behind the airborne Uchiha and rapped his fist into the man's lower back twice, both stopping the hard speed his opponent was flying in and also softening up the man's freshly healed spine, whipping around the man and at the same time tearing a thick line in his side with Night Terror, somehow making it seem like the blade had been in his hands all this time. Naruto slashed upwards, diagonally, and caught his blade with the other hand, crossing it down Madara's front again, forming a bloody X on the man's chest and stomach. The ghost then flashed into a sequence of slices and cuts, switching hands with each tear, almost as if he had more than 100 hands working Madara down into sizable chunks. Hashirama Senjutsu Chakra worked to mend the Uchiha up as fast as possible. Almighty push. Naruto, now some 3 feet from Madara, crossed Night Terror over his chest and faced the wave of gravity head-on. Madara felt dread when he saw his demonic opponent push the tsunami of gravity back, skip forward half a step and slash it out of existence with a clean cut from his ninjato. The Rinnegan integrated into Night Terror's fledgling chakra network pulsed as its owner cut through the chain of Madara's dual scythes, bending an overhead swing and slicing the Uchiha's right calf, scraping the bone. The man back flipped and Naruto batted the overhead kick aside with the flat side of his ninjato, making the Uchiha stumble on his one good leg. In a last-ditch effort, the undead Uchiha pushed a colossal amount of chakra into his arm and threw his fist forward, and Naruto charged the blow, slamming his horned forehead into Madara's knuckles. Gum! The Uchiha yanked his hand back with a muted shout, his eye bugging out at the mangled state of his fingers. Naruto watched the man silently, as Madara's mind reeled and he stumbled back again on his one leg, heaving for precious air as his sage mode flickered off. The corners of the Dark Leader's eyes turned up and he twirled Night Terror in his left hand once. Was that supposed to hurt? He smirked easily and shrugged. I barely felt that. Ha! Madara exclaimed, looking up to his opponent with both of his eyes wide open and thrown into mental turmoil as his body refused to gather more senjutsu chakra to return to sage mode. His gnarly fingers, twisted and turned in grotesque, unnatural directions, cracked. More cracks appeared on his face and he gasped again, horrified. Wha? Tell me if you feel this. He pointed his ninjato to the quacking heavens and swiped it down. Night light. An arc of blazing white lightning came down on the center of Madara's head and the shockwave on impact destroyed what semblance of Hope Mito's wasteland had to ever sustain life, rippling through the earth and violently rankling the foundations of the planet, shaking it down to the core. The brunt of the power went downwards, not outwards, but that didn't stop the solid ground from trembling in agony. Gravity doubled for a split second and the earth threatened to roll out orbit. Naruto flapped his wings, clearing up the dust. He saw Madara on his knees, the right side of his face had a deep cut, running through the top of his head, through his former Sharingan eye and stopping at his cheek. The lightning-haired ghost stood over his opponent's weak form and the Uchiha saw his death. A smoky black effigy warped behind Naruto, a hulking mass of darkness that wore a widely grinning Oni mask. The Shinigami chuckled ominously, a vision only Madara could see. Death placed its right hand over the upper left part of Madara's face and the undead shinobi swallowed when he realized that it was Naruto. The ghost had become death. I'll be taking this, Naruto said under his breath. Madara's Rinnegan flowed into the hand vortex seal on Death's right palm. The hand left his face and his eye socket was hollow. Death straightened up and his horns buzzed minutely, unnoticeably. Madara heard screaming. Foul sounds of torment and despair, rending through the air and weighing down his very being. His sanity cracked and tears ran down his eye hole, weakly crying in heaving pants. The demon before him rumbled with laughter as a vortex of invisible air spun over the seal on his heart, elongating and covering the kneeling shinobi. Madara wailed as icy hands gripped his body, dragging him closer to his former opponent. The lightning-haired phantom's voice became menacing, dark. Do you hear them? The insistent chattering, whispering of the damned. Those that rose up against darkness and failed. Those that had fallen to Naruto's hands. They whispered in the Uchiha's ears, some insistent chattering and others screaming hauntingly. Madara's knees scraped the ground as he was slowly pulled closer, weeping for mercy. And no. I don't want to die. Not again. His plan. Godhood. Immortality. He had nothing. He was nothing. Not again. Do not fear death, the demon known as Death said in a deep voice, sending cold tendrils of panic into Madara's soul, shattering what little sanity he had left. Death tittered with a wide-eye smile and what looked like a gleeful black light ringed his head. Fear me. Those words followed Madara Uchiha as he tumbled head first into the universe in the center of Naruto's chakra coil. The black clouds shrank into themselves and shriveled out of sight, merging with the genially blue sky and the bright orange light of the sun. The blackness on Naruto's body flew off, like feathers from a bird, and his wings flapped once more before they folded onto his back, bursting into nature chakra that escaped his body. Naruto's horns crept back into his skull and his white eyes flicked off, almost like a light switch, leaving behind his cerulean orbs. Naruto blinked and looked around, his blue eyes dimming and becoming a far lighter shade of white, ghostly similar to the whiteness of his eyes. With a magnificent poof, the salamander that had formerly been gnawing on the chest area of a Madara clone was sent back to the summoning realm. His ears thumped as his blood rushed, reminiscent to the sounds of the ocean crashing into itself, washing onto the shore and only splashing a light shower on his face. The familiar scent of Swaki's prized white rice, spicy curry and pot roast, and the man closed his eyes with a faint smile, bathing himself in the smell of his first student's cooking, immersed in the sounds of the ocean and the feeling of being rocked on a boat that easily flowed downstream. I'm tired. He whispered almost soundlessly, coming out breathlessly. He took his time sitting down and leaning back into a slanting slab of earth, from the crater formed when he hit Madara with his last bolt of lightning. The hole wasn't that deep, not so deep as to not be able to see dark ninjas scrambling into the battle zone, wearing gas masks as they rushed through the chakra-polluted area. The gas masks had a single, thin-looking canister of sealed-up air on the right side of the mouth area, which contained several hours of sealed air from a combination of exactly 10 seals filled with clean air. Naruto smacked his lips and his shoulders sagged, feeling so tired that his very soul was heavy. Just 5 minutes. He whispered, out of breath. He realized, with his eyes tiredly closed, that he had stopped breathing, but he didn't mind. In his mind, he was seated on a dining table and having dinner with Sueki and Kushina. The redhead was holding their child in her arms and the vampire was regaling them with a story. He couldn't hear her very well but he couldn't stop smiling, more so when Kushina added her voice, hinting that it had to do with something they had experienced together. Naruto bathed himself in the warmth of their company, even though he knew they were projections from his mind as his soul drifted out of his body. At least his mind and his heart were in agreement. He wanted the last thing he sees to be his family. A short distance away, Kushina climbed up a rock face and looked around at the wreckage of earth and fire. She opened her mouth and shouted. "Uncle!" Her purple eyes flicked around for any signs of life, any flicker of motion, and she forced down the urge to tear off her gas mask. The visors were limiting her sight and the mask prevented her from smelling the outside world, but she was wise enough to know that Jinchuriki regeneration or not, her lungs would dissolve if she inhaled that brutal air. The red-haired wife of the leader cupped her mouth and yelled. "Uncle Rudo!" Her sensory ability was all over the place, the very air of Mito's wasteland was ruining her positioning. With her limited sight under the gas mask, she saw other shinobi calling for their leader, wading through the wreckage. Some used light earth release jutsus to gently lift the ground up and there were medics scouring every corner of the wasteland. "Uncle Rudo!" She slid down the rock face she was perched on and ran around a geyser as it sprayed a light red shower of scalding hot blood water. Those blood-spraying geysers were everywhere. Their misty eruptions tilted sensors like Kushina off even more, making their ability unreliable and more of a hindrance. Kushina summoned dozens of golden chains from her shoulders and back and used them to push aside massive slabs of rock, digging into the soil and feeling for life. "Uncle!" Their skin sizzled, their leaders' thinned-out chakra irritated their skin and the less resilient were ordered to leave, for any longer and rashes would form and after that Naruto's chakra would eat their flesh down to the bone. Those ordered to leave tried to put on a bold face, defiant to not go until they had secured the life of their precious leader, but their superiors roared at them to leave for safety, ignoring their own reddening flesh. Kushina felt her regeneration war with Naruto's chakra when the skin of her wrists to her elbows turned pink. She shook off the pain and clambered onto a pile of soil, desperately calling out. "Uncle Rudo!" Far to her right, someone shouted. "He's here!" Her legs couldn't move any faster, and feeling as if they were insufficient, her chains lifted her off the ground and carried her to the source of the person's voice, straining her ears to the limit and avoiding the blood geyser's hot vapor. She slid down the face of an uprooted rock and arrived as a male medic apologized profusely to Naruto's form as he gently took off his magnificent leader's glasses and half-mask, refusing to curl away at the grotesque maw underneath and placing an oxygen mask over Naruto's lower face. Kushina's husband was pale by nature, so pale that Sueki often joked that he was paler than her, a vampire, but the state at which the Uzumaki's man was in jostled her heart in her chest. He had lost color and his eyes were shut. "Uncle," she cried and scrambled to him, until 3 pairs of arms tackled her to a standstill and pushed her back, grunting as they held the hysterical woman away. Kushina didn't see the faces of the 3 people restraining her and she struggled for freedom, thrashing restlessly. The tears came down on their own. "Uncle!" Another male medic joined the first one, bending on his knee and muttering a hasty permission to Naruto's unresponsive body as he checked for a pulse. No pulse. The first medic unsealed a stretcher and the 2 men, as quickly and as softly as they possibly could, placed their leader on top so as to give him a level place to lie down. The second one flipped through numerous hand seals and placed his glowing green hands on Naruto's chest. No internal bleeding. A female medic skidded down the same rock Kushina had come from, passing the panic-stricken wife. She was holding a dark medic field kit, an emergency requirement for every dark country medical team to possess while they were out on missions. She joined her medic teammates, dropping the machine close to Naruto and going through her own hand signs, placing her hands on both sides of her leader after a frantic apology. No brain activity. The second medic unzipped Naruto's flak jacket, ever mumbling his apologies, freeing Naruto's chest to allow him to breathe easier. The first medic replaced the female by putting his hands on either side of Naruto's head, the second medic secured Naruto's oxygen mask over the blonde's gnarly lower face. There were ninjas at the top of the crater that were peering down at them with bated breath, watching the medics as they tried to revive Naruto. No other medic approached, for if there were too many then they would disrupt the flow of the first responders. The female opened the medic kit and took out a syringe, already filled with a mysterious-looking yellow liquid. She found a vein and slowly slid the needle into Naruto's left wrist. "Adrenaline has been administered." The woman stated, and the man at Naruto's head, the second medic, shook his head. Still no brain activity. The other man, who had his hands on the center of Naruto's chest, the first medic, nodded. There's a pulse. His lungs are functioning. We need to get him out of here. The second medic said curtly. The nearest hospital is 10 miles east of here. Dark Capital General Hospital. The female bobbed her head, confirming her teammate's words, and put the needle back into the pack. All medics of their country were expected to know the exact location of the nearest medical facility, be it a pharmacy, clinic, or a hospital, whenever they were in the country or in allied nations. This was simply procedure. She fastened Naruto onto the stretcher with 3 black straps, and she took her place at Naruto's feet. The second medic took hold of the hand grips by Naruto's head. There was a sense of hurried panic going through the medics and running through the people as they watched them heft their leader's limp body out of the hole, yet they couldn't make that dread allow them to make a mistake. Kushina jogged beside Naruto all the way, sitting by him as he was alighted into a closed-roof carriage that had specifically made to cater to Naruto's needs, though the Dark Leader never used it, as he was more fond of walking than riding a carriage. Yuma Nakamura was in the carriage as well, seeing as he had been present for Naruto's fight against Madara since the very beginning. People assembled outside of the hospital in the tens of thousands. Dark Country stood still. Held its breath. The leader's doctor directed the medics into the emergency ward, allowing in only 2 other doctors, one a brain surgeon and the other a heart doctor, and slammed the door shut before Kushina to push inside. Right about the same time the adrenaline in Naruto's system ran out and he stopped living. Oh. A few hours later, Dark Country's network news chimed on the televisions of the thousands of homes that hadn't been destroyed by the planetary devastation, and on the large screens of the underground bunkers, where people who had lost their homes were staying for the time being until their places were restored. The camera panned to the Dark-born Kiri newscaster's solemn face as she looked up, visibly trying to bear a neutral expression as a sad, worried gaze flitted over her eyes. She cleared her throat and spoke. Good evening, Dark Country. Some hours ago, Lord Naruto was rushed into the emergency ward and is still currently under operation from an undisclosed complication during his fight with Madara Uchiha. The leader's tower is silent on the details but has said that the doctors are trying their best to revive. She paused and briefly looked away, clearing her throat and continuing. Revive Lord Naruto. Due to the successful efforts of Lord Naruto, he was able to limit most of the battle in Mito's grassland, and as such there is no loss of life. The woman swallowed and sniffed unnoticeably. The producer behind the camera rolled his wrist for her to continue. He was man enough to admit that he wouldn't be able to do any better than the newscaster in delivering the terrible news. Ani Kagaya shuffled the papers on her desk, almost as if she was trying to distract herself while the news aired live all over Darkness and also all over the continent, pinging straight to the televisions of citizens of the Dark in allied and non-allied nations. In response to Lord Naruto's critical condition, the leader's tower has said that Lord Naruto had long since created protocols to ensure the safety and stability of the country in the event of his incapacitation or demise. The country will be placed in a state of emergency, and Lady Ketsueki Sakanomi, Lord Naruto's first wife, is to take over office as the temporary leader until Lord Naruto has fully recovered or is confirmed. Ani coughed again. Confirmed to have passed. The Dark Country Council will proceed as they have always been, and Lord Naruto has written that he wishes them to support Lady Ketsueki with all their might. Then a video of Sueki came up on the screen of her walking through the wreckage of a town in the western region, ordering her ninjas with an even, controlled expression. Naruto's first student had been torn between the responsibility Naruto's placed on her to keep Darkness stable and staying by his side, but she took the weight in stride and the ninjas of the Dark fell in line. There was no light way to say that leader of Dark Country, Naruto, was a dictator, though the difference between him and most other leaders was that he had the clear admiration of every member of his country and all his allies, so it wasn't too difficult to accept Sueki as the temporary boss, seeing as the woman too was a capable kunoichi in her own right. Emboldened by his death and the thought that Kurono might not be enough to keep his country united, about the same time Kushina became a jounin, Naruto set in place plans that were aimed to maintain the stability of his country, evolve the military, elevate the standard of living, as well as sustain allied relations for eons to come. For essential things Naruto had been working on from the very beginning, and the things those that followed him continued without fail. Naruto began the groundwork to further develop Darkness for the next 5 years after his death or incapacitation, serving to legitimize the power and authority of his future successors and to unify his people hopefully to the end of time. Naruto's efforts worked. In the future, Darkness never once fractured. The vampire was presently leading an effort to clear the roads and pathways of the country, and she was in constant communication with the members of her council as they too led restoration efforts in other parts of the country. In related news, not too long after Lord Naruto's hospitalization, shinobi of Uzushio docked on the shores of darkness with Lady Uzukage to provide relief and support to those who had lost their homes. Lord Mizukage and Kiri too arrived some minutes later to lend a hand in cleaning up the country and restoring whatever had been destroyed. Lord Sabaku no Raza, Kazekage of Sunagakure, and Lord Kawasataru of River Country personally came with relief in the form of shinobi to assist in watching Darkness's border in case of a surprise invasion, capable cooks to lessen the need for Darkness to use its own emergency rations and builders to reconstruct houses and roads that had been damaged in the battle. Ani Kagaya gave the viewers at home and abroad an invisible smile as she delivered more good news. Lady Amara Chueinku, director of the Dark Country Central Bank, has said that with the timely and much-needed assistance of Darkness's allies, there has been less and less need for citizens to request for emergency funds, as Uzushio, Kiri, Suna and River not only came with capable hands but also with financial support. Though, Lady Amara has also said that any person that still needs this money should not hesitate to come to the bank or any of the bank's branches. Lady Amara has also said that the economy has not taken a hit from this present disaster and that business as usual will return as soon as sunrise tomorrow. Uzushio and Kiri had been unable to come as soon as the battle began because the ocean had been unfavorable for travel, given that the jutsus Naruto and Madara threw around not only affected Mito's wasteland but also the whole world. The four leaders of Dark Country's allies came in person to lend a hand, to do whatever they could to help, and Sueki couldn't be any more appreciative. The vampire had even proposed to Sabaku no Raza that she had no problem slashing the money Suna owed them in half, but the Kazekage declined. This was the exact opposite of what the Kazekage did to Konoha. None of the allies asked for payment in return for their help. Lady Ketsueki did not have the time for an interview, but she wanted us to tell our people in the country and outside that everything is under control. Remain calm, do not succumb to panic and do not allow doubt to creep into your minds. Darkness is as strong as it has ever been and it will only grow stronger. Over 100 houses have already been rebuilt and are in the process of being refurnished, life is returning to normalcy. Naruto-sensei once told me that he did Darkness was never a country that would take fate lying down. Network News would like to add our voice in saying that there is no country like Dark Country. As we hope for Lord Naruto's quick recovery, we make this country greater than it has ever been. Those presently not in the country should not worry, the situation is perfectly under control. Normally, when authorities say that the situation was graver than they could ever hope for, but the people the newscaster was speaking to didn't have a doubt in their minds that that was the truth. Wherever they were, whether they were sitting in their homes in Snow Country, in a bar in Iron Country or listening to the radio in Hidden Salt Water, the citizens of the Dark felt their souls ignite and their eyes steal over. Darkness's position as the second wealthiest nation wouldn't waver, not even after the previous devastation. In this time, Dark Country had many enemies and in a ballsy show of strength, non-allies that had access to a good television were also allowed to watch Dark Country's network news, at a cost, of course. Those enemies knew that Darkness might be in a vulnerable position but no enemy dare attacked. History proved that Darkness could never die. They could not be certain that if they rallied all their armies and all their allies, that they could destroy Naruto's country in one fell swoop, and they rightly should squish Darkness in one attack or else. The retaliatory strike would cripple if not drive that country into extinction. In other news, sources in Fire Country have said that Lady Wakono still intends to have peaceful relations with Darkness, even if it doesn't result in an alliance at any point in the future. The news buzzed on and the country recovered. Oh. For years later. Children's Park. Dark Capital. Dark Country. A yellow-haired boy hopped into a small puddle and giggled at the equally small splash. His plastic rain boots deflected the water from touching his socked feet and the light drizzle of rain dropping over the capital was warded off by the child's yellow rain coat and a light blue umbrella that perfectly fitted the 4-year-old boy's size. The child readied himself again and leaped with both feet into another puddle, laughing at the backsplash. The boy whirled around and his vulpine orange eyes sparkled with joy as he called to the man sitting on a bench a mere stone throw away. Daddy! Daddy! Look at the puddles! Look at the puddles, he huffed and landed into another puddle, laughing with the humor only a child his age could muster. Splash! 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 The man, equally bearing blonde hair to his son, chuckled with an upward turn of the corners of his eyes. That's amazing! Can you make an even bigger splash? Yes, the boy bent down low and his eyes zeroed in on another puddle. He jumped forward and landed in the puddle with a slightly bigger splash than normal. Daddy, Daddy, I splash. The father clapped and the boy beamed proudly. Well done, Benny. Naruto didn't mind the rain much, but Sueki had insisted he too go with an umbrella, which he propped up over his head to block the light downpour. The blond man was in a black overcoat with the collar covering the back of his neck, a pair of black pants and light blue, waterproof sneakers. Underneath his trench coat, he had on a warm gray shirt. His iris were a much lighter shade of blue than 4 years ago, so light that it nearly merged with the whites of his eyes, but his rectangular, black-rimmed glasses essentially prevented him from being blind. The man's half-mask was slightly altered. There was a 1-inch thin canister on the right side of the mask, reminiscent to the gas masks worn by his shinobi those years ago when they were searching for him, except that there wasn't a visor and it was more sophisticated, serving to push air into his lungs and nose as well as take out carbon dioxide. The canister didn't just contain normal air, it contained air from the highest point on the continent, and Naruto was utilizing gut breathing rather than breathing normally. It was one of the side effects of not dying, as strange as that sounded. Naruto was unable to breathe normal, ground-level air, and he also couldn't use the usual breathing techniques every human was knowledgeable of. Naruto's brain refused to work without that high-altitude air. The other side effect was that his sight deteriorated drastically, to the extent that a different pair of glasses had to be prescribed to him by an eye Dr. Yuma Nakamura recommended. Naruto was blind as a bat without it, and no matter how many times he told Kushina and Sueki that he still had his other senses, they refused to let up, forcing him to have at least 3 spare pairs of glasses sealed on his person at all times. His glasses were among the things they drilled him on before he left their general vicinity. Naruto knew they did it because they loved him and they didn't want anything to happen to him. Naruto loved his wives and he made sure to tell them that every single day. The blonde could be alive because of the Rinnegan's power running through his body, or it could be a freak luck of the draw that he wasn't dead, but Naruto decided not to question it. His yellow hair had a few gray streaks running through it, and Yuma Nakamura said that it had been caused by stress from after the battle. Naruto applauded his son as the child stomped in the rain, keeping a rapt eye on Benimaru. The children's park wasn't so populated now, mainly because of the light shower, but Naruto felt like spending a rainy day with his son. 3 years earlier, when he had regained consciousness, Naruto formally handed over power to Sueki, making the Sakanomi vampire the second leader of darkness. He had been encouraged to do so, surprisingly by Sueki herself and Kushina. The Dark Council backed the then temporary leader in their insistence that Naruto retire, saying that darkness was in a better place now due to his past efforts and also due to his trust that Sueki would be a capable leader, which she very well was. The next group of people to voice their concerns over Naruto's health and him resuming duty were his people, the entire population of Dark Country, his allies, and the leaders of his allies. Naruto had done enough. It was time for him to rest. The 44-year-old man was enjoying retirement. Every day he woke up, he didn't have to worry about getting to the office in time to finish the work that unfailingly waited for him on his desk, and he certainly didn't have to think about maintaining relations with the countries and villages around darkness. Naruto had more time to spend with the women in his life. He could play with his son and take the boy to kindergarten every weekday. He could visit his friends inside and outside of the country, though either of his wives always accompanied him, for his own safety, they said. They all had nights out, where they had dinner together in a cozy restaurant. He could go on more dates with his wives, and he took part in an enjoyable get-together of house husbands that showed off their children. The retiree chuckled to himself. He was also getting into brunch, and that was especially wonderful if he had company. The citizens of the Dark and allies of the Dark were likewise helping the aging former shinobi ease further into his retirement, greeting him whenever they saw him in town, probably with his son or with his wives, and conversing with them. Naruto didn't mind talking to them. He learnt more about his people and it made him feel accomplished that he had impacted their lives so gratifyingly. Naruto appreciated life more than he ever had, now that he was retired. Sueki had called him 5 minutes ago and said that she was putting the last few finishing touches on her paperwork, then she would come over to chat with him as they watched over their son. Kushina too for that matter, and neither women were ever late when it came to meeting and having a nice talk with their husband. Sueki was pregnant. Oddly at the same time as Kushina, who was expecting another baby. Naruto's wives were 2 months in and the graying former shinobi had to impose his will on them, telling them to take it easy. Kushina was still on active duty for another half a month before her mandatory, paid maternal leave was to take place, and Sueki was relegating some duties to her council, like Naruto had done so many times when he was swamped with his duties. An ultrasound told them that Sueki was expecting twins. The white-haired vampire couldn't express her joy enough. In Naruto's eyes, his first wife was shining and his second wife was glowing. Naruto loved his life. looking at Benimaru, as the boy was hopping in place and enjoying his time splashing about on the puddle under his rain-booted feet. Naruto was happy that the boy was having a good childhood. The man didn't expect for Benimaru to be a genius, but he knew for certain that his son, and his descendants, was going to do great things. It sounded obnoxious and cocky when he said it, but it was just a feeling. His ears twitched and he turned his head to the right. His pale eyes lit up when he recognized the man approaching him, holding a yellow-haired girl that was about the same age as Benimaru. The Kazekage wore a dark red, rain poncho, blue pants and rain boots. He carried the blonde child in his right arm, wore matching clothes, and in his other hand was an umbrella. The girl's hair was very short and styled into 4 pigtails, and she had teal-green eyes that glimmered as she saw him sitting by himself on the bench. "Raza, how's it going?" The eyes of the turban-swaddled man lifted slightly. "Different thing every day." He grunted as he sat down heavily next to his old friend and helped the blonde girl onto his lap, patting her head as she faced Naruto, who gave the girl and her father a friendly smile. "How are you, Naruto?" "I'm fine." He bent a little and gave the girl a playful look, tapping her nose. "And who is this?" The girl giggled and grabbed his finger in her tiny hands. Raza laughed as well, more so when his daughter introduced herself. "I'm Temari. I'm 4. "Oh, so you're the famous Temari your father keeps telling me about." Raza scoffed at that and rolled his eyes, placing a soft hand on his daughter's head, and the girl bounced on his lap, apparently proud that her father spoke about her. "My name is Naruto and I'm your godfather." The girl covered her mouth and tittered. "I know that. Daddy said I should call you uncle." Naruto chuckled with his eyes closed, facing his friend. "You've got a smart kid, Raza." "Thank you." He waved to Naruto's son and the boy waved back, wearing a larger-than-life grin. "I'm sorry, Akiko couldn't be here. She said she was feeling unwell, so she stayed back in the hotel." "I don't mind. I'm glad she's not pushing herself too hard." Raza's wife was pregnant for their second child and they wanted Naruto to be the godfather again. Similar to how Raza was Benimaru's godfather. This was the first time Naruto was meeting Temari in person, Naruto idly thought as he caught his son as the boy ran to him with a big hug, hefting the boy onto his lap. "Benny, this is Temari," Naruto said as he took his son's umbrella and folded it, keeping it on his other side next to his own umbrella. Neither him nor his son minded the rain and, seeing the Kazekage fold his umbrella as well, neither did the Suna shinobi. At that point it was more or a thin shower, if anything. "Hi," the boy said quietly, a bit withdrawn from meeting a kid his age. Naruto ruffled the boy's blonde hair. "He's just shy." The boy blushed in acknowledgement of the statement. Temari looked up to Naruto with an inquisitively furrowed forehead. "Daddy said I couldn't come see you 'cause you were sick," the girl's father exclaimed. "Temari, that was rude." The retired leader patted Raza's shoulder genially. "It's fine, old friend," looking at the blonde girl, he said. "I wasn't sick, I was injured." "Injured? Who injured you?" Benimaru was busily playing with his father's large hand, comparing his pudgy hands to Naruto's remarkably soft hands, cheerily swinging his tiny feet. "I injured myself when I was fighting a really bad man." Temari bounced in Raza's lap, so much so that the Kazekage almost struggled to contain her. "Did you win?" Naruto smiled widely. "I'd like to think I won." "Is it why your eyes are weird dash?" "Temari!" Raza shouted, outraged. "Haha, come now, Raza. She's only a child, if she didn't ask about it then I'd be worried." "Daddy's eyes are cool," Benimaru shouted, defending his father's honor. "Your eyes are weird." Temari snorted, hiding her mouth as she laughed at Benimaru's cubey eyes. "My eyes are cool. Daddy said so." The boy mumbled, becoming self-conscious, until she felt his father tickle his side lightly. "Temari, that was out of line," Raza commanded. "You have to apologize." But why?" She looked up at her father, tears threatening to well up in her eyes. The man didn't fall for the pampered girl's tricks. "Would you like it if Benimaru made fun of your eyes?" The girl huffed, puffing out her cheeks. "No." Raza waited. Then, Temari faced Benimaru, who was now momentarily distracted by pushing away his father's tickling fingers. "I'm sorry." "What do you say back?" Naruto told his son. "I'm sorry I shouted at you. Now, why don't you two go and find a pile of worms? They have to be around here somewhere." Naruto helped his son down and so did Raza, allowing Temari's booted feet to touch the wet ground and unsealing a kid's umbrella as Naruto gave Benimaru his own. "Make sure you don't eat them, okay?" Raza warned the two. "Okay, Daddy," Temari said and dragged the other child further into the park, in search of earthworms in the muck and mud. Watching the two 4-year-olds tramp off, the men could now talk about other things. "I hope the rain isn't making Akiko feel unwell. She might not be used to it." Naruto apologized. I came with my family yesterday and she was feeling alright when we were unpacking. It might be the rain that's dampening her mood, but don't worry about that, it's not her first time experiencing this weather. What did you come to do? I came to speak with Swakey about extending the responsibility of the Dark Sand Joint Task Force to protect the pockets of gas we discovered underwater and also to guard the iron ore mines along that coast. The divers and the workers are getting concerned, and since some of them come from your country, they feel more secured if Dark Sand assist my shinobi in guarding them. The Wind Daimyo is making trouble. He says you duped him by purposefully buying that land knowing full well that there was gas in the ocean and that you neglected to tell him about it. Naruto rolled his eyes and sat back in the bench. Him and Raza had agreed to buy that small part of Wind Country, mainly a small part of the coastal area and a portion of the waters, and he ceded ownership to Suna at the agreed price of a 70 million Dark Ryu increase in the Suna debt. This was the lowest Naruto could get Raza to agree to, for the Kazekage staunchly refused the notion of owing an ally as reliable as Naruto, even though in later years he would absolutely refuse for payment for Suna's relief efforts after the Naruto Madara battle. Swakey secretly paid this unknown debt by increasing Darkness's investments into Suna's medical research, and it made the two leaders Raza and Swakey laugh heartily as the latter found out. This deal, buying the small coastal region of Wind Country, came after the Kurama clan were liberated from Konoha some 4 years and 10 months ago. Previously, some of Raza's ninjas had scouted the land and confirmed the presence of gas underwater as well as a few iron ore sites along the coast. Strangely enough, the Wind Daimyo had no idea about it, and there were little to no real settlements on that land, as that place was prone to flash flooding. Wanting the added resources and money from extracting those resources, Suna requested Darkness to use its influence and money to convince the Wind Daimyo to sell that piece of land to him. Darkness bought that land for 1 billion Dark Ryu and handed the deeds to Suna, and Suna split ownership of the resources of that property in half between itself and Dark Country. They began operations to acquire the gas and the iron ore long ago, and only recently, exactly a month ago, had the Wind Daimyo found out. He's a spineless idiot. The contract is legal and binding. I wasn't under any obligation to tell him why I is buying the land, and he never asked. He was more interested in the money. Naruto scoffed, rubbing the fingers of his right hand together to symbolize the 1 billion Ryu he paid the Wind Daimyo for that land. His shoulders lifted airily, asking, "How is Swakey handling the issue?" "It's not an issue, really. Your country is stronger than Wind Country militarily and economically, and they know they can't coerce me to squeeze her arm because our alliance is too tightly knit. That daimyo can't do anything." Suna was in a much better place now. They had paid back in full the loan they collected from Darkness that had been used to form the Suna farm, and they could also keep up with the regular payments to the Dark Central Bank in relation to Suna using Dark Ryu in their economy. The desert oasis was developed and the standard of living was high, so much so that they copied the early exploits of their Dark Country ally by making it so that no person was homeless or without gainful employment of some kind. The same could be said about Kiri. Well, if you need my advice, forget about that daimyo and focus on more important matters, like excavating that iron ore and processing it. Suna deals with the excavation and Darkness processes it, same as with the oil, gas, and coal. Not much has changed. Raza shrugged freely. It was an honest weight off his shoulders that his village didn't do everything. Having an influential, capable ally like Darkness had its perks, and one of it was that Dark Country could handle their own half of the 28-year-old Suna-Darkness alliance. Swakey has agreed to split the bill on Dark Sand's gear and training them on underwater combat. Recruitment is difficult though on my side. Sand Shinobi can't swim? Yes. We aren't adept at swimming. The Kazekage smiled as Naruto tumbled back into a deep belly laugh. Some of our older generation have taught the younger ones that there's no need to learn how to swim. But there are swimming pools and water parks in Suna now. Naruto correctly stated. It's a work in progress. Both schools in Suna, civilian and shinobi academies, have to have gym and swimming classes in their curriculum. That's a nice step forward. I spoke with one of your clan heads, Lady Umara Kurama, clan head, and she is thinking of pitching an idea to Swakey this evening about a Dark Country Air Force. Yes, she told me the same thing. She has been funding the inventions department for years now, and she said that the engineers in her clan have a detailed blueprint of something called a Skyjet. It's a very big dream. The Kazekage admitted. Suna might have the money, but we still need some time before we can get there. What Raza meant by this was that Dark Country had officially been classified as a developed nation a year into Swakey's time as leader. They had a staggeringly powerful military, they had an explosively booming economy, the literacy levels of an average Dark citizen was near 97%, the value of their currency was at the top of the listings, the quality of their goods and services were unbeatable, and their network of connections ran deep into the heart of the continent. Just last year, Snow Country stepped back and Darkness came forward as the first wealthiest nation. Doton put up an admirable fight to keep his country's relevance and position in the Wealth Nation listing, but it wasn't enough against the support and approval of the other wealth nations and the major hidden villages allied to Darkness. This wealth enormously eclipsed Snow's, so much so that smaller hidden villages and countries accepted Darkness as not just the first wealthiest nation but also the first greatest hidden country, shoving Kumo to second, Suna to third, Kiri to fourth, Iwa to fifth and Konoha to sixth. Though this was unofficial, the sheer magnitude of Dark Country's wealth seemed to unsettle the members of the Hidden Village rankings, or at least those that weren't allied to Naruto's country already, namely Kumo, Iwa and Konoha. They had attempted to gang up together and strong-hand Suiki into breaking down Darkness's power and money, thereby reducing the power and influence of the country. They threatened to whittle down the Hermit Nation by barring entry to traders and ninjas, as well as convincing their allies to turn away from Suiki's country, unless the red-eyed woman listened to their demands. It was the first time in history Konoha, Iwa and Kumo were on the same page. They had done this during the Chunin exams hosted in Konoha, now which was participated by every nation of the continent. Suiki masterfully took control of the situation and returned fire. There was no logical way any of the three threatening villages' allies would comply to their demands, and not only would blocking entry into their villages cripple their economies, but it would also kill their way of life. The white-haired lady took Iwa as an example, staring down Oenoki as she said that her having mercy on them and allowing trade to go between their shinobi settlements lifted the terrible situation in the rock village 10 times anything they did by themselves or with their allies. She had no problem taking away that mercy. Oenoki knew to keep his mouth shut and he slinked back, despite the rakage, barking at him to not submit. Suiki turned to Tsunade and told her that she didn't even recognize Konoha as any sort of threat. They had no reliable allies and no strong connections. The Hokage's threats were baseless. All it took for Ai to sit back down was to mention the neutrality born from the mutual respect between C and Naruto, her husband. She did not bear that same respect for Ai, and that the neutrality meant nothing if he kept pushing her. Suiki apologized to Yagura, the Mizukage, and Raza on disturbing the match viewing experience. Naruto watched all this in a spectator's booth, sniggering. Yeah. Darkness was that powerful. It didn't help that Darkness also won that Chunin exams. Your wife is really something, Naruto. Raza said out of nowhere. He then laughed. She had them by the balls. Pahaha, my Sue is an amazing woman. What about me, Naruto? Kushina said as she came up behind her husband. She went around the bench and sat down on Naruto's other side, leaning into him and holding his shirt. Oh, Nana. You know you're my wonderful lady too. She placed a small kiss on his cheek in response and contently nestled into her husband's side as she watched her son play with Temari. Suiki arrived a few minutes later and Raza was about to shift a little down the bench to give her room to sit next to her man, but the vampire politely shook her head and took her place on Naruto's lap, slinging the retired shinobi's arm around her. The Kazekage chuckled and shook his head in exasperation. The dark leader became a completely different person when she was with her husband. She wasn't even this free around him, and he knew her about as long as he knew Naruto. You're a lucky man, Naruto. He confessed shamelessly. Naruto drew Kushina closer and sighed as Suiki nestled her head under his chin, not much minding the light shower of rain falling on them. The man was content. Oh. Naruto lived to the age of 129. The old man lived long enough to see his children, his grandchildren, and his great-grandchildren. He lived to see Kushina become the third leader of Darkness, after Suiki stepped down, saying that as an immortal vampire she could hold on to power for the rest of eternity but wanted the transition of power to continue. He lived to see his first son, Benimaru, succeed his mother and become the fourth leader of Darkness. He lived to see his second daughter's first son, Hachitsu, become fifth leader. The leader's family had their own way of deciding who succeeded the former leader, and that process involved being accepted by Night Terror, which became a half-sentient ninjato. This was accepted because it was widely agreed that Night Terror bore the first leader's approval. He bore witness to the technological revolution that ran through his beloved country. Security became more digitally refined and communication was far easier than when Naruto first became leader, though the people never lost their way. He was present to see generation after generation of dark people succeed their elders and take part in developing their precious country. Directors, clan heads and heads of departments and dark country counselors. He was alive when the members of the Dark Council during his and Suiki's time as leader passed on, one by one, due to old age and medical complications. He saw young ninjas that had promised lose their lives on the field, and he saw at least a dozen uprisings from the 3 disgruntled major hidden villages, squashed not too long after they realized that they were toothless in their demands and vastly outnumbered. He was there to bestow his blessing on those that were to succeed their parents to become clan heads, members of the Dark Council. He was there when his descendants spread out over the country and over the whole world, making their own reputations and creating their own legends, always coming back home at least twice a year to see their aging gramps. He was able to hear the stories of conquest of his many descendants, overcoming armies that rose up against their gramps, their country and their people, and he also heard their stories of the lands and people they had discovered during their travels. Lying on his deathbed, Naruto took his time looking at his family and friends, sorrowfully looking at his weak form and waiting for him to speak. Konan was there with Kisame. The man had lost use of his legs but was still able to have 2 children with the paper angel, who were both in the large room now. Konan and Kisame weren't married, but they had been together for a very long time and it didn't look like they were separating anytime soon. Minato and Tsume were with him. Darkness had now reached an extent of safety that they relaxed their entry/exit laws a little to allow trusted people from non-allied nations into the country, though the process was strict. Minato and Tsume had access to Darkness during Kushina's time, and they had a holiday home in the southern region, where they celebrated events with their children and grandchildren, who were all present now. Carrot and Onion were there. They didn't have any spouses to speak of, but Onion had a long string of boyfriends, and even though Naruto kept telling the Kurama man to settle down with a man he loved, Onion always said that he didn't believe in the ridiculous concept of love. One-night stands were enough for him, though Carrot was going out of way, attending mixers and dances to find the perfect person for her. Naruto was at least happy they were happy. Neither of them were exactly in that age demographic for partying or blind dating, but theirs was a generation that couldn't be held back or stopped. Raza's children and grandchildren were there. Gaara, the immediate former Godame Kazekage, Kankuro and Temari, stood by his bed with their children. The son of the eldest San sibling had married a Konoha shinobi named Aburame Shino, and even though Shino could not be present because he was too sick to travel. Kankuro married a Kumo kunoichi named Karui, and Gaara, much to Naruto's open amusement, married and had children with his student, vaguely similar to what Naruto had done. An elderly Sueki sat on the edge of his bed. The vampire kept her vow when she said that she was going to age along with her husband. She would pass on a week after Naruto. The white-haired lady had a gentle hand placed on his upper thigh, which was covered by a thick blanket. Kushina too was on Naruto's other side, holding his left hand. Naruto was propped up on 2 fluffy pillows, so that he would still be lying down comfortably but also that he could clearly see the multitude of people he had brought together, assembled in the room to be with him in his last moments. The sagely old man's dim eyes turned up as he inhaled shakily, his hidden mouth drawing air into his lungs. Naruto taught his children a great many things. He taught them to not throw their trust about them without caution, to not use their heritage to impose their will on anyone, to cherish their loved ones every day of their lives, to not limit their views on life and existence as a whole on what others tell them, to constantly ask and to constantly question, to never submit to defeat or believe in fate, and finally he taught them to always be honest. He was glad to see that his children carried his teachings with them, passed them down to their own children and never once allowed his voice to die, no matter how many years passed. The honored father of Dark Country smiled. "Live free, live happy," he said in a tired, raspy voice. Sueki's lips trembled and she fought the urge to not look away from her husband and mentor. Kushina though was freely crying, doing so as quietly as she could so as not to drown out her husband's last words. Her second-born, a 91-year-old woman that inherited her mother's Uzumaki heritage and bearing the roguish looks of a lady in her late 60s, placed a comforting hand on her mother's shoulder and sniffed, hiding her sadness and raptly listening to her father speak. "Impossible, is just a suggestion." Naruto exhaled, the corners of his eyes crinkling as he once again looked around the whole room, taking in the mournful faces of his friends and family. "Don't be sad, please. This moment, right here, is what I've always dreamed of." He inhaled shakily and breathed out again. "Everyone's, together, I'm so happy." Naruto died on the first day of the 12th month. Against his wishes, Dark Country had a national funeral for the great man and great leader, the man that had united them in their worst moment and led them through to the point they were in now. Darkness and its allies weren't alone in their mourning, as the whole world seemed to lose its life at the loss of the greatest shinobi in history. The measure of a man is not how he is remembered when he is alive, but how he is revered even in death. Those were the words written on his mausoleum, etched into the white marble by Sueki as her husband's body was laid to rest inside. They rang true. Naruto was never forgotten.